explain obviously a bit more and how it's actually a component of the UltraAcademy. So just to kick start the day, I will introduce Ruby to the stage. So round of applause, please. Good morning.
Morning.
How are we feeling today?
Good.
Relaxed?
Yes.
Connected? How many of us are connected? With? Connected with?
The higher self.
Okay, excellent. So how many of us feel connected every day with the inner self? Can I request everyone at the back to please make themselves comfortable so that we can go on a journey to connect with ourselves for a minute or so? Thank you. So Mind You is a concept where hourly we make an effort to connect with ourselves. That's one of the key practices of spiritual development, the course that I've written for the Academy. We'll talk more about the spiritual development course later during the day. But as for now, we are going to practice Mind You. You don't have to know the concept at the moment. All I would request is just surrender yourself to the instructions that you hear for next minute and a half. Is that all right?
Yes.
Can we please put our mobiles on silent mode, please? I'm ready when you are. Okay. Please sit comfortably in your chairs. Put aside any stuff if you have. Close your eyes. You'll be safe, I promise. Close your eyes. And here we go. Feel the chair in which you're sitting. Touch of the chair. Your feet on the floor. Let your mind wander in the background if it does. Do not fight against it. Simply connect with the touch sensation. Feel the touch of your hands. Feel the touch of the air flowing in and out of your nose. As you breathe in and breathe out. All the focus on the touch in your nostrils as you inhale and exhale. Excellent. Feel more and more. Do not fight against any thoughts or distractions that you might have. Simply observe. Accept the presence of the thoughts. And come back. You can slowly open your eyes. Welcome back. So have a nice and relaxed 1 hour. I'll see you in an hour's time again. Have a nice day.
It's like a Buddhist temple now, isn't it? It's just everyone's so calm and relaxed. It's beautiful. Thank you so much for that, Ribu. Any minute now, we are expecting Mr. Julian Hall, aka the Entrepreneur, to come up on stage. Is he at the back now? Backstage. Perfect. Okay, so just until we wait for Julian to come up on stage, please do feel free to help yourselves to some refreshments. We do have some tea and coffee that should be set up now. The toilets are also just outside on your left, and we should be kicking off in about 5 or 10 minutes. So, thank you.
I think I can say
No. You know the host has got to get the audience riled up, right? How are we all doing today? Well, welcome to the unveiling and the launch of the UltraAcademy. I've just come from Fleet School in Hampstead, where I launched the Ultra Kids Club. And I have to tell you, it brought tears to my eyes how much these kids know about business, right? They taught me a few things about Oprah Winfrey and Donald Trump and Mark Zuckerberg and all those guys, so keep an eye out for them. And we'll be hearing a lot more about the Ultra Kids Club later on when the deputy head comes and lets us know how the day's been. But today our focus is going to be on the UltraAcademy. And the UltraAcademy, I call it the world's first self-development tool for entrepreneurs. And we're going to learn a lot more about it, but in a nutshell, it's taken me some time to realize that entrepreneurs, and what we're taught in traditional business school, is that we focus on the business in order to have a successful business. And that is true, but we also have to focus on ourselves and our own self-development, because as far as I'm concerned, the better you are as an individual, the better your business will perform out there in the wild. So that's essentially the basic premise of the Entrepreneur Academy. And to prove that, I've gotten 5 experts in different areas in health, fitness, spirituality, relationships, and also essentially business, to put together a holistic framework to allow us to become the best versions of ourselves possible. And the reason why I think that's really important, and it's the reason why I've got the U on my chest, is because it's really about you. It's not about us becoming Richard Branson. It's not just about becoming Lord Sugar, as great as those guys are, because I believe we all have our own purpose, which many of us fulfill throughout the journey of ourselves being an entrepreneur. But the only way you can really fulfill that purpose is if you know yourself, you know what it is that you should be doing in your business, and that you focus on the things that you love and the things that you're passionate about. But also, not just that, but you also focus on the things that you're really good at and the things that you are excellent at the same time. So today we have a whole host of activities to keep you entertained. In a second we have a very special guest who will be saying a couple of words about the UltraAcademy and entrepreneurship in general. We'll have a panel of investors, and we'll have some guys pitching their lives away, Dragon's Den style. And after that we will be having a short break for lunch, where I'll be doing a book signing, and we'll be having green smoothies and raw food and some more meditation. Did you guys do some meditation this morning? Do you all feel zenned out? Anyone levitate off their seats? You tried? Okay, good. That's good enough for me. And then after lunchtime, there'll be some activities on the incubus. Has the incubus turned up yet, guys? Not yet. Not yet. I might have to go over there, put it on my back and fly it across from Camden. I believe the incubus couldn't get started, which is ironic for a tech startup incubator. But don't worry, I'll save the day if I have to. But there'll be activities on the incubus which will keep us all engaged. And then we will have a panel discussion on the future of entrepreneurship. And what else will be happening? We'll be having some more book signing, and oh, I forgot. At 3 o'clock, most importantly, I'll actually be unveiling the UltraAcademy. So I'll be giving you a lot more information about what's going on. And then at 4 o'clock, we'll have the deputy head come across with the Ultra Kids team to let us know how the day's gone. So how does that sound to you guys? Sound good?
Yeah.
All right, cool. So I'm not going to bore you to death with this cake, even though it looks pretty cool. Do you like how I did that? Okay, so I have somebody who can actually host a day, and her name is Illy Saber. She is a psychologist. If you give it a round of applause, she's a psychologist, PhD researcher, and she has spoken on many platforms such as TED Talks, most amazingly. So if I hand over to Illy, and we'll invite our special guest on.
Thank you. So you guys have already kind of briefly heard from me this morning. So just to let you guys know, the hashtags for today, our social network hashtags, is hashtag #GoUltra, as well as hashtag Campus London, which is the venue. So hashtag #GoUltra and hashtag Campus London. Now I will be reiterating this throughout the day, so sorry if I sound like a broken record, if I start irritating you, but I have to just remind you guys. Also, you would have each received a pin on your way in, and if you're able to take a picture with the pin and hashtag #GoUltra, hashtag Campus London, you will receive a free book by Julian.
That's right.
Correct. So again, that's hashtag Go Ultra, hashtag Campus London. So, to kick-start the day, are you guys ready to hear the first speaker first of all?
Yes.
You know what, Julian, this is like
I know,
basic.
they're not really
You know
warm,
what-
are they?
You know what, the theme of today is ultra, right? So we want ultra energy. So are you guys ready to hear from the first speaker?
Yes.
Our first speaker is Lady Borwick, and it is with great pleasure that I introduce her. She is a businesswoman, a politician, and current Deputy Mayor of London. She became the Conservative Party's Director of Fundraising and has been a prominent figure in London politics as a councillor in the Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea. So ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Lady Borwick.
Great to see you again,
You
and
too.
congratulations again. How things have even developed since I last saw you.
I know.
So well
Thank
done.
you so much.
Well done.
Thank you very much.
Hey folks, it's Victoria. Victoria Borwick, I'm the Deputy Mayor of London. I think it's a fantastic job, but even more excitingly, I've so enjoyed meeting some of you here this morning. And I want to say to you all, there's so many entrepreneurs in the room, so congratulations. But there are so many of you here who also help others become entrepreneurs and go into business coaches, people who are helping people with startups. So please make sure you turn to your neighbour and say, who are you? What have you come for?
Well done. Hello, everybody. Okay, everybody, let's get on with the day, shall we? Can I have a roll call again, please? Okay.
Now we've got some people standing at the back. We've got plenty of chairs at the front here. We've got some people standing at the back. Please come forward. Remember, today isn't a day about being shy. Okay, come on, the seats at the front. Today's not a day about being shy. Come forward. Make yourself comfortable. Everyone standing around the back. The seats here, seats near you. I quite understand that not everybody follows Google stops to get here, or there's Google colours on the paper that I saw you see. Come on, a few more seats here. You can make yourselves comfortable. Because we're here for a day of business. Here to play a game to know each other. You've got a seat next to you, sir. Can we have a seat here? Anybody? Okay. Great. Well, my name's Victoria Borwick. I'm an elected London-wide member of the London Assembly, and I was elected when Boris was, and I've been his deputy mayor for his second term at the GLA. It's the most exciting, fantastic job, and heaven forbid that Boris falls under a bus, you'd have to have me as your mayor, but never mind. So I was born in London, I've lived in London all my life, so I'm a real fan of London and the great energy and vibrancy that we see in this city. Many are in his second term. This work includes a major focus on opportunity areas, and that tends to be brownfield sites that have previously been used but are not currently being used, and this land has great capacity for new housing, commercial use and other developments. Typically an opportunity area can provide new housing or 5,000 jobs or new homes. You know, one of the real crises at the moment is getting young people and people starting up somewhere to live and somewhere to work. It's really important that we use the Mayor's planning policies in order to make sure that we keep footplates of buildings so there are spaces where people can do startups. So the Mayor is using his leadership to support development in 34 different opportunity areas, including here with the Tech City cluster. Boris has also made a commitment to create 250,000 apprenticeships by 2016. Just last month, he announced a 14 million fund which will help small and medium-sized businesses to each take on an apprentice this year. And I've met a few apprentices this morning on the new television station that we're launching today. So thank you very much indeed to Beju for bringing along his apprentices today. So for those of you who are looking to take on apprentice, please don't delay. The application period ends in June, so don't delay applying, because everyone will talk about the benefit of having an apprentice and helping the next generation get onto their own jobs ladder or their own career. Boris hasn't forgotten about people who are looking to start up a new business either. I'm happy to tell you he's recently launched a venture capital fund for small businesses in the tech and science sector. And actually it was quite interesting, we were playing that tune earlier on The Happy, because that was the one that was used by the Institute of Civil Engineers to promote stem cell teaching in our schools, something else that's really important and part of that cycle, changing the culture in our schools so that more people appreciate they can be young entrepreneurs. And that, of course, is one of the roles of young enterprise. So congratulations to Stuart for bringing us all here, and thank you for the work that you do in schools, which is so exciting. The London Co-Investment Fund is supported by 25 million from the Mayor and is expected to invest in more than 150 small businesses and spur the creation of up to 2,600, hopefully, new jobs. It's an excellent opportunity for those of you who are in startups who want to know a little bit more about that, and do contact us if you do so. I think it's important to point out that that fund is a partnership between the Mayor and several businesses. That's Wellington Partners, Playfair Capital, London Business Angels, Angel Lab, Firestarter, Crowdcube and Braveheart Consortium. And that's all part of it. It just shows how cooperation that's necessary. One of the slides I think that came up earlier was talking about don't go it alone, cooperate. And that cooperation is necessary if we are to maintain London's incredible pace of business development. This month, or perhaps the beginning of next month, we will see the 8 million, our population increase, so to about 8 million. So we need to make sure that we've got a vibrant business and the infrastructure here in London to support London's growing development. Though London is seen as a hotspot for innovation and startup, which has helped to attract talent and investment. And that's especially true of the tech city area, which has developed, obviously, a world-recognised technology hub. So to quote Boris, our vision for London must be as the capital of a united and self-confident nation, an economy that has the potential to be as big and powerful as Germany in the next 30 years, and yet where growth has been managed so intelligently and sustainably that the quality of people's lives has risen as fast as the quantity of their output. So two very important messages there. It's about the quality of life as well as the quantity. We can see from the Mayor's vision, initiatives and funding discussions that he's wholly committed to ensuring that this growth continues well into the future. Business people, you here today, are the main drivers of growth. And that's why organisations like Young Enterprise and innovations like the UltraAcademy app and all of you come into play. Young Enterprise has helped so many business people get their careers started. Each year, 250,000 young people learn about business through their network of 5,000 volunteers from 3,500 companies. A total of 3.8 million people have taken part in Young Enterprise programs since their founding. So that number is truly astounding, and it's what helps young people have a taste of business in their school lives, and that's something that we should all congratulate. So Young Enterprise work is essential to helping build London's skilled workforce and the entrepreneurs of the future. So one more applause, please, for Young Enterprise. Events like today, where we bring a whole lot of like-minded people together, help the development of what we're doing in London. And we're here to celebrate, obviously, the launch of the UltraAcademy app. And that, of course, Julian in his fantastic costume, just to remind us you can have fun as well as do business. And he has found such a phenomenal way to give back in creating the UltraAcademy app, the world's first self-development tool for entrepreneurs. The UltraAcademy app provides yet another avenue for people to help improve their business skills, both the experienced and the less experienced. So, congratulations to Julian, congratulations to a lot of his team who are here today, and continued success. So I think we all applaud Julian for designing the UltraAcademy app as a free of charge app. This gives people who otherwise wouldn't have their opportunity to better chance to follow and fulfill their own dreams in starting a business. Earlier on today, I met Beju, who's launching his I'm an Entrepreneur TV program. So can I give another plug for that, please? So our city needs all of you to keep up the hard work, to take the risk, to bring productive change to existing industries and to create new industries. I'm sorry I can't be with you the whole day today because sadly, as many of you will know, today is Holocaust Memorial Day. And we'll just take a moment to reflect on that when we have our next mindfulness session. And so sadly I will be going off to represent the Mayor at the national ceremony this afternoon. But I know that all of you will have the great energy and great commitment of working together today to enjoy meeting everybody and to celebrate the launch of the UltraAcademy app and your own businesses. And thank you to all those coaches and mentors that I've met for all the work that you do. So have a fantastic day, and thank you so much for inviting me to be part of it. I've really enjoyed the atmosphere today. Thank you.
Wow, the room is absolutely full, and it's so wonderful to see so many of you guys here on Tuesday to celebrate the launch of the UltraAcademy. So for those who are not here, can you guys hear me at the back? No. I'm not using a mic, sorry. Hold on, testing. Oh. Testing, can you guys hear me? Okay. So for those who are not here, first thing in the morning, you would have missed out on the mindfulness and meditation practice. So we're going to do that again for the next minute and a half, 2 minutes, before we call up the panelists for a panel discussion. So if I can just welcome Rubu back to the stage, and she'll take you through the mindfulness practice for a minute and a half or 2.
Thank you, Lee.
Hello again. Hi. How are we doing? Good. Any better than the morning? Okay, are we ready to connect back? Yeah? Okay. So I'm going to make myself comfortable. Please feel free to do the same. You don't need to see me. Can you hear me, everyone?
Yep.
At the back? Can you please make yourself comfortable? Sit down comfortably and mind yourself. See where you are. You can keep your stuff aside. Put your mobiles back on silent. Prepare to go in. Feel your emotions, let your thoughts flow, and experience the touch of the chair in which you're sitting. Feel the touch of your shoes on your feet. Nice and easy. Focus on the touch sensation. Feel the back of the chair.
Feel the tension dissolving from the facial muscles. Very good. Do not fight against any distractions. Simply accept the thoughts or distractions and bring your focus back to the touch of the chair on your back. Beautiful. And prepare to come back. Slowly open your eyes. Reconnect with the external world. Hello again. Stay relaxed, and I'll see you soon again. Bye for now.
Thank you, Ribu. Now that was great, but really annoying for me because my job as a host is to get your energy levels up, right? And then it's a bit like an anticlimax, and she's there just getting you back to a Zen state. So it's nice that you're feeling peaceful, but I want to get your energy back up before I introduce the panelists. So can I get you guys all to just stand up really quick? Just stand up. So keeping in mind, we're looking at a holistic approach to entrepreneurship. So they say sitting is the new smoking, right? So I'm going to get you guys to do some real cheesy things today, so please do bear with me. So I'll just stretch to the right, so your right, which is opposite to me, and stretch to the left. And then if you can just stretch down as far as you can go. And then as you come up, not in a second, so stretch down, touch your toes. As you come up, I want you guys to shout out, go Ultra. So 3, 2, 1. Go Ultra! There we go. Round of applause, please. Thank you. So, now we're going to get some secrets of entrepreneurial success. Now guys, let me tell you, when I did my homework on these guys and I was checking out their profiles, which I call legally stalking, I was so impressed with their achievements. Like I literally had to struggle to just compress their achievements just to be able to introduce them today. So my first panelist is Mavis Amankwa. Now Mavis is an award-winning entrepreneur specializing in marketing, PR, diversity communications, and business sustainability, securing 2.5 million in loans to help people start or grow their businesses. As the CEO of Rich Visions, she has successfully steered the company to become one of the leading diversity communication agencies targeting niche audiences. Now in its 13th year, with Mavis at the helm, Rich Visions has become a multi-million pound agency. So please give a massive ultra welcome to Mavis Sport for choice. So our second panelist, and I'm really looking forward to picking all of your brains. Our second panelist is Daniel Rajkumar. Daniel splits his time between 3 businesses: project managing as jobs go live and supporting teams at both web translations and crowdfunding. So Daniel, please make your way to the stage. Our third panel member is Jamie Dunn. Now Jamie successfully built and exited his first business at the age of 20. Now at 23, he runs an innovative education company with operations globally. Jamie has also previously been recognized as one of the top 20 young people in the world, an award previously won by John F. Kennedy. So please give a massive welcome to panelist is Lorraine Mohammed. Now Lorraine is a mentoring manager for Startup Direct which is a funding delivery partner of the government startup loan scheme that provides up to $25,000 in startup funding for entrepreneurs wanting to start a business. So please welcome Lorraine onto the stage. Wow, guys, literally I can just sit here and watch you guys. I think your profile speaks for itself. So congratulations on your flying career so far. So I think I'll begin with Mavis. I understand that you started off working in IT, is that correct? Yeah, and then you took the leap from working in IT to founding Rich Vision. So can you tell us a bit about how that vision started for you? So how did you go from working into IT and going straight into founding Rich Visions?
My career started really out of passion. Can you hear me, everyone?
You might talk. Yeah. Yeah. So if you just press the button.
This one? Can you hear me now? I'll try and talk as loud as I can. My career started off really out of passion. So I basically studied IT for many years and I started working within the IT industry. But when I was really, really young, I faced a lot of adversity. So being...
Really can't hear you at the back. Absolutely not.
Sorry.
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
No.
Hello?
No.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Speak through that, yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Press the button, so one short press of the button until you get the green light and you're good to go.
Still a red light, red light, red light.
A short press.
That's the one that you
Okay, can you hear me now? Yeah. Okay, yeah. So my career started out of passion. When I was really young, I faced a lot of adversity. I was born and brought up in East London, and in those times in the 70s, I received a lot of racism. So people were coming up to me, looking at me funny because first of all, I was African, and secondly, my mum used to do some really weird hairstyles. So when I went to school, lots of the kids would have, simple, straightforward hair, and my hair would just be very, very, what can I say, complicated. It looked nice, but for those of people that were not used to kind of the hairstyle, they used to laugh at me all the time. And then as I grew older, I had some other adversities as well. I was kidnapped when I was 9 and by a paedophile, and I just had loads and loads of adversity about where I was from and what I was about. So when I was about 15, just to cut a long story short, my mum said to me, we're going to Africa, and I said, why would I go there? My friends are already laughing at my hair, they're laughing at my name. When I get to Africa, I know that, it's not a place where I want to be. So anyway, at the age of 15, I went over to Ghana. It was a brilliant place. What my friends had told me was completely different from what I saw, and I started embracing my culture, and I thought, wow, I am proud from where I'm from. So when I came back, I started organising events within the community. So I started working within the BBC, and I got headhunted to basically organise events to help ethnic communities. And from there, I started enjoying where I was from and what I did. But in the midst of all that, I was studying IT. I had young people at the time, fixing computers, hardware, software, and I really didn't like IT. I said to myself one day, if I open another computer, I might just throw it on the floor. I want to do something that I'm passionate about. So I said to my partner, look, I've been doing this for a very long time. I'm going to take the risk. No money, no plan, no nothing. I'm going to start my business. And basically, my business helps organisations that want to reach out to diverse communities. And 13 years later, we're here.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Sorry guys, I know it's a bit antisocial for me to be so far away from you guys, but I'm going to have to just use this mic. So, thank you. So, Jamie, that title of being recognised as one of the top 20 people to look out for by Junior Chamber International. How does that make you feel, even hearing that? Do you use that as like a chat up line?
I don't think my missus would be too happy about that, to be honest. It was scary. I was just kind of at the desk one day and then I had an email come through saying you've been shortlisted. We're going to take a few more applications and blah, 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 blah. And then cut long story short, 3 months later, got an award come through the post. They asked me to go out to another country to go and collect the award. So then I was shortlisted officially as one of the top 100 people in the world in 2012. So that was 3 years ago now when I was 20.
Wow. And as I understand, your entrepreneurial journey began at the tender age of just 12, where you were running market schools?
Yeah, so I started doing car boots and off and Birmingham, this is probably tabloid accent.
12 years old. I don't know about you guys, but at age 12, I think I was too busy eating sand, to be honest. There was no way I was running market stalls and thinking about running a business. But were you around entrepreneurs at that age? Like, what kind of got you from such a young age to think about running your own business?
I use this a lot, really. It was the fact that I couldn't buy a pair of football boots that I wanted. And so I went upstairs and borrowed a load of my dad's CDs and DVDs, flogged them at school, got into trouble. But then basically got a load of stuff from my mates and from my friends and family, and rocked up on a muddy, wet, cold Saturday morning at 6 o'clock in the morning, and sit there for 6 hours, being that chap that screams and shouts, 2 quid each or 3 for a fiver. And then I got my football boots in the end, so it kind of switched me around to think I'll work hard and get the things that I want to get.
And did you feel that you had to grow up pretty quickly in the industry? I mean, because you started off so young, did you have to pick up certain habits or drop certain, say, childish habits?
It was interesting, like I don't do suits, and I don't do suits to this day, and I went to the Palace a couple of months ago as part of the Green Young Leaders Initiative, and I struggled and didn't want to wear a suit then, so I didn't wear a tie. I didn't get on in education, so I dropped out of school. Didn't go to college, didn't go to uni, never had a job, so this was almost the be-all and end-all for me. And kind of touch wood today, it kind of worked out, and we grew the company, and we travelled the world doing it, and developed a bit of a brand for ourselves and a brand for myself as well in that same sort of time.
Brilliant, thank you. Daniel, so you founded RebuildingSociety.com in the aftermath of the credit crunch. So can you tell us a bit about what sparked that off?
Yeah, absolutely. So I've been running another company, Web Translations, for 10 years. It's been going for 13 years now. And I was just struggling to access finance, essentially. I needed to borrow funds, and meanwhile I had family members who were getting like less than 1% on their savings in a bank account. So, and I had seen how crowdfunding had taken off in America. Kickstarter and Indiegogo has done really well. Crowdfunding has become big in the consumer space with Zopa. And I just really wanted to use my internet skills to build a platform to connect up entrepreneurs that needed access to capital with savers and investors who wanted a better return on their savings. It sounds simple, it sounds logical, right? Well, it was, and that's essentially what peer-to-peer lending is. So I created Rebuilding Society, and it's like a building society, but online, and going back to the whole mutual values idea, but doing it online instead of localized. You see, building societies were the original peer-to-peer finance institutions where savers would put their money and that would be used typically in construction projects. But then so many building societies went for banking licenses and became completely distorted or financial institutions. And so essentially we've taken that model and done it again online, and the regulation now supports this new industry. So we are regulated by the Financial Services Conduct Authority, and we're growing really rapidly. Actually, it's we've lent £5 million to 92 different businesses, and the business is really taking off now, which is
brilliant.
great.
And did you always know that you wanted to be an entrepreneur? Or
Yeah, that's so. I think I started Web Translations really from my bedroom whilst I was at university, and I did. I liked my course, but it was like the whole internet. It was at 1999 when I did my degree, and I'd seen so many internet companies taking off and doing really well. I really wanted to be part of that bubble, but unfortunately I didn't quite get my business plan out there, and Leeds wasn't quite San Francisco, so I didn't get the funding that I needed. But nevertheless, I still felt that I had a good idea on the idea of translating websites into different languages. The internet started out with English. And you know what? I did hide behind the facelessness of the internet in the very beginning, and it was off the back of getting my first orders and sales done. It gave me confidence to really look at this as a full-time thing upon graduating. I think had I not had those first few customers in the last year of doing my studies, did become a bit of a distraction, but you know, a worthwhile one. You know, I wouldn't have gotten into it with so much energy. But it's really exciting to see how there are now so many internet entrepreneurs as well. Like I've got friends who will rent their parents' spare bedroom in their auntie's house on Airbnb and pocket the change, the profits they're making. I've got friends who buy products from Alibaba and import them and sell them on eBay in the UK and just kind of pocket the VAT by using the threshold that they're entitled to. So the internet spawns so much by the way of entrepreneurship and micro entrepreneurs as well.
Brilliant, thank you. And Lorraine, according to Julian, you have the ability to tell whether someone's going to be successful or not immediately, as soon as they walk through a door. Apparently, you have this sixth sense that we really want to know about. So, are there any kind of particular traits that link all entrepreneurial types?
It's actually a pretty good question. I think you put a little bit of it today. Tenacity, I think, is a very important trait. And believe it or not, a healthy amount of ambition. Ambition, I don't know, can you hear me? I see you stretching. So tenacity, very important. Ambition, and that sounds obvious, but actually one thing we see in, because we fund maybe 15, 20 startups a week sometimes, is someone who wants to do something, but the ambition to make that into something that is successful and has the potential is quite often very capped. And ambition is very important because ambition is what takes you to the next level. That, I think, is two. The third is the recognition is that you don't know what you don't know. And so it's very important to look around you to see how you can develop yourself. You can always learn. And one of the biggest pitfalls we see with a lot of entrepreneurs, especially young entrepreneurs, is that they think that they've got it. They've got a great idea, they know what it's about, they're going to be successful. But actually, it takes a lot to take an idea and make it into something that develops into, whether it's an MVP or a proof of concept, and then it takes a lot more to grow that into a business that can sustain itself. And one of the things you need to understand is what you don't know, because then you can look at beginning to surround yourself with the right people, developing the right skills, and sort of thinking outside the box. So when someone walks through our door, the first thing I look at is to see whether or not they've got that tenacity and that passion, or whether or not they're open enough to look at, exploring what their limitations are. I think those three are pretty much in a nutshell. There's a lot more behind it, but those are some pretty strong.
Perfect. So you touched on having the right sort of people around you, and the most successful people that you meet will always tell you they have some sort of mentor or coach that has helped to guide them through their journey. Now, I remember when I kind of gave up my 9 to 5 and I decided to take that leap and pursue what it is I'm passionate about full time. I remember I quit my job on a Friday, and the weekend I was just like, oh my God, like the air just smells like freedom, and I was texting my friends going, this is the life sort of thing. Monday morning was a completely different story. I had that self-doubt. I didn't know whether I made the right decision. I was tempted to go back into full-time work, and I felt really overwhelmed. And I remember speaking to a friend at the time who's now kind of my mentor and just gives me like random tasks to do. And I remember him saying, Illy, you know what? Just scale it down, just break things into smaller chunks, and it becomes doable. So have you guys had that sort of figure or role model that you've been able to look up to, or just slap sense into you from time to time?
Yeah, I've had a series of really good mentors actually throughout my journey. I had a really great guy, Andrew Padley, who helped me invest in £30,000 in my business at the start as well. And he made good return off that. He helped me for 5 years, and he was just a really, really good mentor. And then the skills that I needed in a mentor really changed. And now I have a different mentor, a guy called Peter Steven, who's sold out of 23 different businesses. He's done really, really well for himself. And I think you're absolutely right. Lorraine was absolutely right about the personal development being a key part of any entrepreneur's journey. I try and spend about 20% of my time, or 1 day a week, reading and learning and studying. There are phases where I need to work more on myself than I do on the business to really help it grow and develop. Otherwise, it becomes a constraint. So mentors have been a really important part of my journey.
Brilliant.
Just to add to that, I basically made a mistake when I first started my business about 13 years ago of not getting a mentor, and I had to learn the hard way by losing money, by having health problems and really getting stressed out. And it was only like the last 7 years when I realised I should have got a mentor earlier on. But at the end of the day, when you start business, there's some things you know, some things you don't know, and there's some things you never know until a disaster happens. So for me, when I was going through a crisis in my business and I didn't have anyone to speak to, someone said to me, get yourself a mentor. So I got myself a mentor, and the mentor really helped me to uplift my business. And at the same time, it kind of helped me to look at where I was at and where I was going. So for me, I feel that mentors are really important. And I think as well, when I started 13 years ago, there wasn't so much support like there is now. Like now you go to the internet, mentor. There's so many mentors, volunteer mentors, paid for mentors. And I think it's really important because there's some decisions that you may want to make, but you're not sure how to make that decision. And sometimes you need someone to help you to think outside the box. So I think it's extremely, extremely important. I have a mentor now, and as you said, my mentors change all the time because obviously I outgrow the plans that I had maybe 2 years ago, and I want to look into something different. And so I start looking at different mentors and coaches that can help to guide me through. But I think it's definitely essential. If I knew 13 years ago, as I said to many people in the past, I think I'd be a millionaire by now. So I had to learn the hard way.
Okay, so guys, another commonality that successful entrepreneurs have is that they fail, and they fail a hell of a lot. And not only do they fail, but they embrace failure and taking risks. So, can you guys give us an example of a time where you really just absolutely, utterly failed? Actually, and what you learned from that?
I was going to add one more point to my three, and that was it. Never be afraid of failure. In fact, the only failure there is not trying hard enough. If you're going to do something, you're either going to do it or you're not going to do it. If you do it halfway, then that's a failure. If you do it 100% and it doesn't work, can you hear me better now? Yeah, so what I was going to say is that the fourth tenet, if you will, is failure. Failure is not a bad word at all. The only real failure is when you do not give 100%. Because actually, if you give something 100% and it doesn't work out, you actually feel okay because you know you've tried. And what we see with a lot of entrepreneurs is that they want to play it safe. So they try to play within a zone that is comfortable. That's not a recipe for success. I have to say, you definitely need to. That's just something I wanted to add. And in terms of personal failure, well, I think we've all experienced that. It just gives you the energy to go on. But I'll let the entrepreneurs talk about that.
I think this is on, isn't it? Yeah. I think one of the big values that sticks in my mind was when I was 18, the first business that I founded was a printing company. So we used to just print anything, paper, t-shirts, hats, hoodies, whatever it may be. If it was a garment or something you could print on, we'd do it. And I remember I got a contract with Asda, and I got a 10 stores contract to do Asda's uniform and workwear for 10 of the stores across the West Midlands where the business was based, with a view to then scaling up and going from there. One of the things that I didn't account for, because at the time I was only really doing uniforms for fish and chip shops and kebab houses around local to me, was the fact that I needed to account for VAT within invoicing, register for VAT, all of those elements. And when I kind of had the bills come in and sat down with my accountant at the end of the year and said, look, we should have done this about 6 months ago. It was a big learning curve, but it was actually an achievement at the same time, so I didn't look at it as a failure. I thought, well, I mean, my business has grown to a decent size now where I have to account for that, and I'm turning over enough, so I have to do elements like that, and it kind of took me to the next level. And I think one of the interesting things, we work with about 80% of colleges in the UK in a variety of guises, and one of the things that I always say to students is that throughout your journey in education, you were told that failure is a bad thing, and that when you get a test back, it's a big red cross on it, you failed, so that must mean that you're thick or you're stupid or you're not as bright as everybody else in the class. Actually, you should embrace failure, you should enjoy it. And one of the things that I do, and I still do to this day, because I fail each and every single day in my life, I have a whiteboard at home. Every time I fail at something, in particular of a higher level, I write it on the whiteboard. When I'm working from home in my home office, every time I see that thing, and I'm never going to fail it again. So make a list and kind of look on the brighter side of it and say, well, I failed at it, but actually it's a learning lesson at the same time. Failure is feedback.
That's such a good thing that you just said, failure is feedback. And I think the more people who sort of glorify their failures, the more accepted it kind of becomes. So thank you for touching on that. So we're now in a generation where I personally don't think that there is such thing as a job for life. So our previous generation would take that traditional route of, go to school, get married, retire. But now everyone that you meet seems to be utilising each and every skill that they have. So just from reading your profiles, I see that you guys get involved with 1,000,001 things. And I came across actually a quote on Instagram, and it said, "Entrepreneurship is the new retirement plan." So do you guys think that this statement is reflective of the new generation that we're now in? And how do you see entrepreneurship changing for the next generation?
I think if you're a real true entrepreneur, you'll never retire. To be perfectly honest, because when it goes beyond the point of building a business and making a decent outcome on it and scaling it to a point where you're financially kind of stable, like you don't really do it for the money anymore. You do it for the buzz and the passion and the energy of building something that's not there and then pushing it out into the marketplace. Like, I think that's where if you read a lot, and I read a lot, if you look at all of the big successful entrepreneurs that have really made a big ton of money, they've not done it because they said, "Oh, I want to retire at the age of 22 and I want to do this and I want to do that." It's, I want to build something that has an impact and has a value to people. And I think if you always start off with that as a journey and say, instead of figuring out how much money I want to make each and every single day, it's, if I can add a value to somebody's life, somebody's going to be prepared to pay for that in some shape or form. The rest is then kind of a formula of growth and take it to an ability. But I'll never retire, I'll just get older and slower.
Just to add something to that, I think when we look at the concept of entrepreneurship, it's kind of a funny thing. We're having a chat about this not too long ago. We think, oh my God, this new amazing phenomena. But let's be clear, entrepreneurship is nothing new. It's been around forever. In fact, that's how we organized our life back into the prehistoric days. It was all about the businesses, the connections, and that's what it was about. The shift happened, I think, maybe around the post-war when we had the industrial age, where suddenly we can scale up by having production. And so we moved into sort of having the MBAs, having the mass workers, and this is our career. And then, of course, something very interesting happened that changed everything. That is part of the reason we're sitting here. It's part of the reason we're sending apps. Part of the reason we're here in Google. And that's technology. Technology has disrupted the way we lived our lives. And it's actually meant that now we can start a business on a credit card. Cost is no longer a barrier. Networking, before it was all about cold calling, running around. Now you just go on LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook. Suddenly, your brand, you can just wake up tomorrow and have a brand. So in terms of our generation, I think you'd see entrepreneurship becoming much more public, much more stronger. And yes, I think it will be the future for a lot of people, because also we've been funding people who are 60, and you can see that you realize as an entrepreneur, reaching your market is so much easier and there's so much more potential that actually, yes, it can be something that you do forever.
Cool. Speaking of technology, and it has had profound effects on how we do business. So, Daniel, how do you think technology has affected collaboration?
Okay, that's a great example to choose. You see, when I started with translation, I couldn't employ different programs, different translators. I had to use them on a freelance basis. So many of these freelance linguists would work from home and essentially just work online. And that model of telecollaboration through technology is something that has become a real part of achieving a competitive advantage for modern businesses. So we work with different freelance programmers in Rebuilding Society now. We've kind of taken the same model that worked with translators, applied it to developers, and that has worked phenomenally well. So a lot of companies have done offshoring, have outsourced IT functions or programming projects to India or China or elsewhere. But actually doing that on a freelance basis is challenging, but it also is really gratifying because you're helping other people become entrepreneurs in their own right. So the people that you collaborate with through this medium now become like completely self-sufficient and they really appreciate the work they have. Yeah, there are different issues to address, and you need to like respect that they can get isolated, teleworking from home a lot of the time. But encouraging them to also find other clients to work with means that their skills develop and make sure you get better service. And that's been tremendously useful for my business. You know, the UK's got quite a strong currency internationally, so that means that actually you can still get really well-skilled people for like significantly lower cost by using online platforms that help to manage this. I use Elancer and Odesk on a regular basis to pay people by the hour for tasks I need them to do.
Brilliant. Okay, so Mavis, you wrote a book called 44 Ways to Up Your brand and your business. In your book, you talk about the SWOT analysis. So for those who are not familiar with what the SWOT analysis is, can you please tell us what that is and tell us why that's important in a business sense?
Okay, SWOT analysis is basically looking at where you are. Maybe you're a startup, you want to start your business. Maybe you're an established business, then you want to grow. A SWOT analysis looks at where you are now. So let me explain from a personal perspective. So when I first started my business, I didn't identify my weaknesses until things happened. So when things started going really wrong, then I realized, wow, that's a weakness. Didn't have a mentor, that's a weakness. Didn't have a plan, that's a weakness. The great thing about SWOT analysis, you can look at all your strengths. So if I look at myself in terms of my strengths, I'm very talented. And when I mean I'm very talented is the fact that I've been through a lot in my business that sometimes I think to myself, wow, you're still standing. But I look at my strengths and I say, right, brilliant, you've got great strengths, you've done so many great things, but what about your weaknesses? What is it that, you know, where are the gaps? Where can you fill the gaps? Where you're weak, who can fill those gaps for you? And I think that's a really important element for anyone starting business or wanting to expand their business. Because what I've seen is, you know, as you were saying earlier on about technology, if you have a weakness in a certain area, you can say, okay, I know I'm not good at that, let me get an expert. You know, so you can identify your weaknesses from the outset, write them down and go, right, I'm not good at finance. I realised I wasn't good at finance until I lost money. You know, yeah, I'm brilliant, I know everything I'm doing about business, and realised, oops, cash flow, big problem, you know, and so I started looking at my weaknesses and saying, right, these are all the weaknesses. I looked at the business as well in terms of weakness from the industry. You know, maybe you want to get into a business that to you on paper and maybe in your own mind it seems really great, but are you looking at the weaknesses in terms of the industry, in terms of the economy? You know, you need to look at all of those things from the outset, especially if you want to start, if you want to grow. What are the opportunities? You know, there's so much opportunities here in this country, the industry that you're in. What's going to happen in the next 5 years' time or 6 years' time? For me, I've been doing business for a long time, and when I look at the opportunities, someone said to me 13 years ago there was going to be a phone. You actually have your phone and you can do everything from your phone. I'd be like, no, because in my days it was about faxes, even emails wasn't even around. When I look back, I think, wow, how was we actually running a business without all of this technology? So you look at the opportunities, and also what are the threats? You know, within business, money is mostly a threat when it comes to business, especially when you want to expand. Maybe you're not getting paid on time. You know, maybe you've got a big contract. I've got a mentee. She basically had a 30 grand contract with a really big store, and the threat was she didn't have any money to actually provide that service to that client because she needed 30 grand up front and she didn't have it, and that was a big threat for her because she lost that contract. So you need to basically do a SWOT analysis on a regular basis, even if it's once a month. What have I done this month? What am I going to be doing next month? And it's a continuous thing. And I think for me, I had to learn the hard way, as I said earlier on. And if I had all of these things from the outset, I would have basically done more better than where I am now. So definitely SWOT analysis is important. So
just to check, it's strengths, weaknesses, opportunities,
opportunities,
and threats. Say that again?
no, I was saying maybe the crowd. Let's see if they were listening.
Oh, I know, I'm testing you out. Cool. So each and every one of us gets our inspiration in a whole kind of different mediums. Now, personally, I love to watch inspirational videos, or I'm a big fan of kind of snapshotting quotes whenever I come across quotes and keeping a whole catalogue of them and visiting them from time to time. But there are usually just about a handful that really resonate with you guys. So for me personally, there's one by Howard Thurman, and that's really kind of influenced my life. And it goes, don't ask what the world needs, ask what makes you come alive, and go and do that. The world needs more people who have come alive. And for me, that was just like, that's so true, because a lot of us think, oh my God, there's a market for this, or maybe I should be a lawyer or a doctor because they get paid X amount. But actually, that stuff doesn't make you come alive, and that's not what the world needs, because you're not going to give back that much value if you're not completely satisfied yourself. So my question to you guys is, what inspires you, or who inspires you? How do you get your inspiration to keep going on a daily basis?
What inspires me on a daily basis? I really love, I carry a strong sense of passion with what I do every day in the work. I get a really strong sense of inspiration from my team as well, because one of the great quotes, I love reading quotes and taking pictures of them as well. And one of the quotes that really stuck with me is that in trying to manage a team of people, you can't get people to do what you want all the time. You can't just make people do what you want. What you have to do is create an environment where actually performance and achievement is important to the people for themselves. And so we've tried to kind of gamify the workplace a little bit, create an atmosphere where people really want to perform well, to work hard, for their appealing to their self-interest as much as to where we're going with the vision of what we're doing. And so I draw a good amount of inspiration on a day-to-day basis from how my team interoperate with the customers that they're interfacing with, or other suppliers and stakeholders. But on a bigger picture scale, I draw a lot of inspiration from people that have been tremendously successful in whatever field of excellence that people have achieved. So I take inspiration from reading Warren Buffett's autobiography. I listen to different audiobooks, autobiographical audiobooks, and draw a lot of inspiration from entrepreneurs that have been successful and determined and driven with what they've been doing. And yeah, that really inspires me, that whole triumph in the face of adversity. So I get inspiration from people like Mavis describing her journey and what she's been through. And other entrepreneurs that I meet. I also take a lot of inspiration from people that are hugely brave. And for me, I think Edward Snowden and Julian Assange are tremendously brave people, gallant people that in the future we'll look back on as real advocates for open communication and freedom of information and triumph in the face of adversity. That's why I draw my source of inspiration.
You guys?
Two things for me. First one, my mum and dad. As corny and as cheesy as it sounds, my dad would probably laugh at me if I said this, if I was saying it. But because I grew up on a council estate in Birmingham, in a council house, my mum was unemployed, my dad used to dig up roads for a living. And then 2 years ago, when I finally exited all the shares in my business, it allowed my dad to quit work. So my dad retired early, got bored of my house. And going back and seeing them, that inspires me to keep going, to think, I want to do more for you, as kind of cheesy and as corny as it sounds. The second thing is travelling. So I've had the privilege over the last kind of 3 years to work in 25 different countries, but I've never bought my own plane ticket or never paid for my own hotel. I've always been paid to speak at conferences. So that's always inspired me, is thinking, but yeah, people are flying me out to different parts of the world to listen to me, and I'm just a kid from Birmingham that failed at school, so what value can I add? So that is my bit of motivation to think that I can help motivate other people, especially from kind of a similar demographic to the place that I grew up and was born and raised, and the people that are still in that area. Really.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just going to add that we're quite similar in that way. I'm from Trinidad, by the way, if you haven't picked up the accent. And I've actually lived and worked in different countries as well. I lived 8 years in Latin America, worked in Argentina and Chile in financial services, and I've moved here, I did my master's, I worked. But I was dyslexic, and I didn't know that for a long time. And one of the things that always drove me as a child was my mom as well. We came from a very humble background. But we did okay, but it was still quite conservative, couldn't afford university. And I always looked at her resourcefulness. She had a way of just figuring things out. And I thought I was such a unique skill set. And that often inspired me whenever I hit a roadblock, or I wanted to do something, or I wanted to buy shoes or whatever, to do something like that. And at 18 is when I started my first business, because I figured, well, I can't pass an exam because I just stare at a sheet in shock, because you're dyslexic and you just can't figure it out. But I could talk to people. And that brings me to my second inspiration, which is people. I love people. And I actually love observing people, even the cleaner on the street, because someone doing something with passion, I tell you what, that makes all the difference. A lot of entrepreneurs come to us and say they want to be rich. I always say to them, be careful about that, because actually, if that's your driving force, you're going to have a lot of stress. If you're doing something, as Jamie said, because you want to make a difference, actually the money will come, and it usually does. So I think that's a combination for me as well.
And that leads me on nicely to talk about the conversation that I had with Julian the other day. We were having coffee, and he was saying of all the entrepreneurs that approach him, he finds that the ones who think it's all about chasing the money and who literally just throw themselves into something. You know those ones that put up while you're sleeping, I'm grinding, it's all about the grind 24/7. He said to me, actually, those people are not successful. Even if they do reach success, they're lonely, they're unhealthy, they end up being depressed or something. They don't have like a holistic approach of approaching entrepreneurship. So I guess my question to you guys is, how have you managed to maintain the work-life balance? Because you're so successful in your chosen fields, but yet, you're not obese entrepreneurs. Like you look like you get a bit of a workout in from time to time. So how have you managed to maintain that work-life balance?
I think for myself, I've been doing business for over 10 years now. When I started my business in IT and I stopped my job, I had 2 young children at the time. So now my son's 20 and my daughter's 14. And what I try to do is really make sure that I really get a good work-life balance, because I met a man about 15 years ago that lost everything because he was so busy working on his business, he forgot about everybody around him. And when he made money and he was successful, his wife was like, I'm leaving you. His children didn't want to talk to him. And basically he was in isolation for so long, he didn't realise. So I think one of the best things that you need to do is to be able to switch off, because as an entrepreneur, you're always going. Sometimes I wake up in the night and I'm like, oh my gosh, light bulb moment. And I start getting excited. I think, no, calm down, you're supposed to be sleeping. So I think it's about getting the balance right. I like entertainment, going out, seeing my friends, being with my family, being with my husband. And I think at the end of the day, for me, it's about trying to balance it out right, but at the same time, making sure you're not spending too much time in the business, but making sure that you're also developing on the business. Because I think as well, we can be working every day 9 to 5 in our business, but in 5 years' time, you want to see progress. I want to be laying on the beach in Hawaii, maybe in the next 5 years or 6 months, without any pressure. And I think when you look at it from that perspective, you have to start thinking about, how do I gradually build myself so that I enjoy my life at the same time? Because it is a lonely world, and you can get so engrossed in it, you just don't see what's going on around you. But I think for me, because I had kids at the time, and as a woman, I couldn't leave my kids. When it got to a certain time, I was like, oh my God, I need to go home because kids need to eat. So I think you need to really work hard and get the balance right, and also enjoy work, enjoy your social life, enjoy family, and appreciate everything around you.
Just in addition to that, I think at the same time, about keeping it real as well. And I hate that term, because it's something that my little nephew would say. But it is, and I think for me, one of the ways that I get the best balance is after a day of talking numbers and things that I shouldn't even be doing at 23. I go home and I sit with my old man, I sit in the pub and have a beer and play a game of pool and play a bit of darts. And it's interesting, like I was the main stage speaker at the Conservative Party conference, and 3,000 of the UK's most powerful people. And then by the time I got home, it was live on BBC News. I walked in, I took my dad out for a beer, and we spoke nothing of it. We spoke about Birmingham City, our football team all day, and that kind of put me back on the ground to think, I'm just an ordinary kid, I'm just an ordinary guy that can have a beer with my old man and talk about footy. My parents don't even know what I do, they don't understand it.
They probably still think you're selling fruit, right? Cool, no, it's a great way to keep yourself humble. So guys, I'm just mindful of the time. Just have a quick kind of fire round in terms of giving people real practical takeaways to take home with them, just to give you guys as much value for your time. For those people in the audience who are kind of in limbo or are not quite doing what they're passionate about or are just scared to take that leap, what advice or takeaway?
Go with living now, get a mentor. And remember, a mentor doesn't have to be the most successful person on the planet. It just has to be someone that can inspire you. And your mentor is not there to do it for you or run your business. They're there to guide and support you, help you think outside the box. Because you tend to be bogged down in the detail. And you can find a mentor anywhere. What's important is how you use them. And just remember, you get out of your relationship with a mentor what you put in.
We've heard a lot about passion, but people talk about passion, but what does it actually mean? When I do a lot of conferences and stuff, I'll do an exercise, and if you work 9 till 5, that's 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, 40 hours a week. Do that 52 weeks in a year, 2,080 hours a year. Do that for 40 years of your life. That's 83,200 hours of your life that you're going to spend working, which is 24 hours in a day, 8 of it you're spending at work. So you only have 16 hours of your life to really do something with. The other 8 hours you're going to be asleep. So 2/3 of your life are gone working and sleeping. What you do with the other third? For me, I want to spend those 8 hours a day or those 15 hours a day working on something that I'm absolutely passionate about. And that's the big main advice that I give to people that are saying I want to quit my job. And I tell people to quit their job all the time. I met my missus, she quit her job 2 weeks later. I kid you not.
Can I just ask, would you recommend just literally quitting and doing what you love, or would you say be sensible about it? Because I remember when I was at that stage where I was like, I've lost all passion coming into the office. Should I just completely let go, or should I be sensible, work on my side hustle, and then take that leap? Because I don't want people to just literally hand in their resignation this afternoon. So, yeah.
I think it's I've never had a job, so I never really know what it's like. But I think the best element is doing it when you're young, because you don't have the stresses of having a mortgage and kids and other kind of things that you have to pay for and be an adult and have responsibilities for. So when you're young, you kind of bulletproof to failure. Well, I look at it, yeah, I own my own property and I own a couple of other properties, but if it all went wrong for me, I'd go live back at home with my mum and dad and start again. Like, I'm going to die one day, so I just have fun doing what I'm doing. So at the end of the day, I hate seeing on a Sunday night people on Facebook going, I can't be bothered to go to work tomorrow. And then on a Friday, they're like, yes, it's the weekend. Like, you're living for 5, you're living for 2 days until 7. You're living for about 20% of your whole entire life, because the rest of it, you're putting money in somebody else's pocket, being told what to do by somebody that you most of the majority of the time dislike. So you really hate your job that much. I don't care about your mortgage, quit your job and just go and follow your passion.
Angry managers. So just really quickly, guys.
I feel like I should somewhat temper that. You know, different people's situations are going to be really different. Make a plan. If you can live without a salary for 6 months, that'll help you just reinvest in the business, and get a good support network around you. Get your mentor. Get your first few customers. Equity-based crowdfunding is a great way to get a perspective on what you're doing, what your pitch is, and if you can't get that, equity crowdfunding is great. If you've not seen sites like Crowdcube or Seeders, then I really recommend it. The government's doing a lot to support like equity-based investments with tax incentives. So, and it's a great way to get like a reality check on whatever your proposition is. Also, your crowd that does support you can become your customers, another participants, stakeholders in the business. So that's what I recommend. It's a good place to start.
Yeah, so I'd definitely say planning, having an A plan and a Z plan, because things always happen. So planning is definitely one. And I'd say make sure that you hang around with the right people. The circle that you keep is quite important, especially when you're in your darkest moments, because you will have darkest moments, but it's who you speak to, who you can trust, and at the same time, they can also help you and lift you up in those dark times.
Brilliant. And how can we stay plugged into what you guys are up to? So Twitter, websites?
Yeah, Twitter. So my handle is Dan Raj Kumar, and we'll take a look at the Rebuilding Society. If you like the Facebook page, that's a good way to keep in touch with what we're doing. I'm sure it's the same with you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry. No, if you just look up maybe Samantha, you should find me somewhere in Google. Yeah.
I've never had the Twitter handle before. My Twitter handle is @JD_Entrepreneur, which is like Jamie Dunn. I'm quite active on Twitter. You'll hear me ranting about trains and stuff a lot of the time. So you can contact me on there. If you want to book any business, I've got a couple of cards in here today, or just drop me a tweet and I'll send you my email and stuff.
I'm lousy at social media. I actually don't have a Twitter handle, and I don't have Facebook. But I am on LinkedIn. It's Lorraine Mohammed. But more importantly, we've got some flyers around for Startup Direct, because we provide funding as well as mental support for the businesses. We think they both go together. So I'll be around for a few minutes. You can come and talk to me. Otherwise, just pick up one of our flyers. Laura in the back there is waving them around. And we're actually close by as well. Happy to chat with you guys. Bye.
Thank you so much, guys. A massive round of applause. Stage manager keeps giving me that evil eye, so I have to make an announcement at 12. It's just on 12. So if you've signed up for the speed coaching, there should be people at the back to escort you from the campus to the incubus. So that's speed coaching. Please make your way to the back now. And just a reminder of today's hashtag, it's #GoUltra, #CampusLondon. So we're just waiting for the speed coaching people to leave, so please try and hurry that up, and we will get back to the main day.
Okay, can I ask everyone to retake their seats, please? It's not yet a break. Thank you very much. So guys, can you all just take your seats, please, and then we'll resume. If you can all take your... Okay, everyone, just to remind you, we are running to a tight schedule, so please retain your seats and we will continue the program.
And now I'm going to to the stage and she will take you through a quick meditation again. So, Ribu.
How are we doing? Enjoying? Learning? Relaxing? Okay, let's mind ourselves once again. Sit down comfortably. I'm going to do it myself with you. Please settle down, guys, at the back. Okay, feel your feet on the floor. Feel the seat of your chair and close your eyes. Hands gently placed on your thighs. Feel your breath. Might be a bit shallow. Calm down. Notice your breath. Simply notice. Don't work through your breath. Let it work for itself. It will slow down. Simply notice that you're breathing. Feel the air going inside the nose. Expansion in the chest, movement in the stomach, and the air comes out through the nose. Feel the 4 steps involved in your breathing. Air flowing inside the nose, expansion of chest muscles, movement in the stomach, and the air comes out through the nose. Beautiful. It's alright if you have thoughts, feelings, emotions. Don't fight against it. Accept the presence of the distraction and feel the breath. Beautiful. Take a nice deep breath. Fill your lungs with the fresh air. Hold it there. Prepare to come back. And very slowly open your eyes. Give yourself a few seconds to requench, to readjust.
Guys, I know you're all tired and feeling a bit sleepy, but I know you can give a better round of applause. Again, a round of applause. Someone yawning, so like I said, my job is to get your energy back up. So as much as Ruby's getting you calm, I'm going to keep the energy going. So I'm now going to welcome our first guest speaker of the day. And our guest speaker is Shazia Saleem. Now Shazia is the founder of I Eat Foods, the UK's first ethical halal ready meal brand sold in mainstream UK supermarkets. Shazia launched her range of 12 dishes, including pies, pastas and pizzas, for the first time Western food had been available in halal range. In 25 Sainsbury's stores last February and was quickly snapped up by Tesco a couple of months later. IE has since launched 2 ranges and will be in over 230 stores before their 1-year birthday next month, making it the largest ready meal brand launched by a startup in the UK. So in her 11 months of trading, Shazia has picked up 2 national awards, invited by the White House to a roundtable with Vice President Joe Biden on youth entrepreneurship, and was named in the BBC 100 Women for 2014. So please give an ultra welcome to Shazia.
Hi everyone. That introduction makes it all sound quite shiny and like it's been some sort of amazing fairy tale journey, when everyone who's in the food industry or a startup knows that that's far from it. I'm just going to give you a bit more of a real talk introduction. So my name's Shaz. I am the daughter of a mechanic and a factory worker. My dad came here in the 60s with 4 A's in his A levels and the equivalent of £50 in his pocket, and that was it. I grew up in inner city Luton, which had heroin needles on the playground where I went to school. My brother's school used to have riot police outside every day. And one of the best games that I'm still pretty good at is hiding from the bailiffs. I don't know if any of you know it, but it was a game that we played weekly in our household, and we won pretty much all the time. I am dyslexic and dyspraxic, which basically means dyslexic with numbers. And believe it or not, I'm a closet introvert. So talking and being in front of you guys today is actually terrifying. But I did it because I really believe in the app that's being launched, and also Julian's quite persuasive as well. I had my first business when I was 7 years old. So I was in the playground at school, and I got access to very cheap chocolates and sweets, and I started trading them in the playground. So I was year 3. How old are you guys at the front? What year are you in? How old are you? Yeah. 8. Okay. So about your age, right? Year 3, right? So I went to school and I started trading sweets on the playground, and when I came back to school in year 4, the school couldn't control me. So what they did was they opened up a tuck shop to stop me from trading in the playground, right? So I just upped my game, and I started selling trainers, video games, videos, mixtapes, the whole works. To the point that the school actually then ended up giving me, in year 6, a broom cupboard, which I could call my own shop. Right? And they charged me rent, which I'm still not, I still have a bit of anger about that, but they charged me rent. But that was where I first learned my skills, right? That's where I first learned how to do what I needed to do in order to work myself up and out of the situation that I was born into. I had 4 businesses when I was at university. I went on to work for Peter Jones from Dragon's Den, and I had the first eco-resort in Cambodia at the age of 25, which I built from scratch. And now I'm the founder of I Eat Foods, which is the largest ready meal brand launch in UK history. What I thought I'd do is I'd just give 5 sort of tips of why I'm here today and how I've managed to get here today, and then I think we can just open up for questions, if that's okay, because it's probably a lot easier than me lecturing you. So the 5 things as to why I'm here today, I guess, is the first one has always been about intention. You heard it from the guys just now. I found that if you make having yachts and Ferraris and fancy holidays be the thing that you aim for in life, you'll actually never be happy, because you'll never be satisfied with whatever you've got. There's always something more to go after, right? Whereas if you make your intention about taking control of your life and doing good and kind of leaving a legacy and looking after and providing for your family, then wherever you get to, you will always be happy with what you've managed to achieve. And I think that is the key thing that some people get. It's this luxury life, and actually it isn't a lot for the first few years, but even then that shouldn't be your driver. It should always be much more substantial and spiritual than that. So I corrected my intention very early on, and it's about raising the bar in terms of what is ethical in the halal industry in the UK, but also what Muslims are able to eat. So just because you're Muslim, anyone who's Muslim here or has Muslim friends, just because you're Muslim doesn't mean that you eat curry 3 times a day, right? Enough, you could not walk into a supermarket and pick up a lasagna. believe it, it's amazing, right? But you could not do it until you put it on shelf. And so that was always the intention, was about doing something good. And then also we like to aim to sort of launch a charity foundation which supports projects in the UK that comes off the back of the profits from the business. The second reason I think why I'm here today is I sharpened up my content and my personal brand pretty early on. I went to that really rough school at primary school, as I said, and I got a scholarship to go to a very posh ladies' school about 25 miles away from me at high school. To this day, I don't know who it was that paid for me to go to that school. I have no idea. It was an anonymous donor. But when I went to that school, I thought I was going to stay true to my Lewin roots, right? So I used to swear in like every single sentence, and I'd chuck the word "in it" on all the time, and I used to do the thing where you like miss off your T's, so like bar, party, water, Saturday, and thought that was cool. And I'm really glad that a teacher pulled me aside one day and said, you know what, you're actually really smart, but no one is going to take you seriously if you keep talking like that. And so she gave me a jar, and she made me put 5p in it every single time I noticed that I was doing it. By the end of the term, there was like 15 quid there. And it really brought home to me how bad that language had become. And I still talk chill when I'm at home, but it's just learning that there's a time and a place. And actually, it's already hard enough to be taken seriously in business. Looking the way I look, and the age as well, it's incredibly hard. So it's kind of like learning not to give people sticks to hit you with. Like, your content has to be absolutely on point. So I learned everything I needed to learn about the industry that I was getting into. I was the only 14-year-old I know that was reading The Economist. And it just took a lot of time to make sure that when I was on that platform, when I was meeting investors, when I was meeting people like Sainsbury's and Tesco, that they took me seriously because I'd taken time to fix this. The third thing I'd say was I worked out my timing as well. So we heard just now from Jamie and a couple of the others about when was the right time to leave your job. So I was in a pretty cushy job and getting paid really well, and I always get the question, like, when is the right time to leave? You have an idea, when is the right time to make your move? And I liken it to having a jigsaw, which is, you know, when you build a jigsaw, you start with your corner pieces first. For me, getting the corner pieces in place before you leave your job is absolutely key, because without that, you're very likely to fail. So for me, the corner pieces were getting our finances in shape, working out who the team was going to be, working out what the brand proposition was, and developing our supply chain. Once we had those four things, and then in order to get those four things, you kind of get some of the outer frame as well. You then have enough pieces to kind of go after the dream. The idea is not to stay and finish the whole jigsaw, because then you'll most probably be too old to do anything. And in truth, you'll never have all of the pieces in the jigsaw either. But if you have enough pieces, that's the key thing. And for me also, is not jumping in once you've found your one corner piece. And that's a mistake I made in one of my earlier businesses. It took me so long to find a particular supplier that once I found that supplier, I got so excited and I left my job with Peter. Big mistake, because what happens is you quickly come undone in the fact that you don't have your finances, you don't actually know how you're going to sell it, you don't know whether actually there's a market for it, and you'll fall over. And then the risk is that you will fall over and doubt your ability to actually do it, versus actually realizing that the reason why you fell over was because you didn't have enough of the jigsaw pieces in your pocket. So getting your jigsaw pieces in order and working out the timing is key. The fourth thing is actually being an entrepreneur isn't for everyone. It's incredibly lonely, as anyone here who has a startup knows. And there are times where you doubt yourself and doubt your ability to do it. Someone said to me that entrepreneurial success, is really all about how you manage fear. And honestly, it's just like a eureka moment. Like, that is what it comes down to, is managing fear. Because fear can be your biggest driver, or it can be your biggest hurdle. And if you don't know how to manage it properly, it will hold you back. There are times where you come home and I look in the mirror and there's no one else that I can talk to. There's no one else that I can say, this happened and this happened, and they don't know what to do about this. You have to kind of carry that. And as long as you're prepared about that and know that that's what you're entering yourself into, then that's fine. One of the things I've learned to help me deal with that is learning that I need to check my ego at the door. Because you will make yourself lonely if you don't include other people in your journey. and often people don't include themselves because they're having their ego with them. It's like, oh, I can't have this conversation and ask for help because I don't want to look silly, or I don't want to let this person down, or I don't want to seem as if it isn't. I don't know what I'm doing. And actually, checking your ego at the door and asking for help at the right times is probably one of the best ways that you can make sure that your entrepreneurial journey isn't as lonely as it needs to be. And that leads me on to my last point, is making sure that you ask the right people, so developing a really good support network. Again, the entrepreneurs before just said it. One of the best things about a support network I found is that you can choose who is part of it. They don't need to be your mum and dad. You know, if you're not getting the support that you need from your husband, your wife, your parents, your brothers, your sisters, that's fine. You can choose who you make part of your support network. It can be friends, it can be teachers, it can be a gym instructor, it can be anyone. It can be anyone that's in this room. It doesn't matter. You can make it through. You don't even need to meet that person. So for me, one of my examples is someone that didn't even live in today's time. She lived in 6th century Arabia, but she is a role model to me, and is someone that I kind of draw inspiration from whenever I need it. And what I'd like to do is just end then on the reason why I'm here today is because someone said to me the other day that being an entrepreneur is like being a David. You know, we are taking on Sainsbury's, we're taking on Tesco, we're taking on Morrison's, we're taking on Asda, we're taking on all of the big food manufacturers out there. We've taken on death threats from the EDL, all sorts, right? We are taking on so many people, and it is like a little David, you know, going out there and kind of fighting against the odds. And I love it. I really love what I do every single day. But in order to take on Goliath this world, we need tools. And the app that's being launched today is a great tool, and you need as many tools as you can get. So we are a room full of Davids, and I hope that by taking on these tools that we'll turn into a room full of Davids who win against the Goliaths. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Very inspirational talk. So I'll open the questions out to the audience. If you guys have any questions for Shazia?
What did you study at university, and do you feel it helps you on your entrepreneurial journey?
Oh, do I say the politically correct answer or the honest answer?
Be very honest.
I studied economics at Warwick, which is probably one of the best places in the UK to study economics. If I'm being really honest, I probably wouldn't be able to help an economics GCSE student out right now. I learned about business from running 4 businesses alongside studying, and that is what really helped me. Now, I'm not saying don't go to university. Actually, university is a really great test bed if you want to be an entrepreneur, because you've got a captive audience right on your doorstep. I mean, I went to uni with 20 grand, I came out of it with 230, because we had a captive audience. You know, you can test stuff out, you don't have to worry. I shouldn't say this all the time. You don't have to worry about taxes, and also you can fail, and it's okay. You know, it's okay. It's a really great place to kind of test out your ideas, to learn some skills. It's what you make out of university is the really important thing, rather than the actual electrical stuff itself. Is what I found. But that's why not.
Any more questions?
You said you started at 7. So what kept you going from that age?
Good question. So just to repeat that for those at the back, the question was, you said you started at 7. What kept you going at such a young age?
That's really good. How old are you?
12.
You're 12. Okay. So when I started at 7, I remember the reason why I started. Sometimes people, I've heard stories where they say they started because they wanted a pair of trainers and they couldn't afford to get them and all that kind of stuff. I started because we couldn't afford our gas bill. And I remember wanting to help like so much. My mum worked 3 jobs, my dad worked 2, my brother who's 10 years older than me basically raised me, and we needed money to pay the gas bill. And so I started trading, and very quickly made that money up. And seeing the happiness that brought my parents, and seeing the happiness and ease at which some of the stuff that I could do contributed to the household, it meant that sometimes mom didn't have to go to work on Saturday. Right? It meant that sometimes dad could take us to school in the mornings. That was really an amazing thing for me to kind of keep going, and knowing that I was good at what I was doing as well. And it was also quite fun, like when the school tried to stop me from doing what I wanted to do, just to kind of like try and see if I could beat them a bit. And really it becomes addictive after a while. But the thing I will say to you is, it's going back to the first point, is make sure that it's always about doing good stuff and not about buying the latest iPhone and doing all that, because that's not really what this is about. This is about doing good, kind of helping a family, and making sure that there's always a kind of an ethical arm to what you're trying to do as well.
Any more questions from the audience? Take one at the back first. Yeah, that's it.
On your third point, you said about working out your cornerstones and getting that system ready before you quit your job and stuff. One of the things I've realised is obviously being in your job per se and taking that leap, you always think to yourself, oh, I need to make sure I've got enough money, like you said, finances and the rest of it. But the truth of it is, do you ever really have enough to be able to kind of confidently take that leap, and what advice would you give regarding that, crossing that bridge?
Yeah, it's really scary. I remember being in that decision point, and I've got it wrong as well. I've got it wrong before. It is a really scary thing. What I would do is work out how much money you need to live for the time that you think it will take you to get money, and then double that time. And if you can still survive, then you're probably alright. But the reason why I say double it is because often things take so much longer than you think, right? So much longer than you think. And what you don't want to do is have left. Say that you think, okay, I've got enough money to last me 6 months, right? And actually it's going to take a year. What you don't want to do is get to the 6 month point, and then you're kind of stuck in the middle of nowhere. You're kind of like, well, I need another 6 months worth of money, and I'm 6 months away from having a job, so I can't really go back. So I'm kind of halfway down the line, and then you're in a really odd predicament. So try and work out how much it is, and then double it. And if you can still do it, then you've probably got enough. And I'll do that with all of your numbers. Just like Peter used to tell me that too. Peter Jones was like, basically take your sales revenue and halve it, and take your costs and double it. And if you've still got business at the end, then you're pretty good shape. And it's so true.
We'll just take one at the front and the last one at the back.
Yeah, sorry, the question is like for young people who come from like a kind of disenfranchised background.
Sure.
You said at a certain stage you awarded a scholarship, and it sent you into a situation where teachers were able to tell you about your content and how to manage yourself. Would you say that was the major contributing factor to you scaling your business in that type of way? And if that is the case, what would you suggest for young people who don't probably get that chance to get that level of education?
Brilliant question. I think I still had my hustle, because I got that in when I was 7, like in the hood, right? So like it was, I think for me it was kind of, I always had that. What the school that I went to did was teach me things that I probably wouldn't have learned otherwise. And what it also did was had someone invest in me. What that teacher did when she told me what she said was she was investing in me. And you may get that from a private school, you may not. And actually, the role that we have as adults with young people around us is that we have to invest in the young people around us. Like, we have to do it, because can you imagine how difficult it is for them, and how difficult it was for us. Trying to get someone to take us seriously is really hard, and it's so easy to kind of turn a blind eye and kind of go, well, they're young, they'll grow out of it eventually. But actually, she was quite ruthless with me, because she saw the potential. And if there's anyone in here that can see potential in a young person, you have to be quite firm with them and show them what they're able to achieve. If they're able to instill some discipline, and we have to be those people that step up if they don't have access to it otherwise.
How did you get your IT brand listed into the multiple supermarkets, and what was the USP?
Correct. Brilliant question. So the USP is actually we were the first ever halal ready meal that does Western food, right? There isn't anyone else out there that does it. So you could, before we came along, you could not buy a shepherd's pie, a lasagna, spaghetti bolognese, just normal everyday ready meals in a supermarket that was made for Muslims. 3 million Muslims in the UK. Everyone thought that we ate samosas, and it was bizarre, right? How we got it into the supermarkets came down to networking. It came down to a contact that we had that we met and developed a relationship with, that was the ex-ready meals buyer at Marks and Spencer's, who could then introduce us to someone at Sainsbury's, who then introduced us to the right team at Sainsbury's. And that's a really big thing in terms of one of the things I said about support networks, is getting the right people to advise you and to support you, and going along to stuff like networking events. I hate networking. As an introvert, I absolutely hate it. Like, it seems so fake, and you know, I'm really nervous about meeting people, but I do it because you never really know when the right connection is going to come along. Someone said to me that networking is like collecting dots on your card, and you never know when, if or when you're going to connect those dots next week, next month, next year, it doesn't matter. But you won't make those connections unless you collect the dots in the first place. And it was one of those connections that we made actually quite a few years ago that I didn't realize at the time was going to be worthwhile until it eventually got into that. And the other thing I would say with networking is it isn't just about collecting business cards and keeping up a very superficial relationship. It's actually about taking the time to build relationships with people, because at some point when you do need them, it comes across a lot better if you've taken the time to kind of build something with them and actually maybe even help them as well before you go in and ask for something. So and that's how it happened with Sainsbury's. There were lots of strategies as to how to get hold of a buyer. One that James Averdick does, who's the founder of Goo, said always target them at 1:45, because they've just come back from their lunch, but they're not willing to sort of start doing their afternoon work yet, so they're just kind of milling around at their desk, and it's a really good time to get them on the phone. I mean, that might work, but really for us it was always about connections. It always makes it so much easier if you go in knowing someone that knows someone that's able to recommend you than if you go in cold.
Thank you so much for your time, Shazia. Introduce our second guest speaker of the day, and our second guest speaker is David McQueen. Now, David is an international speaker, host, and presenter who works with some of the top companies in the private and third sector. A narrator and storyteller, he enjoys speaking to and empowering audiences all over the world with strategies on how to better communicate within and outside of the workplace. So please give a massive ultra welcome to David McQueen.
How long do I have? 12 minutes? 12? 15? Oh, sorry, excuse me. Okay, 15? 14. Okay, hi everybody, how you doing? Just wave at me, please. Makes me feel good. Where's Julian? I can't see it, man. Okay, because Julian forced me to be here. I'm going to keep it real. He's a good friend of mine, but it's a pleasure to be here. So I'm going to give you 4 tips. I want you to write down, because I'm not giving you no questions at the end. I'm telling you now straight up. I'm going to give you everything I have so you have no doubt to ask questions. If you do want to ask me questions afterwards, I'm available online at David McQueen on Twitter, or you can go to davidmcqueen.co.uk, davidmcqueen.com or davidmcqueen.co.uk. Ask me a question there. And the only reason I say this is because when I'm done, I'm going to go up to Leeds afterwards. So I'm only around for about half an hour-ish, but I'm going to knock out as much as I can now. How many of you will come up here and do what I'm doing right now? How many would do it on stage? How many would do it? Okay, that's a good, healthy. How many of you would do it if you had to? How many of you like, hell no, I ain't going up there, your mum? How many do that? Okay, all right. So here's the thing. I want to talk to you about confidence as an entrepreneur. And there's one thing that I want to tell you that a lot of people don't tell you. In order to be successful in business, you need to be a little bit crazy. Okay? A lot of people won't tell you that, and you'll go to all these lovely entrepreneurial meetings. People go, it's really nice, and then they show you the person who made $6 million and turning around $1 billion company. And I'm going to tell you now, you've got to be a bit crazy. And those guys who make the billion and billions and millions, okay, they tend to be the exceptions to the rule. If you want to make 50 grand a year, that's fine. If you want to be a solopreneur, or whatever they call the kind of phrases they give these days, if you want to be on your own, that's fine. Whatever you want to do, just have enough confidence in being who you are. So I'm going to give you 4 tips. Write it down now. So just in case you have narcolepsy and fall asleep really quickly, let me give you a quick summary. Here's the first one. You've got to be confident in yourself. Secondly, you've got to be confident in your product or service. Thirdly, you've got to be confident in your people who are around you. And fourthly, you've got to be confident in your success. Okay? So I'm going to go through those as quickly as I can. I speak fast. Okay, so you have to write down or draw really fast, but it's going in your subconscious anyway, and when you're dreaming tonight, you're going to be thinking of this chocolate boy wonder while you're sleeping. So, Here we go, first one. Be confident in yourself. A lot of people say they don't want to come up here and speak. I used to work with that gentleman over there a little while back, okay? It's a small world. And we used to work with young people, helping them to be able to speak in public. Now, one of the things I realized, a lot of people are afraid of speaking in public. And what's the worst that could happen if you spoke in public here? What's the worst? You forget what you're going to say, you get embarrassed. The worst that could happen is that you die. Here's the good news. If you die, you don't have to give the presentation because you're dead. But the reality is that if you've got a story to tell, and it's who you're about, you should never be afraid of that. Now, as I said, I know Shazia, we were speaking before, we met a number of years back, and it's quite interesting to see what her journey is. And I've always admired her for her confidence because she has a real self-determination about what she wants to do. Like her, myself, I started when I was in school. How many of you remember flares? How many of you remember flares? Okay? And if you're in denial, because I'm 45, I know, okay. But I'm 45, and for those of you who are in denial about flares, let me break it down for you who don't know, especially for the younger ones. It was a pair of trousers that used to have where a third of the material came here, and then 2/3 just came out underneath like that. I used to have a pair of flares, and because I was growing up, I was actually too tall, so they actually raised above my ankle. My friends used to call me Noah. They said my trousers were so high, I was preparing for the floods, okay? Not only that, all right, I wanted a pair of Adidas Gazelles, but mum and dad, they were working hard, they couldn't afford Adidas Gazelles, so my mum used to take me to Curtis, or Freeman, Hardy and Willis, okay? Some of you young people might know Shoe Zone, okay? Don't hate on Shoe Zone, you'll grow out of it eventually, okay? If you want to be an entrepreneur. So my mum would go to Curtis, and instead of buying me Adidas, because I said to my mum, Mum, I want Adidas. She said, Adi who? I said, Adidas, Mum. She would go in and she'd pick up any trainers that had stripes on it. My friends used to call me Adidas 4-stripe, okay? Adidas 4-stripe and Noah. So I decided, you know what, to be honest with you, I could cuss people there, but I thought, let me get another way of being able to deal with this. So I decided to set up my own tuck shop. I didn't realize it was illegal until the headmaster pulled me into the office. And he said, you know, David, you're a very good student, you know, a lot of kids look up to you, but selling that stuff. And when I heard that, where I'm from, I'm originally from Harlesden and from North London, and I grew up in, and when we hear the phrase, oh, I heard you were selling, that has a different connotation. and I said, no, I wasn't. And they said, no, I heard you were selling food. And I said, yes. What it was is the local shopkeeper, because we couldn't go out a break when you were younger, year 7, 8, and 9, or back in the day, year 1, 2, and 3, okay? Keep it real. You couldn't go out. So I was able to sell food in school. And I remember the headmaster said, okay, look, we've already got a tuck shop, but you can go and sell some stuff. And I learned very quickly from McDonald's. You know, whenever you go to McDonald's, they're always trying to sell you another thing. You know, you want a drink there, you want some chips with that, there's some chips on a burger with that. They're always trying to upsell you. Actually, let me give a quick tip about McDonald's, because I work there. When you go in and you get a fizzy drink, tell them you don't want any ice in it. And then they have to fill it up to the top and then ask you for 2 ices. It's nice. So I was able to sell it, and very quick story, I made $4,000 in a month. And they shut me down because I was too successful. But I learned a really good lesson there, that if you know what your need is, if you know, and by the way, I've got a new pair of trousers, I've got waffles, okay? And I've got myself some nice shoes as well. But it was really interesting to learn that if you're really hungry about being able to be successful, you have to be confident in you. You've got to be confident in you. Now, I know Shazia says she doesn't like networking. I love networking. I love meeting people, and I love being able to have conversations with people, see where they're coming from. It's good, because again, you never know who you're going to meet. Through networking, I got to meet Sir Richard Branson. I got to interview Sir Richard Branson through people that I met through my network. Through network, I've been able to mentor a lot of people fantastic. Through networking, I met Julian, who put on this fantastic event and is launching this app. And I think it's a way of being able to connect. And to be honest with you, social media is a great way. I'm sure there's some people in the room who I can look in the room now and I'm saying, I haven't necessarily met them face to face, but I'm sure I've seen them on social media, on Twitter or Facebook. I'm not stalking you, I'm just telling you that I've seen you there, okay? And it's important to know that you can build those mutual relationships. Like, for example, you go on LinkedIn, and a lot of people just click and they say, since you're a trusted friend, I want to add you to my network. I'm like, I don't know you, reject. I'm sorry, I'm harsh. If you then send me a thing saying, hi, David, I see the work you do and I'm interested in what you do and I'd love to be able to connect with you or have a conversation, I'll accept it. Okay? But if you don't understand the common courtesy it takes to have a conversation with people, how are you going to make a lasting relationship? That's a bad impression. Let me give you a really quick tip. How many of you find it awkward to leave a conversation? Sometimes you're in a conversation with somebody, it's quite awkward how to leave it. How many of you in that situation? So let me give you a really quick tip how to do that. What you do is you shake their hand, you say, very nice to meet you, take care. That's it. And everybody's panicking, like you stand up in the room and you're holding your drink and you're talking and you feel awkward and you don't want, well, you go, I'm going to the toilet. How many times a night can you go to a toilet to exit the conversation? People are looking at you and before they introduce, they say, well, look, don't worry, he has a bit of bladder issues before you talk to him. Don't be embarrassed. No one's going to be hurt if you leave the conversation. They're not going to go home, paint their room black and start listening to weird music. It's okay. Leave the conversation. Be confident in who you are. And so this moves me on to the second point. Okay? Being confident in your product. If you have an idea or a product, it's great to have the idea, but someone's got to buy it. And don't give it away for free. I'm going to say that now. If you're going into business, stop giving away your product for free. Because some people think, let me give it away for free and then somebody will come and pay for it. Stop giving away your product for free. Free don't pay the bills. The people who give away stuff for free have already started to make money. And what they do when they give it for free is to entice you in as part of the marketing. Get a discount, get this one free, sign up to my email list, get this report for free. Boom, you're on their email list. See Twitter? A lot of people go on Twitter and Facebook and LinkedIn and they go, oh, it's free. It's not free because you are the product. Let me break it down to you. Because eventually you are the person that will go and evangelize. That's how they're going to make their advertising. Do not give away your product or your service for free. Have enough confidence that the amount of effort and energy that you put into making that thing in value, you can sell it even if for a minimal amount. And I learned that lesson the hard way. Okay? I charge several thousand to speak. I'm not charging now because Julian's my friend and he's going to give me a ride in his Range Rover. It's all good, okay? But the reality is that I know that when you are investing in a service, and again, I say, I can build my business so that I can do certain things for free. It's important for you to not give away if you're confident in what you do, you will not give it away for free. So if you're giving a service, I'm going to tell you now, if you're anybody in the crowd giving away a service, do not charge less than £400 a day for your service. Why? Why would you charge less than that? If you're good at what you do, hold your value. Own your value. Be confident enough that your product is enough to take you to the next place. You don't have to be a millionaire. But make sure that you know that people will pay the value for it. Because I'm telling you now, okay, let me give you an example. I'm going to give you an example. I know some film, I don't care. My wife will cuss me for giving away my price, but I'm going to do it anyway, okay? And my wife is my boss, I'm keeping it real. Alright, so here's the thing. I went out and I went onto a speech and I was feeling good because it was an international speech and they said, so how much are you charging, David, to go and speak for the hour for this audience? I said, it's £4,000. And they said, okay. And I was like, why did they come back so quick? Maybe it's 6,000, you know? I said 4,000. I signed it off and I felt good and I walked and I went onto the stage and there was a celebrity on stage. And that celebrity was charging £25,000 to speak on the stage. And they were chatting. Children, they were chatting rubbish. Just remember I have children in front of me, I thought it was just adults. They were talking rubbish. 25 grand. Why? Because they could own that space. And all I'm saying to you guys, it's really important for you to have that confidence in what you're doing. Seriously, if I can't say nothing else, if you've got a product or you've got a service, no matter if you're trying it in the market, if you think it's worth it, charge a fee for it. Because it's your value. You've done sweat, tears, blood, time, all that kind of stuff to get there. Own your value. If you give it away for free, you will always have problems making sure that people... You know what, I'll give you an example. So I went and I spoke for an event with my friend. I said, look, you're a good friend of mine, I know you're doing this thing, don't go and tell anybody that I'm doing this for free. She went and told a couple of people, oh, Dave, you got David up, you did it for me for free. And I said, why are you telling me that? Because then they called me and they said, oh, I heard you can do it for me for free because you did it for my friend. And I said, no, I didn't, because you're my friend. You ain't my friend. This is how much it costs. So I'm saying to you, be very, very, very own and be very confident about your product, because if you're confident about your product, people will buy into you. If you're not confident, why should anybody come to your service? Really honest. Fourth one, be confident in the, did I say people?
Yeah.
What's the third? Did I just say fourth? Yeah. So you're all listening, that's very good. I messed up really, okay, all right. So the third one is your people, be confident in your people. Now, I work with my wife, okay? I've been with my wife now, we've been together for 27 years, okay? She's really lucky to have me, and I am incredibly blessed to have her. But we've been together, she's seen me through the ups and downs. She saw me when I lost my whole business and had to sell my house. Had to sell my house, let me show you how deep it is. Had to sell my house, okay? I was so broke, I owed myself money, okay? Had to sell my house and start all over again. But here's what I found, what really took me through this, is I had people around me who were really great supporters. People who would tell me when I messed up. People who would tell me when I'm wrong. People who would tell me, Dave, this is not going to work, but this can work, and not being afraid to tell you that. And I think it's important to have people around you who can tell you the truth to your face, tell you that, Dave, that haircut don't look good. I tell my friends, I'm straight up, I go, look, them clothes don't look right. You need to take that weave back to the shop. You need to go and get a new fade, all right? It doesn't look right. I tell you because I love them and I'm going to tell them straight, okay? And if I can't tell you straight, I ain't your friend. And if you can't tell me straight, you ain't my friend. And it's important to have people around you because there are going to be days when the, oh God, I've got to remember children are here. There are going to be days when the proverbial doo-doo hits the fan, okay? It's going to be tough sometimes. And it's going to hit. I'm a dad, so I have to remember.
They won't repeat what you say.
No, I'm just making sure I'm a dad because I'm a, all right? So sometimes it's going to be down. Listen, I'm motivational. I'm going to tell you this. But at some days where I got 2 daughters, 17 and 12, all right? And sometimes they will upset me. And I'm in my room, and they knock on the door, and they're like, Dad, can I come in? I go, leave me. I'm in my bed, bring me up some sandwich, please, and some juice, but don't come in the room, because I just want to be in my room, I want to be left alone. And I can hear them outside go, Daddy wants cave time, you want cave time. And as motivational as I am, sometimes I just want to be down, I don't want nobody to cheer me up. I don't want you to send me no motivational stuff on Twitter. Get lost, That's the truth. Let's be honest, and let me tell you something, I'm going to be really honest with you. People are not as happy as they say they are on Facebook, on Twitter. They're not as employed as they say they are on LinkedIn. They're not as pretty as they try to make out they are on Instagram. It's lies, okay? We always find them, oh, today I'm going to UltraAcademy and I'm going to be ultra fantastic. You lie! You just about got the money for the Oyster card to get here. Keep your head up here. Let's be honest. People say you got to fake it till you make it. I don't believe in that. Don't fake it. Be yourself 100%. Be 100%. If you've got to fake it, the amount of energy you've got to remember a lie or fake, no. But recognize that having those people around you, having confident people around you, make them. So you know what? If it's about good relationships, as I said with my wife has been my my confidant, my beautiful. Oh, I can just. Yeah, okay. I'm a beautiful woman, love her to death. Married 20 years this year, okay. I love that woman till I'm dying. But she has been my rock, my constant rock, absolute rock. My best friend. My other friends around me, absolutely fantastic. I mentor about 10 people a year, okay. I selectively have 10 people a year. I actually have to turn away about 20 people for mentoring, and I specifically think if you can do that, mentor other people. If you can't find a mentor, start your own mastermind group. What does that mean? Get a number of fellow people around who have got similar ideas, and you guys go together for a breakfast or a lunch or a dinner, sit down around the table and discuss the issues you have around your business and see how you can help each other. You don't always have to go out to the big ones. Sometimes I went to some big time mentors who had money, built big businesses, and you know what? They turn out to be the worst people ever. So really selectively find out who those mentors are, but create that network of really good people. I'm nearly done, honestly, I promise, okay? The last one I'm going to say to you is about systems. Here's what I want to recommend to you guys. If you want to run a business and that business to be good, and take it from somebody who's lost 2 businesses, who lost 6 figures from a business, and then turn around and had to start building back up again, let me give you some real good advice. You have to have a system. If you're not good at managing your personal money, you are not going to manage the finances in your business. I'm going to tell you that to your face. I'm going to look you right in your eye. If you cannot manage your own personal money, if you're paying your credit card bill late, if you're not keeping up with payments on your mortgage, if you are in debt, you are not going to manage your business properly. I will tell you that and look you in your face. From 20 odd years of experience of mentoring and working with people, I've seen it time and time again. And you know what? I had to learn it myself. All them things you want out on hire purchase and you want to go out there and get all that stuff. No, manage your money so that it works for you. So if you have a rainy day, and it rains a lot in England, at least you know you've got some money set aside. If you want to be able to step out into business and you're working, don't go out into business unless you've got at least 6 months worth of savings that can carry you for your salary. I will tell you that straight up. 6 months worth of savings. Just like Shazia said as well, make sure you have systems in place. Good financial systems. Go online and get whatever the accounting system is. Get a good accountant. Make sure you have operations in place. Know how you're going to deal with your staff. Know how your products people are going to reach out to your products. Know how you're going to market yourself. But have those systems in place. Let me give you a couple of books that I'm going to recommend to you. Write this down really quickly. Get the book, The E-Myth. If you can get the book, The E-Myth, it's one of the greatest books that I have been able to recommend personally. One of the greatest books I can recommend. The E-Myth is a fantastic book about running your business as a system. If you have to turn up for your business is running you, and not the other way around. If you don't have a system in place, if you have to be there for your business, okay, you're self-employed, you're not running a business. Tell you to your face. I know it's a bit harsh, but I love you deeply, okay? But you have to be able to have that in place. Young people, You treat that. If you ever want to run your business, go for it. You ain't got no mortgage, you ain't got no relationship, you ain't got no worries, you ain't got no stress. Yeah, yes. You running one? You all three run a business? I mean, sorry. Sorry. For those of you who didn't understand that colloquialism. Okay, fantastic. You all three. Okay, I'm going to do something, okay? I don't do this. I'm going to mentor all of you. Wow. So, talk to mum, dad, whatever adult. We will get something going. Every month I will check in on you to make sure that you guys are doing for the rest of this year. Is that cool?
4 of my children.
4? That's you. They're bringing the 4th one now as well. That's fine. Okay, so I'm done. I'm done, because I got done. Sorry, I get really excited about this because I want to see you all to be really successful. Here's one of the things I want to say to you. Be confident in who you are. You are all magnificent. You are all special people. Okay, you've all got friends. If you haven't got any friends, add me onto it. I'll be your friend, okay? But you're all incredible people. Here's what you need to do. Believe in yourself. Believe in your product. Believe that you are worth it. Believe that when you go out there, when you do that, don't be going in, give you a really quick, I'm almost done, right? Really quick. You know something? Here's what I do. If you've got a price in your head, and somebody, so let's say for example, if you're a consultant or you've got a product, if you've got a price in your head, how many of you do consulting or any kind of service or what have you that? I'll say to quite a few of you, okay? Here's a little bit of advice I want to give you. If you've got a price in your head, and somebody asks you, what's your price? Always give them a higher amount. So somebody goes, how much is it? And you go, well, my fee is 2,000. You know it's really 1,200. You go, 2,000. They go, oh man, well our budget was only 1,500. You go, okay, I can accommodate for that, okay? If you start low, you're always going to get pushed down. Start to the top, own your value, because you probably know you're worth 2,000, but because of confidence, you're like, oh, I don't know if anybody's going to be able to buy that from me. But have that confidence and have those people around you and read and learn and all the time making sure that you are taking yourself to the next level. All right? I'm done.
Give away your knowledge for free, but charge for your expertise. So I definitely agree with that. Just really, really quickly.
Yes. You want some
Open
questions?
up some questions.
Oh yeah, that's cool. That's fine.
What was the second book?
No, I'm not talking to you because I know you're ready.
I just want to know the second book. What was the second book?
Did I only give you one?
Yeah.
The Magic of Thinking Big. The Magic of Thinking Big by David Schwartz. The Magic of Thinking Big. Oh, there's a third one. The Lean Startup. Yeah? The Lean Startup, The Magic of Thinking Big, and E-Myth. Okay. Yes. Yes.
I'm going to be a devil's advocate here.
I don't mind.
I run 2 small businesses.
Yes.
To start them off, I gave away my product for free.
Yes.
And it was been the best marketing technique I've ever used.
Okay. I'm happy for you. No. I don't mean that sarcastic. I'm happy for you, but I still, personally, I honestly don't believe, unless you know that you've got a pipeline, and unless you know that you've got, and again, it can work differently. I'm just being general. It can work differently. But I think that if you have something of value, that value is worth the price. If you can afford to give it away for free and it builds up a market, by all means, go for it. But in my first instance, I would also say, if you have something of value, just because you're giving it away for free, someone down the road will charge for it. Don't be the one who loses out onto the customer who's charging down the road for it. That's all. But kudos to you, and Twitter me later so I can find out who it is, and I'm more than happy to spread the word about your business. Is that all right?
Awesome, thank you.
Okay. Yes.
As a parent with
Yes.
children that run their various businesses,
Yes.
What would your advice be to me with managing that?
My own daughter just set up her own production company, my oldest one, and she told me, I want you to manage things there, but I'm doing it, whatever. Okay, the key thing I think is important is time management and cash management. Because all that kind of stuff around the contracts and opening up the bank account, all that kind of stuff will obviously end up with you. They can't do it. The bank still won't allow them to do it until they reach about 16.
18.
But if can get 16 now.
Really?
Is it 16? Because there's a lot of pushback on it now.
Because when we checked, they said to nature, he has to be 18. And he was like,
or what you do is, I don't know, let me tell you after. I'm going to give you my number anyway, so we'll talk afterwards. Was there one more? Or am I done? We'll off the stage. One more?
I just wanted to make a point about, we can't deny that you're a very, very confident person, but I just wanted to make the point that confidence is not one of those things that you're just born with. So it's not people either have it or you don't.
Yeah.
You can work on improving your confidence. So just to give a quick kind of takeaway tip on something they can implement today.
Okay. So some of you are confident who are introvert. Who's an introvert in here? Raise your hand if you're introvert. Ha, you're not because you raised your hand. Okay, right. Okay, now seriously, I know that some people are introvert, some people are extrovert. Some of the most introvert people have got the loudest noises on social media. They're proper forceful, okay? But that's where some confidence comes. It comes over time, it comes over practice. Let me share something really quick with you. I remember when I was growing up, my mum said to me, and I told them off about this afterwards, but they said to me, you know, David, you've got to work twice as hard as a white person in order to be able to succeed. That was something they told me. And I really rejected that, because I ain't starting from a point of negativity. I ain't looking at somebody because they're white or they're brown and going, I've got to work harder than you. Hell no! I'm going to work as just even less than you, I'm going to make more money than you. I don't care who you are. But here's what it is, and here's a key thing. Never feel that your gender, your race, your beliefs will stop you from getting to where you are. Surround yourself with people who believe in you and you believe in them and you take it to the next level. Here's what confidence is. It's making mistakes and learning from them. It's making mistakes and celebrating successes and learning from them. It's something that happens time and time and time again. The amount of mistakes that I've made as a speaker, and I still do, but it's something that comes over time. So here's what confidence is. It's that sense of belief in you, but also making sure that you have people around that believe in you as well, that help to take you to the next level. I'm done. Let me go.
That's great. The hashtags for today, if I haven't bored you enough already, is #GoUltra, #CampusLondon. Now we're moving on nicely to our lunch hour, where Julian will be at the back signing his books. Also, just wanted to let you know there will be a special edition of Julian's book, so do go and check that out. A couple of other announcements I wanted to make is, in terms of food, we have meat, veg and vegan dishes, and they are served at the back for a small amount of money. I don't know what the cost is. And for the VIPs, we have free holistic massages happening all day from a company called Just Touch One. I don't know what they'll be touching, but it's called Just Touch One. So do please feel free to check those guys out as well. And just really, really quickly, I want to just call up Belinda to the stage, who will just say a few words. So, Belinda.
Hello everyone! Hi! David, I'm an introvert. I didn't really expect to make any speeches today, but just to let you know, I am one of the general managers and the coordinators of today's event for Julian. We are we're literally running around for Julian today. Hopefully you haven't noticed me. But I just wanted to say, UltraAcademy is about you. All the individuals that are here today, and I don't want to say behind your businesses, but it's really important to engage with you and your personalities and what you're about before we focus on your business. So, if anyone would like Julian to contact them after today's event, if you want to engage with him today for a couple of minutes and have a talk after 4 when he does his unveiling, please come and talk to me, okay? I'm approachable. Give me your cards, anything that you need, and I'll take all your details, okay? And that's all I need to say.
Brilliant, thank you. Do mingle, network, exchange business cards. You don't know, like people were saying earlier, you don't know who you will meet today and how that will affect your future. So, yeah. Okay, and there are free green smoothies at the front. So on that note, not on that note. On meditation. On that note, Ribu will come and calm you down one more time before we break for lunch.
Your attention please, your attention please. Thank you.
Are we here? Do we need mind you once again? Do we? People at the back, please settle down. Okay, I'm going to give you an option now. Do you want to continue with the usual practice of mind you that we've been doing since morning today, or do you want to take it to the next level now? Next level. Next level? Okay, excellent. That would require all of us to stand up, please.
Mindful while standing. Please empty your hands. You will need both your hands. If we talk about human anatomy, tips of the fingers, they are very rich with nerve endings. And that's why they say they are very, very rich in energy flow. So what we are going to do is we are going to join our hands to create a circuit of the energy. It may not make any sense to you. I don't want you to believe what I'm saying, but get into the practice, regular practice, and feel it for yourself. Close your eyes. Let go of the control of your shoulder muscles. Let go the tension. Join your hands properly so that you feel the touch of your palm. Close your eyes. Feel your breath. The inhale and the exhale. Let your mind wander in the background. It would. And it's fine. Simply notice your breath. Nice and easy flow of air in and out of your nose as you breathe in and breathe out. Feel your feet on the floor, nice and grounded, holding you strong there. Feel the breath once again. And prepare to return. Very slowly open your eyes. Give yourself a moment to readjust. Come back to the wakeful state and enjoy your lunch.
We're back at 2 o'clock, guys, so that's 2 o'clock back here. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, would you mind taking your seats again? We're about to start. Thank you very much.
Okay guys, if you'd like to take your seats, there are a few seats available at the front, so do make your way down to the front. Okay guys, how was lunch? Great. Oh, that was so poor. So lunch wasn't that good then. How was lunch? I think you're offended. I think you're offended, you guys. How was lunch? Great. There we go. So are you guys ready for Dragon's Den UltraAcademy style? Basically what's going to happen is some people are going to come up on stage and they're going to pitch their ideas to our panel of investors, and they'll have 7 minutes to do so. Then the investors will then have 7 minutes to also give their feedback. So each person will come up, pitch their idea, and receive feedback. So it's going to be quite concise, and we're keeping an eye on the time this time, so we're going to try and be as punctual as possible. But before I begin, I want to introduce you guys to our panel of investors. So to begin, we have Lex Deep, and Lex is the founder and managing partner of Q Ventures, a vetted global network of sophisticated investors supported by an online platform. He has founded ventures in technology, hospitality, and finance, and worked with both private and government groups connected to entrepreneurial. You understood what I said. He's been awarded Young Entrepreneur of the Year by EN Magazine and Banking and Financial Services Provider of the Year for Q Ventures. So round of applause for Lex. Next on the panel we have Pippa Watmel. Okay, so she is a private equity specialist and former lawyer who's been working in the private equity industry for over a decade. She currently runs PE Consulting, a company which focuses on offering a single point source of advice for structuring presentation and legal establishment of investment vehicles and opportunities. So prior to this, she worked on the investment committee of a family office, reviewing venture capital opportunities for private equity investment in a variety of spheres. Pippa has also worked on the other side of the coin in a nascent business, assisting with their strategy and growth from the inside. So round of applause for Pippa. Our next investor on the panel is Barry Garner, and Barry is the founder of iBuddy and various other technology companies. He's an entrepreneurial spirit who has already had success in running multiple companies over the past 14 years, and was the pioneer in the early stages of the domain name industry, whereby he created the first ever domain parking platform here in the UK, along with various other algorithms and technologies that generated millions of revenue for his business and large blue chip clients such as Yahoo Inc., 123 Red, and Media Inc. by monetising websites. A massive round of applause for Barry. Shall I use the mic? Can you guys hear me? I thought my voice was loud enough. Did you hear any of that? I'll give them an opportunity to say who they are as well if they like. Okay, and the last but not least is Alan Hamilton. He managed the high growth of technology-based companies to exit, including restructuring, mergers, debt, VC funding, and trade sale, benefiting from a dual base in London and North America. He has established profitable businesses and turned around product-based companies by focusing on market drivers and good revenue generation. So please give a massive round of applause to our investors. So I'm going to kickstart this pitching by introducing the first two dragons on stage. Now they go by the names of Lena Robinson and Carl Goodwin, so they have exactly 7 minutes, and we will be keeping an eye on the time. So if you guys would just like to take the stage.
Are we on?
Yeah.
Can you hear us?
Hear us? Yeah. Fantastic. Hi everyone, hope we're all well. My name is Kyle Goodwin. I'm the founder, the managing director and the managing editor at Drafted magazine. There we go.
Tech was always going to be our thing today. I'm Lena Robinson. I'm the commercial director for Drafted magazine. I've got in the UK alone 12 years of doing business development and basically pitching in big agency background, media, publishing and advertising. And I've been in boardrooms with people like big global brands like Burberry, Mondelez, and people like them, who have been sitting there scratching their heads, having a lot of conversations around how do they match up traditional publications with the things that are happening in the digital world. And there's a lot of questions been going on about how do they marry those two things up in a very seamless way to give engaging content as well as opportunities from an advertising perspective. And the interesting thing was I started up a separate business earlier on last year, but came across these guys at Drafted and saw here was the answer that everybody that I've been engaging with, the answer that everybody's been looking for in Drafted magazine, which Carl's now going to talk to you about.
So when we first founded the company in December 2012, our aim was to explore different avenues to link print and digital media in ways that are both user-friendly and easily accessible. And what we've created here is a print publication which is very similar to being on a website. And although you can hold the magazine in your hands and flick through its pages, it has many of the same attributes as actually being online. So when we first put our business model together, the first thing we did was strike up a media tech partnership with the augmented reality company Blipper, who have gone on to globally become the leaders of the augmented reality field. Now, through their free app, you can hold your smartphone or tablet over selected features throughout the magazine and watch the page come to life, with the page itself actually becoming a portal to the digital world. So I'd like to show you guys a quick demonstration here. We've tested all the tech earlier today, so if we all cross our fingers, hopefully it will go nice and smoothly. So, first example I'd like to show you is a cover feature that we ran on the popular magician Dynamo, which I'm sure many of you have probably heard of to some degree. Now, 1 second. This is going to be really cool when it happens. Everything that's happening on the screen is going to be showing on behind us here.
We did test this earlier, of course it's not going to work.
There you go. No. Okay, so this is the actual Flipper feature here itself. Now, once you open the Flipper app, you can see there it's just going about everything that's in the room. Now, give me 1 second. Sorry, apologies here. Phone's just locked. There you go. Okay. This was quite ambitious. Okay, so you can see the flip wrap just on the screen there. Click it open. Take 1 second. Okay, here we go. So, again, just click on the flip wrap. Come up on the screen.
Hey!
Your face is in the crowd there, and it's image recognition technology. So that picks up the image, and as you can see, comes to life in a 3D digital capacity. Now you pull your phone away from the page, and you have a couple of options here. Click on the exclusive interview, and it immediately directs you to the magazine's website, where the Wi-Fi will get there. Here we go. Where you have instant access to digital content. Now, we have an in-house team of videographers and stylists and photographers, so the content that we create through Blipper can very much all be done in-house and will very much be exclusive. So I'll just give you a quick snippet. A slight example into the technology aspect. Now, another great example is our style shopping pages. Now, this is a page from our Christmas gift guide last year. Now, once the page is scanned, again, it's image recognition, and you'll notice that buy now buttons will appear across each featured product on the page. Now, I don't know, let's say I've had a couple of beers, and in the taxi home, I feel that I will look delightful in this silver necklace here. You simply click the buy now button, and within moments you are directed to the direct website to buy that product. Now, in hindsight, I probably can't get away with this necklace at all, but just to give you an example of how easy it is, there's the add to basket. Now, what makes this so exciting in terms of advertisers is that print advertising is no longer restricted to the specifications of the page. Up until this point now, print advertising has very much been some ink on a page with brands almost having to cross their fingers and hope that readers and users are engaging with that advert, and in turn that is driving sales. Whereas what we are able to offer today is a far deeper level of brand interaction, brand engagement, with brands being able to further strengthen their print campaign with strong, engaging, branded content. Our philosophy as a company is to not fear the future. We are dedicated to embracing the emerging technology coming out around us and applying it to traditional platforms like this to create what is a very exciting and in many ways a highly revolutionary future for print publishing and print media.
So Carl talked about something really important, which is future. And obviously one of the reasons why we're wanting to talk to you guys about investment is what we're going to do with our future. So at the moment we're printing 10,000 copies handed out at central London stations, but our ambition is to take that up to 100,000 across London, and then eventually take it into other cities across the UK and globally. We're a lean startup business at the moment. We intend to continue to approach the financial side of things from that point of view. We've got a PR agency that's a specialist.
Round of applause. Thank you so much. I'm really sorry about the technical difficulties. That probably, yeah. Sorry, do you want to get some feedback?
Oh, sorry.
On stage. So the investors will now give you their feedback, and they will also have 7 minutes to do so. So it will be really good if you can just kind of let the audience know what it is that you look out for in terms of what makes a really good pitch, what you liked about the pitch you just heard, and what you think they could possibly improve on for future pitches.
I'll kick off. I think it's a really nice idea. I just wonder, first of all, who pays for the creative? So Oliver Bonus is there as an advertiser. Who's paying for that AR piece? Is that Blipar?
So at the moment there's no cost behind that. The shopping pages are purely editorial. Something once we have a set sales team in place, we'll look to monetize those gift pages.
Okay.
However, at the moment it's purely editorial content, so there's no charge from any avenue there.
So at the moment, you can see an advert with our logo in another magazine. Are you simply putting all of those adverts into one place to give a more interactive experience for the reader? Is that?
We can create bespoke adverts for clients. So there's a couple of different options. If they already have a clickable ad made, then that's one thing. But if there's something that they look to build that's bespoke, and then the options are endless with that, where you're building tutorials for makeup brands, etc.
But they can use that in other publications as well.
No, they wouldn't be able to. No. Not if we build it.
It would be exclusive.
It would be exclusive to us, correct?
Sorry, I just want to understand, in terms of the positioning of the magazine, what is it? A lifestyle magazine?
It's a popular culture magazine. It features a lot of fashion, celebrity, and lifestyle. It's hand distributed for free at tube stations across London, as well as being available in scans at selection venues across London, as well as on major airports.
So it's an advertising driven model.
Entirely.
I'm not used to it. But is there an API? Is there anything website whereby rather than using the app, because I don't like the idea personally of having to download an app to actually bring publications to life.
Yeah.
Is there anything website whereby you could almost overlay Litter, so you could then bring the image to life via the web to remove the actual app, but still keep them part of it?
Well, it has the capability to be able to obviously just use it as a magazine.
Yeah.
At the moment, the relationship is purely about how we utilise that between different. All the research that we've done on that is saying that apps are how people want to engage with it. They already are. We've had on our 12th issue, 13th, sorry. So we do know that it is working and people are engaging both from a content perspective.
I love that idea, and I think that was perfect, but just on the website as well. So keep that. What you I think it's brilliant, but it's more the side that I very much disagree on the web. So if I'm on the web, I still want it to come to life in exactly the same way.
So all the content that we create exclusively, particularly through JavaScript, is all available through our website. It's almost just redirected to the site. The point with Blipper is to provide that link between the physical and the digital, so it's all instant and seamless. So what we try and do is to analyze what our readers' natural next step will be reading the feature. So for instance, if they're reading a hotel feature, we create the natural next step where they can click the page and book themselves a weekend in that particular hotel or look for further information about the hotel.
And I guess one of the things that we looked into from a research perspective as well is that the bubble that people like to have when they're travelling reading their magazines is, from a psychological perspective, is quite important. They like to go into their little world, which is why, you know, the first 10,000 that we've put out, we've aimed at stations that are either central and good from a media perspective, or they're getting out of town, so they've got that time. So we have intentionally done it so that they'll work with the app.
I'm guessing you guys aren't using it at the moment.
Not at the moment, but we have got our distribution company is the only distribution company that is audited and does it properly, and we've already had discussions with them. It's one of the things that we've been doing.
Just for advertising, it helps you guys.
Entirely, yeah. As soon as we're at that 100,000 copies a month mark, that's what we do.
How long do you think your lead on this marketplace is?
Well, we are the first built-for-purpose magazine to link from printed digital using augmented reality. Some magazines have dabbled in it, but we're at a point where our latest issue is about 80% interactive. And for us, it will be a bonus. The more magazines that start using it, the more it becomes ingrained in popular culture, the more users we're going to get, and in turn, the more it's going to become a norm within the industry.
We'll probably be ahead of the curve, I would say, probably 2 to 2.5 years, I think. But we don't intend to stand still. One of the things that Kyle was talking about making sure that we've got our finger on the pulse. My other business has a lot to do with tech startup world. We're always keeping an eye on what else there is out there to make sure that happens as well.
I guess my feedback would be similarly, like how is it that you're making yourself unique? And okay, you've got your lead time of 2.5 years, but actually, I mean, that seems like a phenomenal amount of time, really, when you think about the magazines that are already in existence and how easy it is, even for skip because we have to go through to something else. I mean, 2.5 years to me seems like a phenomenal
Nobody else has got the infrastructure in place from scratch to do this. They've tried it, they're not succeeding, and the reason for that is we start our editorial thinking about how we can do the blitz, do everything. Nobody else that exists at the moment has got the infrastructure in place to do this.
So do you think if, for example, okay, I understand that it takes a long time to build up that infrastructure, but you guys are building from scratch and you're pitching. What about if some big player comes along, big magazine company, and they are backed massively, but they've got hundreds of millions of pounds. How are they going to then say, okay, well, we don't have the infrastructure, but they can come along and say to your guys, whoever's doing whoever's doing whatever, hi, we're going to offer you a big salary. How much, how are you going to counteract that kind of competition?
Well, we've already been talking to some of the big media owners, I can't name names, but we have already been talking to them, and they've basically gone down the track of, oh, we might just do another PDF digital, pure straight to digital version. What they're not doing is connecting the two bits up. Nobody, and we have been talking to them, and obviously with my background in media, I know what's been going on in boardrooms and what have you with media owners. Nobody else is talking as far ahead yet.
And although we very much have, I think in the future with the augmented reality aspect, the principles of the print magazine is still very much grounded in strong editorial content. And we ensure that a lot of our columnists are of high caliber, prestigious writers. For instance, our latest issue, we have columnists from The Guardian and from the Debrief and Men's Fitness magazine. So we ensure that the editorial content is strong. As you can see, we have some very famous faces on the front covers of the magazine. We work very hard to build PR relationships in order to be able to get someone like Keira Knightley, for instance, on the cover. But again, we just ensure that all the columnists we have, aside from our staff writers, coming from a point of real authority in their voice.
Just quickly, yes, because I know you've got about 20 seconds.
Sure, okay.
How much are you looking for?
We're looking for 500.
Valuation?
Yeah.
And what valuation?
You mean for what for business?
About 35%, yeah, 35. And I've just got a folder here with a couple of magazines and a USB stick with a media pack and investment presentation. If you wouldn't mind, I'll just leave them by your feet somewhere. Okay.
We have a massive round of applause. Thank you. So you guys can have a read and play at that a bit later. I'm going to keep it moving swiftly on and introduce our next person to the stage. And the next person is Bukola Dagiloki, and she also has 7 minutes to pitch and also gets 7 minutes worth of feedback. So a massive round of applause for Bukola, please.
Hello? Is that better? No? Yeah. Okay, that's fine.
Hi, can everybody hear me? Yes. Hi, my name is Bakola, and my company is the I Feel Experience, and I'm pitching today about a project called, well, the I Feel Experience Global Fashion Foundation is one of the other companies that is part of the company that I've developed. And the project that I'm pitching about is called the Global Fashion Marketplace. Okay, so basically, just a little bit of history about the I Feel Experience. We were founded in 2007. We provide opportunities and experience for the next generation of talent that want to get into the fashion media industry. We do that by providing training and development, we do mentoring, events, and we work with schools and colleges from London to New York to do various fashion events and development for people that want to get into fashion and media. And we're now subscription based, and we do mentoring and business development for young people that want to get into fashion and media. We founded the Global Fashion Foundation in 2012. So basically, the Global Fashion Foundation focuses on developing entrepreneurs and helping them take their business to the next level. So we focus on fashion entrepreneurship. And we basically do this by providing opportunities for FMCG into new global markets for our builders and designers. The project that we've developed to do that is called the Global Fashion Marketplace. And basically what it is, it's a hub for fashion designers to kind of come together and launch into new markets. So we do this by providing pop-up events. We do the events in London, New York and Milan. So basically, just a little bit of a business overview. The vision of the business is to inspire and support fashion entrepreneurs to build and grow their international fashion brands and leave a legacy for the future. Our mission is basically to have the Global Fashion Marketplace as a hub for international fashion brands, and we partner with the brands to help them reach new markets. We also offer introductions to like media and buyers through our events and networking, and we introduce them to different boutiques. So we basically help them pop up in different boutiques. And our mission is just to empower and equip smaller businesses to compete in the global marketplace. I'll just briefly gloss over this because we've not got much time. I've got a bit of management team together with myself. I'm the founder of the I Feel Experience, and I focus on like helping young people achieve their goals, and I basically run the project. Then there's Marina Hamilton, she does project management, and she does events management and things like that, so she kind of helps us with the event side, project management side. We've got Anwar Salam, he focuses on sales management, so he helps us basically sell, come up with systems and stuff to actually sell our products, which is basically a week's pop-up in a boutique to different fashion brands, so we're actually working on that. And there's also Yemisi Bikulu, she does creative business development, and she's actually working with me to help develop this project too. So basically, the market in the project, the Global Fashion Marketplace is exclusive pop-up market, and basically we help brands pop up across the globe and find new customers, and that's basically it. So how we do this is we partner with different boutiques, and so we do little pop-ups of about 5 brands a week. And the average pop-up that we want to do, we're discussing with, we're currently focused on London, so we're working with a boutique called Glasswork Studios in Stansted. So we're going to be doing like a month pop-up where we actually get 5 brands per week to pop up, so we change them, rotate them through a month, and we plan to do that 4 times a year in London, and then over the next 18 months to 2 years, we plan to roll that out in New York 4 times a year, in Milan 4 times a year, so 12 months of the year we'll have a pop-up in different regions. Then after the 3-year period, we plan to expand to like Asia, Japan, Africa, Kenya, and the Caribbean, Jamaica, and then we'll be expanding pop-ups more and more. But the idea is to actually work with the emerging brands in each region. So the brands in New York can pop up in London, the brands in London can pop up in New York, the brands in Milan can pop up in London, various different things, and rotate the brands. We kind of put them through a pipeline and help them develop their brand to the stage where they're actually ready to pop up in New York. So if we've got a new brand in London and they're not actually ready, we work with them to develop their brand, and then we help them pop up the following year. So that's how we work. how we do this, we've got strategic relationships. We work with various different companies. There's a company called Radius, they're global growth experts. So we basically refer our brands up to Radius. They help them prepare to go into the new market. We've also got trade and export finance limited that help them look at the finances, how to get loans and finance to help them kind of get their brand ready to pop up. So we focus on the pop up and bringing them to the market, but we also partner with people to kind of help them. Also Gradient, they help people kind of do market research in the meeting that they're going to go into, so they kind of cover those bases. So once we have a brand that wants to go to New York, we help put them through the pipeline, support them, and then we put them up in 18 months or a year whenever they're ready. And we also work with Fashion Week Booking and BK Style Foundation in New York, and they are our media partners, so they both help us organise the press and media invites and the networking events and stuff like that for our brands. Our competition, so far, I'd say trade shows like International Fashion Show in London are kind of the competition. They actually bring a lot of new brands, but that's focused mainly, how it's different to us, they're focused mainly on business trade shows, but we focus on consumer, so we put our brands on the high street, so that's how it's different. So we partner with the different boutiques on the high street and put our brands into there. So that's how we're different from the competition. Financial overview, I've done this for over 3 years. This is just like a rough guide, so like it can be discussed and like sort it out, but how much I need is probably like 50,000, and I was looking at that for the first 18 months. I think after 18 months it should be paying for itself. So the operating cost for 3 years is, I've got this, sorry, I've got a little breakdown, so do you want to, I've only got 3. So it breaks it down a little bit. Basically, the operating cost over the 3-year period will be 134,234. But we don't need all that money because most of the money will come back off the profit that we make. And the turnover is 183,000. At the end of 3 years, we will be looking at having the 50,000 back. So I don't know if my figures are perfect. It's just a really rough breakdown of like the basic operating.
Okay. Well, we're going to have to pull that. Is that all right? So just a round of applause.
Okay, so basically we do a package of $399 for 1 week. So we actually put each brand into the store for 1 week at a time. They pay $399, and on average in a week we do like 5 brands. And then the following week we'll change it and we'll have another 5 brands. We'll do that for a month, but we do that 4 times a year.
So you're not dependent on whether the brand is successful or not itself?
In the store?
Yeah.
Well, we do kind of help them. We do want them, if we work with them in London, then the sales are not right, we'll kind of help them. We promote them, we do marketing.
Your revenue is fixed based on showing up rather than how well they do there.
Yeah, but hopefully we want them to do well. We want them to pop up again in New York, we want them to pop up again in
And then once you've done say 4 pop-ups, you're still charging the same amount for the pop-up.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really matter if they do well. It's basically if they turn up.
Yeah.
That's what you're getting paid.
Yeah, they have to pay. We pay the boutiques rent to have them in the store.
Have you thought about taking a percentage of their sales?
We discussed that with the boutique company we work with in London. They take a percentage of their sales for actually managing. But they said I could do the same, but I think it's better that we just pay the cost.
So in terms of taking a percentage of the sales, that's obviously why the boutique are investing, yeah?
Yeah.
You're all letting them do it, so you have to be quite careful about which brands you pick.
Yeah.
So you presumably don't represent every brand that comes to you?
No, I network, I go to trade shows, different things. So I choose the brand that I think would work, then I email them and let them know about what we're doing, and if they register, then we actually go to it. So I don't just put it out to every brand at the moment. I'm doing like one-to-one marketing, networking, so I'm choosing the brands that I think pop up. Yeah.
I like this idea of the sort of fashion incubator or accelerator. I think we should be thinking a lot bigger. to make it an investable proposition, year 3, 50 grand profit.
I know.
It's not really going to be a return for somebody there.
Julie just told me about this, so I was like, let me just put some things.
Okay,
You should
I know
be
it's
thinking
not,
about
No, but I can see, like this, if you're not taking your share of the revenues, and it's really some kind of volume play, obviously partnerships with pop-up marketplaces that are all over the place, potentially away from fashion as well. You see that becoming
we do
something
fashion
you
in
can
the interior arts.
Okay,
Yeah.
right. So yeah, I mean that kind of makes sense. That would be my thing. I think we just need to analyse this from a kind of investor's perspective.
Yeah.
We need to understand where it's a classic cliche approach, where the return is going to
I think I need to work on the
conceptually. I like it. It's a very interesting.
Thank you.
I like the idea too, it makes a lot of sense. You need to really understand your revenue model so that you get a clear idea of if you're going to charge rent for events, the only way you're going to scale is doing a lot more.
Yeah.
That's fine. If you're looking at more innovative ways of making revenue from the whole thing, which I think you can do, there's a lot of other people with vested interest in this process who will pay money to be associated with it. You can have a lot more revenue streams in this model.
Okay. I think it's kind of in a work in progress. So basically, with the Global Fashion Foundation, we set that up. When we're working with the young people, a lot of the young people, they want to be fashion designers, they want to do different things. So we found out that they have a need to support them develop. So that's how we kind of set up that. And then the Global Fashion Marketplace was the idea to actually pull that together. So it's still in development. And I think it's a lot of scope that it can grow. So,
probably get some public funding for the first part of that. It's quite a worthwhile, productive work for enterprise ultimately. So maybe we could do that.
I like the idea of restructuring possibly the finance side of things with partnerships with, if you've got them paying 399 to go into the store, for example, it'd probably be an idea on volume that you then take a percentage depending on how much you put into the store, or maybe sales at a later date, because effectively you are launching this company, you're helping them to get out there. So if there was some kind of way you could structure a deal with those guys that, okay, if they go to New York, or they go, that pay you $399, but then you get a percentage of. I still like the idea of somehow getting a percentage of their sales. I think there's some work there.
Yeah, I think it's really important because part of your time is, if it was anyone just coming in and asking, if you could help launch, but part of your time is actually being spent going out and finding people you think that you can launch. Well, that's valuable feedback for them. So you kind of need to monetize that area as well as, okay, I'm building a shop. Otherwise, you're essentially just kind of breaking a contract with a shop. And you're worth more than that.
For example, some talent makes a lot more than the expert, and you're basically doing the same thing as he is. You're bringing them to the market. He's making way more.
And hopefully better fashion sense and so on.
We don't set the measures here.
Well, we are in shortage.
That's good. Clearly, you know products though.
Thanks for the feedback. Really appreciate it.
Good idea. We like it.
Just a little bit. I've not got like a big info pack, but so you can look at what we're doing and my contact information as well. Alright, thank you.
Investors are clearly going to go home with a goodie bag. I don't get anything. No one's giving me any freebies. But thank you. So the last person to be pitching on stage is Nigel Copley, and he also has 7 minutes and will receive 7 minutes of feedback. So please welcome Nigel on stage.
Hi there. We'll start by giving you each a card. I'll give you one.
Thank you.
I'm a little bit nervous. I don't do public speaking. It's got to be the first time I've ever done it, so bear with me. My name's Nigel Copley. I'm the founder and driving force behind Performing. Basically, we've been in development since 2013. So we're about 18 months old, we're about ready to launch, but we've got a lot of things going on, and we just need to move it forward. So my background is I've been in digital marketing for 15 years here, so I'm pretty much a dinosaur in the space now. And throughout that time, I've tried and tested lots and lots of different tools, given them road tests, lots of demonstrations. And the problem with a lot of the tools is that they're either too expensive or making money as working as an agency. They don't really give you the value that you need when you're looking at these tools. And a lot of it is about data insights and bringing data together so that you can make decisions. Sorry, can everybody hear me? Additionally, most of the tools either perform a single specific function or focus on a specific channel, but very few of them try to bring data insights across multiple channels and collaboratively working together in a single space. So, I've got a lot to go through. It's quite a big market, there's quite a lot of things going on. But the overall digital marketing industry generates ad spend in the hundreds of billions of pounds per year. It's a huge market in terms of financials, but it's a very, very small market in terms of what's going on within it. It's very young. It's also largely underskilled as an industry, and it's also growing at a very rapid rate. Current demand within the market for tools is largely from those who work within the digital marketing capacity. So either within an agency or in a non-industry business that has a marketing department that focuses on online technologies and online advertising, or as an independent consultant, and there's lots of them. I believe this market currently represents a potential user base of around 450,000 users in the UK, but over 1 million globally, which would provide us with a potential subscriber base of around about 100,000 if we were to take a 10% market share. And that's obviously quite a stretch. But the overall market size is actually really difficult to quantify. And the reason being is that within the 450,000 in the UK alone, it's largely untapped because of the reasons I mentioned already. But there's also, as the market grows and the market expands, there's a lot more people coming into the market that will also be underskilled, who don't have the tools to hand to be able to manage things more effectively. And sort of within the market, so basically with the market and the lack of skills in the industry, I believe it's going to be more difficult for businesses to make a healthy margin online that they've also been used to for the last 5 or 10 years from digital. And these are kind of things that I really believe are the main drivers of growth within the market. So from the 450,000, average 1 million globally upwards. Interestingly, a survey of 3,500 people within the market, which was an industry respondents, highlighted that the top 5 activities were around analytics, content marketing, branding, keyword research and rankings and things like that. The top 5 success metrics which were used in everyday calculations on whether we're being profitable or not, and analysing the success of a campaign or a project were conversions, revenue, traditional things that we'd all look for in a business anyway. Doing all right so far. So, basically, I want to introduce Performance. We're basically performing the brand. The name's catchy, the branding is clean, it's professional, and ultimately the brand is focused on helping people to perform in digital. And what we'll do this by creating a suite of great tools which help users to get the data insights they need quickly and manage projects efficiently and effectively. We've been developing Performance since October 2013, and my vision for Performance is for it to become the best collaborative digital marketing project management tool on the market. So the focus of all our efforts really is to simply develop and keep developing great products, which is supported by great people that provides great customer service. Those are 3 things that we believe are core to developing the business and moving it forward and growing it. And so we first, there you go, tools. So within the platform, we've already got a number of tools that we've worked on. They're in development, and we've also got some vision and future tools that can be included within that. And what this mix of tools does for us is it brings together everything that anybody can do within a digital marketing capacity, but it puts it all into one place. And the thing that brings everything together within the platform is the collaborative aspect. So behind all of this, we've got a project management platform that allows people to work together, share information, share data, and do it easily. So, I'm going to have to rush through this, aren't I? So we're due to soft launch this spring. Ideally looking to generate 250 to 300 users over a 3-month period, so that we can essentially strength test the platform, make sure the marketing collateral, the position and everything is right, and if not, sort it out and get it right. And that will take us probably up to about summertime. From the summer, what we're looking for is an investment to drive the next stage of development, which will be pushing in these additional tools. So once we've tested the marketplace to see if there is a real market there for it, we can drive it further, get development moving a lot quicker, so that hopefully by the time we get to December this year, we've got a platform that's fully developed that can actually be taken out to the market quite aggressively.
Thank you very much.
Subscribers, market share, return over time.
Thank you. Massive round of applause. So, feedback.
Is there, obviously digital, there's quite a few companies offering exactly what you've got. I'm guessing for a start you're probably using APIs, you're probably using mixes, spyglass, for example. Yes, what makes you different as it stands?
A lot of it is the collaborative aspect. Yeah. So what makes it different is the collaborative aspects, the sharing, the project management integration, but a lot of the tools that are out on the market at the moment, they're like SDS Spyglass.
Well, you've got them, you individually implement them, that's the thing.
And one of the other key factors is that we're not just bringing in a lot of tools out there that do use APIs, just provide a standard interface. So essentially replicating the information that is there. So we're going to do it differently. We're bringing data in from different sources, collecting our own data as well as using APIs like Google Analytics, mashing that data up and producing something that actually provides a
collaboration is actually your key. That's your juice.
Collaboration and data insights. So the two things are, all of us working together on a specific project, task management, everything that goes with that, having the data and the information there that isn't just standard data and information that can get there, but it's been brought in, it's been matched with all the other bits of data as well to produce something that we can use as a group of people to decide on the direction of the project.
And if you've done the tech already for that, is that in place?
Get there.
Yeah. I was going to say, for 2020, okay,
yeah. It's getting over. So 18 months, really only 2.5 people on it. So
how much do you think it could take off each client?
Average, we reckon about 150 quid per month. So overall, £18 on an average. The pricing model is relatively unique as well.
It's cheap.
Is that if you're giving it away? It is because you say it's not very expensive.
That's early estimation. We've got mechanisms in there to try and generate further revenues from it. So the pricing model that we've got is a low-cost subscription model which gives you access to all of the tools. Based on the volume of projects, some of the users, really in the first few years is trying to get as many users on as possible and making it as attractive as possible. We'll then operate a credit system which, things like keyword rankings for instance, we use a credit for a keyword in search engine. But those credits, and the reason why we're doing this is that as we add more data in and we add more functionality into it, we can then start increasing that volume of credit purchases. So there's an avenue there to start increasing the revenue.
If you've got the volumes to be there, that's soon anyway.
Yeah.
What is the marketing distribution strategy?
Out as quickly as you possibly can, via every channel available to us.
Where you do that?
Well, that's what we're investing for. So, before I just...
And if you're an SEO genius.
Yeah, so essentially we're looking for £1 million worth of investment, which is required to get it launched by December 2015. The current split is obviously an estimate, 70%, 30%. It could be close to 60-40, but ultimately what we're trying to say with this is that the large majority of any investment is going to be going into driver subscriber uptake. Because once the driver subscriber uptake, a large portion of that revenue can then go towards further enhancing the development.
And for £1 million, what returns do you expect?
Well, by sort of financial year end 2018-2019, roughly, if we can get to 10,000 subscribers, which is not too much of a stretch, we'll be looking at, based on figures, 80 million turnover. And profitability, it depends on how much we invest back into the business.
And what are you actually giving away?
What are we giving?
Yeah, to the investment for £1 million.
Well, always negotiable. I've got the figure in my head. Probably not what you want in your head. But I think if it's something that is of interest and there's serious discussions to be had around it, then absolutely the percentage is negotiable.
How many years have you been doing it so far?
How many years? We started in October 2000. Many years. Not a huge amount.
Have you leveraged a lot of existing technology to bring it together?
The platform is built in Ruby on Rails. It's quite well-established technology. We use Postgres for the database, so again, scalability with that. There's a lot of work around development to do. In terms of how solid the business it is, well, we are quite reliant upon the development team we've got in there. We're going on the question you asked in one of the previous pictures, why can studios go ahead and do that? Well, they can. But the fact is we need to grow the business, and that's why we need the investment to get it so far ahead of obviously the market.
Would you say it's more the development you need to possible? I think advertising is quite hard. But considering also your background, you could probably chop that. It's one of those things where at the moment I feel it's probably more development rather than the marketing side of things, because obviously you know it's like with conversion. You're going to do some marketing campaigns and probably within the first month get your cost back for the advertising side. I'm guessing is it just a burn cost for you guys per month?
Largely, yeah. You're looking at £1 million profit number. It isn't case. But I think looking at it within the space, we don't get that level of investment, then we will succeed with it, but probably nowhere near to the levels we want to succeed with it. It might take an extra 2 years to be able to get to the 18 million mark. By that time, somebody else will be in the market taking that lead. So but a heavy investment in marketing and pushing the business forward and driving user subscription once we've done it the platform and made sure that actually users are going to go out, not just leave after the first month, then I think that's probably the best way to go.
And what's your exit for investors?
That's 3 to 5 years down the line. I believe potential options for second round of funding, money in buyouts. There's a number of options on the table.
It's always where listeners feedback is always, as an investor, I always want to know when I'm going to put my money in, how much I'm going to get for it, and when I'm going to get it back, and how. So it's always worth doing that.
Question, do you already have a person who's going to drive the marketing on board? You're doing no development?
I'm not a developer. I can't develop something.
So what, sorry, just to go a bit more into that, I asked the question first, I said, well, what is the plan? Because you can't, 700 grand for you and SEO, or, I mean, what are we talking about?
That's an expensive SEO, but yeah. Actually. No, it's basically arranged, a lot of display advertising through, obviously, associated websites, quite heavily targeted through LinkedIn, because that seems to drive quite a lot of conversions at the moment. Paid search advertising, it's one of those that whether it will be overly profitable or not is a question, but I think it probably still needs to be there. So it's getting the mix of advertising going. It's supposed to just be an SEO. SEO is a is a small part of what you need to do as a business from a marketing capacity. You know, just getting the whole website done, content aspect of it, making sure the positioning is right in the market, the branding is correct, it's all on point, and making sure that we're actually in front of the right people as well. So that's a lot of where it's spent on marketing.
Is there just one pricing tier?
No, 5 pricing tiers.
What's the most expensive?
The most expensive on the package level is £99. At the moment. But you don't get anything with that.
We couldn't go off this time, but thank you. Massive round of applause. So, 3 amazing business ideas we've had from. So we had from Lena and Kyle, Ricola, and lastly Nigel. So thank you so much. We have another round of applause just to say. And thank you to our amazing panel of investors. Just a massive round of applause for their time. Yeah, so they will be mingling around. So if you guys have any questions, want any of their valuable feedback, do come and give them a shout. They might not have that long, but they'll be more than happy to connect, I'm sure. So yes, we're going to now move on to. Okay, so I'll give them a massive round of applause. Thank you, guys. So the time has come for. I like the suspense. I like the mystery. The time has come to let you guys know why you're here today. The time has come for the unveiling. So, I'm going to now welcome the brains and the muscle, literally the muscle, behind this entire operation, Mr. Julian Paul.
Thank you, Willie. Hasn't it been wonderful today? So, how has everybody found the day? Have we enjoyed it?
Yes.
Yeah? I think I need a mic. So, what's been your favourite part of the day? Can anyone share their experience with me? Who's enjoyed what part of the day the most?
David.
David? Wow, good thing I paid more money than he's worth. What's the best bit of advice David gave us today, do you think?
Be confident. Be true to yourself.
Be true to yourself, be confident. What else?
Know your worth.
Know your worth? You're going to put up your rates, are you?
Yes.
Not with me. But one of the things that David did do is he explained to us, he gave us his own personal experience. Would you agree with that? And that was really, really valuable. And I suppose when I put up the first tweet about the UltraAcademy, I called it my proudest moment. And the reason I called it my proudest moment is because it came from a place that I'm very proud of, and it came from a very personal place. Someone asked me, a young entrepreneur asked me outside, what gave me the idea to come up with the UltraAcademy. And I said that it came from a personal experience that I had. And it came from me working out what made me successful at different points of my entrepreneurial journey, and what made me fail at different points of my entrepreneurial journey. And what I realized was that when people are talking about, the secret to success, and we're interrogating the mindset of all of these successful entrepreneurs, that I was particularly looking in the wrong place. And instead of me looking outside for the answer, I had to look inside. So we've been all enjoying the Mind You sessions with Ribu, have we? Yeah? No one levitated yet since this morning? No? Okay. Mind You is copyrighted, by the way. Mind You is copyrighted, by the way, in case anybody thinks it's a good idea to register the .com or anything. But essentially, doing that kind of internal investigation into our own selves allows us to actually find the answers to the problem. So, has anybody had a challenge or a problem, and then they go and do something really random, like shower, running, going for a run, washing the dishes, and all of a sudden the answer comes? Have we done that? Yeah? And that's because what's happening is our subconscious is working away at the problem whilst we're doing something completely different. right? So the exercise, the mind view exercise, the reason why it's something it's good to do is because when you're not focused on the problem, it sounds really strange, but once you take your mind away from the problem, something more powerful than your conscious, your subconscious, is working away at that problem and internally helping you to solve it, right? So I spent quite a lot of time being quite introspective, and I realized that when I was at my healthiest, both physically and nutritionally, I performed better. When I had the best relationships with my family and friends and my people in my professional network, I performed better. Once I had a good handle on my own internal well-being, I performed better as an entrepreneur. So I'm an entrepreneur first and foremost, and I really wanted to perform well as an entrepreneur. I'd failed in lots of businesses and projects that I had. I had done well in lots of businesses and projects that I had, but it seemed to be, I couldn't seem to find a formula. I'm always looking for this formula. And again, we seem to be looking for the formula in Richard Branson, looking for the formula in Lord Sugar, looking for the formula in Jay-Z and all these guys. And I thought to myself, no, maybe there's a formula for me. Maybe there's something which works well for me. And that's when I came up with the idea of the UltraAcademy. And in fact, Belinda, who's been looking after some of you today, about a year and a half ago, I had a conversation with her at a Starbucks in Clapham Junction after I had a workout with Omar, who's the ultra fit guy at the back. And it came to me, and I grabbed a napkin and I scribbled this logo onto a napkin. I've still got it. I blew my nose with it a few times, which is why I didn't bring it today. But that's when the idea, that's a true story. But that's when it came to me, and I looked at the formation of it and I thought, wow. So when we think about being, spiritual or meditating, we think of that as an answer. When we think about being really healthy or really fit, we think of that as an answer. When we think about just focusing on our business, we think of that as an answer. When we think about building relationships, we think of that as an answer. But not in my experience, has anyone put all of those things together and said, well, actually, if all of those things, if you have a handle on all of those things, perhaps that's when you can become the best version of you possible. Not just the best entrepreneur or the best mother, father, business partner, but we are 360-degree people, right? Each one of you has a label today. You may have a label entrepreneur or investor or startup or health coach or whatever, but you're more than that. You are a 360-degree person, meaning if you have had an argument with a friend or a member of your family, you're going to have a pretty, crappy day at work the next day, right? If you're not feeling too good physically or nutritionally, it's going to affect your ability to perform, right? So the idea is that having a handle on all of these different aspects and locking them into one enables you to become the best version of you possible. And the reason why the best version of you is important is because, especially when we're looking at these investors invest in people. Would you agree? They invest in people. There's a million ideas out there, but what they're really looking for, when it comes down to crunch time and signing that check, they're going to look into the whites of that startup's eyes, that entrepreneur's eyes, and think to themselves, can they do it? Can they execute on this good idea, right? Because anybody can put together a really good business plan or put together a really good pitch, but can you really execute on that idea? And your ability to be able to execute on that idea is based upon your ability to be the best version of you possible, which is the reason why I've got this big U on my chest, and it's to suggest that entrepreneurship is about that. It's not just about being great in business, but it's about being great in all areas of your life. So that if you decide to be great in business, then that's what you can do. If you decide to be a great family man, or great with your friends, or great in any area of your life, that's what's possible. So what I've done is I put together a couple of short videos, just to wrap up what I'm saying, because I can talk for quite a long time if I'm given the length and breadth, right? Oh yeah. So if we'd like to roll, Brian's shaking his head, they're like, not again, please you can stop. So I put together a short video, which we call in the tech world an explain. Anyone heard of an explainer video? We're in Shoreditch, you guys should know this. It's a short animated video which explains what the Entrepreneur or the UltraAcademy is all about, and then we can have a bit more of a chat about it afterwards.
Meet David. He's a busy entrepreneur with a busy family life. And like most entrepreneurs, he wants to make it to the top. But like most entrepreneurs, David is struggling to get to the next level, realize his potential, and keep burnout at bay. And like 36% of the population, David isn't sure how to take advantage of the opportunities that pass by him every day. Now, even though 75% of entrepreneurs are motivated by a desire to grow, 80% of them fail within the first 18 months. But like Einstein said, we cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we use to create them. UltraAcademy is the world's first all-round self-development web and mobile app designed to help you become the best version of you possible, the Ultra You. With 66% of people trying to progress without a personal development plan, UltraAcademy focuses on the person inside the business. Because if you don't realize your potential, neither will the business. And since the dawn of time, the greatest minds in history have told us one thing: to know yourself. At the UltraAcademy, we focus on 4 key areas of development: loving what you do in your business or career, spirituality, relationships, both personal and professional, and lastly, your physical and nutritional health. Each area of development is broken down into 12 missions that will help you to grow and keep growing. Soon, you'll be firing on all cylinders, getting into the flow, and showing the world what you're really made of. So what are you waiting for? It's free to join, and when you're ultra ready, we can even help to get you funded. So whether you're an entrepreneur, 9-to-5er, or somewhere in between, start your journey to find the best version of you. Unlimit your potential at the UltraAcademy.
A couple of hours in PowerPoint to do that, by the way. And if you believe that, you believe I can fly. But one of the things, I know I keep referring to, Richard Branson and Lord Sugar, and we shouldn't be following them. However, to their defense, we can learn some really, really good lessons from them. And one of the lessons that I learned in retrospect, I kind of stumbled over this lesson. It took me about 10 years. And I was really annoyed that nobody could just tell me. Was that in order to be successful in what you do, you need to build a team. Yeah? For a long time, I was a solopreneur, and that got me so far. But what I realized, in order for me to grow my business, in order for me to get more momentum and to be in more places at once, even if it was just on social media, that I had to get other people on board. Now, I know what you're thinking. In order to get other people on board, you need to pay them, right? You see, okay. All right, so who said no? You don't have to pay your entrepreneur, you don't have to pay your people, no?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm motivated to do what they want to do for themselves.
Okay, and anyone else doesn't have to pay? It's not slave labour, is it? Okay.
Make me actually in trouble. Really nice. No, you offer them something in return. So, for example, if I was to have somebody come and work in my business, I would offer them coaching.
Okay, so you would barter with them.
Absolutely.
Excellent. So what happened was, I didn't know any of that. I wish I did. When I started to tell people about the UltraAcademy, people just started to join me, and I had no idea why. Right? I wasn't paying them any money. I wasn't bartering them. I didn't even know what they wanted. But one by one, people started to offer their time, their services, their skills, and their expertise. And what I realized, it was because I truly believed in what I was doing. And everybody could see that it was genuine. But not only that, but they saw what I saw at the same time. And the only reason why I was really genuine and they could resonate with my passion and the passion that I had for what I was doing is because I took the time to be introspective in the first place to work out what it is that I wanted to do as an entrepreneur, right? So there's a bit of a connection there. And the connection is such that when I turn around and say, oh, we need to be introspective and work out our purpose and all that, it sounds really woolly, right? And a lot of you are saying, oh, this sounds too, split out. But from a very commercial perspective, I've been able to get a lot of people, I mean, we'll see the team a bit later on, but I've been able to get a lot of people on board to help me make this happen on a shoestring, right? But it's because we have a shared vision, and I've realized that having a shared vision, whether it's in business, whether it's with friends and family, whether it's politically, financially, whatever it might be, is something that you cannot put a value on, yeah? And so building a team as early as you can is something that I would really, really encourage you to do. And on that note, what I would like to do is to give a warm round of applause to my team who have helped me make the UltraAcademy possible. So first of all, Yvonne Douglas. Kerry Dorman. And Wibu, go out. And we have Omar, who isn't going to come up, but he's sitting at the back, and he's the one that developed the UltraFit system of workouts. We'll give him a round of applause. So, I have to correct Illy, because if any people want to come up, I have to correct you, because you said that I was the brains behind this. I'm not.
The muscle.
Oh, the muscle. Okay, I'll take the muscle. I'll take the muscle. I won't take the brains, right? Because all I had was an idea. I had an inkling of an idea. I had a hunch. I thought that something might work. So instead of me running off and doing all this stuff on my own, I thought, why don't I get a panel of experts to help validate my ideas with me? And I'm very thankful and very grateful to you all for being on this journey with me. So what I wanted to do was just play a short video just to introduce them all, and then we can ask them some very, very tricky questions. You down with that? Yeah. All right, cool.
We're nicely keeping you in suspense. This is deliberate, by the way. Don't think it's any technical problem.
Okay, whilst we find the video, we're going to ask you some tricky questions anyway.
Okay, guys. What a fantastic idea, Julian. So, hats off to you for that. But I am desperate to pick your brains and know a little bit more about what we've just seen. So, the first question is, what made you come up with the idea of the UltraAcademy?
So again, I looked at what was working in my life, and I come from an investment background, an investment banking background. So in investment banking, if you solve a problem, the first thing you've got to do is document it so that other people can use it and other people can benefit from it. So as much as we slag off investment bankers, they taught me one or two things. No investment bankers in the room? Sorry. Okay, I'll slag you off anyway. They're only down the road, they're a stone's throw down the road. Oh damn, this is going out live on YouTube. Anyway, so I learned to process things and to document how things work. So essentially reverse engineering. And that's what I did. I reverse engineered what works for me, and I figured if it worked for me, it might work for one or two others.
Brilliant. So Ruben, we've seen you on and off stage throughout the day, and Julian is also always tweeting about meditation. But does meditation, in your opinion, help you become a better person? And why is that important in a business sense?
Personally, I feel there is no such concept of being a better person because we all are best within ourselves. And meditation is a means to connect with that best. Believe you me, there is a best in all of us. Do you believe that? Yeah. Have you ever experienced it? Yeah. How many of us here? Is it nice? Yeah. So how about staying connected with that best part of us all day long? Do you think that's practically possible? That's what meditation does.
And almost everyone that I've met actually who's really successful swears by meditation. It's one of those things that I've always wanted to take up and do on a serious kind of level. So I definitely believe in what you just said. So Kerry, I'm just going to throw you into the deep end here. What is the secret to entrepreneurial success?
Gathering a fantastic team and being able to delegate to them, knowing that they can do the job.
Nice and simple. Thank you. The next question is to Leah. What does being healthy have to do with entrepreneurship?
Well, two of the biggest things that I have seen with people who want to execute an idea. When you're a business person, you're executing your business. When you're an employeepreneur, who's an employee who wants to start a business, you are in the process of not only keeping your job, but also building another business. You need energy and focus. You need focus, you need something to focus on so that because if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. So you need a definite goal. To create the goal, to come up with the goal, you need mental energy and clarity. Otherwise, it's just going to be fluffy. You're going to have 100 ideas in your head. You're not going to know which one to focus on. So just focusing and pinning down your goal, you need energy for that. Once you have your goal, you need to be focused on that goal, and to achieve that goal, you need to execute the steps to achieve that goal. If you don't have energy, you can't do any of it. So you'll come home from work with all these ambitions in your head, and all you'll want to do is either get on Facebook, get on Twitter, talk on the phone, watch TV, eat junk food, because you don't have the energy to execute that goal, which will create the life that you've been pining for. And some people are literally drugging themselves with food to the point where they are sabotaging their own success, and then they can't work out why they've had the same goal for 3 years and they haven't achieved it yet. So when you do take just a small amount of time, and you know, if you want to do the 80-20 thing where you focus on your nutrition for 80% of the time, eat what you want for 20% of the time, then it's at least a step in the right direction to energizing yourself, putting the right fuel in your body, so that you can work towards your goal more often than not. And I do believe some people feel it takes too much time, takes too much energy, and it's too expensive, or they don't believe that they can take the steps necessary to improve their life and their health. So that's one of the things that I wanted to help people do with the Academy, and that's why I feel it's vitally important that you fuel your body for success.
I think once you get that spark, you kind of just want to jump straight into the deep end and just go full out and forget that you need to sleep, you need to take care of your diet and your entire well-being. So thank you, it's a really good point. So Ron, as the relationship coach on the panel, what do relationships have to do with business?
Relationships are what life's all about when you think about it. And somebody in business, if you're running a business, how do you present yourself? How would you, because you are your business, and it's very important that you have a proper relationship with yourself. And when I say that, I mean, how do you view yourself? Because how you view yourself is how others will view you. So if you have low self-worth and you have, say you pitch for a business, they're going to see that you have low self-worth. You need to work on yourself. It's very, very important. And the main part of the course on relationships is about the relationship that you have with yourself. Have you got high self-esteem? Are you motivated? How do you see fear? How do you view failure? All that kind of stuff. You really need to work on yourself. And sometimes some of us come into a business thinking that, yeah, everything's going to be fine. And then we realise that actually how I feel about myself is really sabotaging and affecting my business. And so it's really important that we work on ourselves. And when you do go into business, it's a massive learning curve, not just in the business world, but yourself. So that's vitally important. And then when you work on yourself, you see yourself grow, and you're going to see the relationships that come towards you and how people relate to you in business. It's very important that you're not taken for granted, and that people value your business and value your products and your services. So how you relate to people in business, having a mentor or having a business coach or a personal development coach, all that kind of stuff is covered. It's very, very important.
That sounds so amazing and so exciting. It is a journey, isn't it, about getting to know yourself. I think whenever you start out in anything new, you don't realise how much emotional baggage or mental baggage or physical baggage that you've got on. So definitely important to unravel all of that. So guys, that was just a test of some of the questions I'll be throwing at these guys. And we will pause, and the video I think is now up and ready. So yeah, we'll just watch this for a few minutes.
Becoming the best version of yourself is an ideal most people don't think is possible. But that's only because we've never been given the tools to enable us to do that in a simple way. We've been forced to piece together ideas, philosophies, and systems from different places and wonder why we struggle to make progress. In business, we talk about being investment ready, but what about being entrepreneur ready? If you want to learn how to become an ultra-successful entrepreneur, where do you go? And that's why the UltraAcademy is so important, because it will show you how to create an enabling environment for your growth and success. It will show you how to unlimit your potential. Continuous development is the only way to sustain success. To unlimit your potential, you need to love what you do in your business or career. Take care of your internal or spiritual self. Nurture the relationships you have with those in business and your personal life.
and look after your physical and nutritional health. I simply wasn't happy with the idea that to be successful in business or your career, that another key area of your life had to suffer, that you had to sacrifice something meaningful to fill up your bank account. That was a problem I wanted to solve in my own life. So, along with 5 experts in business, relationships, spirituality, health and fitness, I developed the UltraAcademy, a place where you learn how to unlimit your potential, to become the best version of you possible.
In order to be ultra, you've got to be evolving constantly all the time and be innovative, and unless you are in a healthy mindset, you can't invite the creativity in those terms. So it's really, really important that full spectrum are in balance the majority of the time. It's not going to happen always, but you need to be a person in order to be ultra needs to be aware of.
Right, busy professionals, parents, employeepreneurs, someone who is just starting their new life. They don't even know what they want to do, but they know that they want to pursue this entrepreneurial life. If they don't have their health, they don't have one of the most important investment resources that they need. The 2 most important things that everybody that wants to be successful in their life needs is focus and energy. You get both of those things by focusing on your health. Your food is your fuel. That's what gives you energy. You need to be focused. You need to be laser focused on your goal in order to achieve it. You need the energy to pursue the steps that you put forward for the focus to become a reality.
Well, this section of the course, focusing on relationships, I believe is going to help people get a lot of insight into how they are as a person and how they relate to other people. And it's going to help people to look at what's they need to change within themselves in order to be successful in all areas. The key messages that I would like to give to entrepreneurs is that not to worry about losing people along the way. Your journey to success is going to be, it might be a rocky road, it's definitely not going to be a straight line, but do not worry if you lose people along the way, because you will gain people along the way in the right time.
What makes them different to anything else that's happening? The truth is, in 50 years of fitness, nothing's changed. You're using your body in the best and safest ways that you can. That's the ultimate truth. However, these are designed to make you question. This is not designed to give you an answer. This is designed to make you question who you can do it, how you do it. Everything else tries to say it's going to be an answer. You do this workout, you'll look like this. You're not going to look like it. You'll look like you. You'll look your best. These workouts are just ways of developing the entrepreneur within.
For me, if I was to give any full term of entrepreneurship, I would say self-realization, where you realize your true potential, not only professionally, but also personally and individually. Because I feel that individually and personally are different. Personally is the personal field in which I exist and operate, which is still with others, and individually is me with myself. And a lot of times, this me experience with myself is missing in people's life. And that's why we continue to get stuck. We look for answers outside when they are inside us. And self-realization is that concept in which we realize that I have the true value, true power to come up with all the responses and come up with all the answers.
By the time someone has gone through the health section of the entrepreneurial tool, my aim is for them to lose the 3 biggest excuses that most people have for not focusing on their health, which is that I'm too busy, I don't have the time, I don't have the money, I don't know what to do, and I don't believe that I can do it. I will show you the quickest way to get lots of fresh, healthy fruits and vegetables into your life. I will show you the exact foods that you need to eat, because there isn't a one-size-fits-all diet that works for everybody. You have got your own individual requirements for nutrients that will turn into fuel that you, again, need for mental clarity, mental agility, and energy. I will show you the diet that works best for your body, so that your body can use that efficiently and effectively.
Aside from the physical benefit that you get, think the main thing is it's almost like practice. When something comes up and it's tough, how do you handle it? When someone doesn't want to budge on a business deal or a conversation, even with friends, how do you deal with it? Do you deal with it the same way as you deal with anything else? Do you pace yourself? Do you say, maybe I'll change my strategy, maybe I'll change the language line it? Okay, I know this is hard, but it doesn't mean I can't do it. That's where I think fitness plays the biggest role, and I think that translates into every area, which I think which is the reason why I think fitness is one of the most important, because it does translate to everything.
Actually, to empower somebody else to do exactly what I've done without making all the mistakes that I made in the course and using that material really excited me.
You touched on a point that was really interesting about not being afraid to lose people along the journey, and I found personally that whenever you sort of step out of your comfort zone and do something which is different to what people are usually used to, you're faced with a lot of resistance, and some of the resistance obviously comes from yourself, from being scared of change naturally, but most of the time it comes from those who are close to you, so your family, the person you're in a relationship with, or even your friends. Not everyone will understand your journey, and it is your own personal journey. And I know quite a few people are nodding, they've obviously experienced this. So I remember when I first started out, and I definitely did face that resistance. Most people were like, Illy, like, why are you doing that? What's the point, etc. But I kind of just had to remind myself of that vision, like the importance of that vision that I hold. So what would you say to people in the audience that are either experiencing this or are yet to experience that resistance, either from themselves or those who are close to them around?
I'll say for yourself, don't be scared to step out of that comfort zone, because when you do step out of that comfort zone, that's when you're going to experience changes and you're going to experience a new way of being and living. And it's exciting, and the bigger the dream or the bigger the goal you have, it can be scary, but it's exciting as well. So don't hold yourself back from stepping out of that comfort zone and going through changes, because nothing ever actually does stay the same. And with family and friends who are trying to hold you back, in the West Indian culture, we say crabs in a barrel. And you know what? You will get people who will try and hold you back and stop you from being the better version of you. And you know what? Let them go. Just let them go. Let them be who they are, and don't let them stop you from being who you are. And that means family as well, close family. I've experienced family that no longer talk to me because of who I am today, because I'm a very different person from what I used to be. So don't worry, just do you, and people who are genuine will accept you for who you are. So don't be afraid to do you and be you.
Definitely, and I think the right sort of people will stop.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And in terms of just completely being ruthless and cutting people off, I would say I think in defence, in response to that, some people just don't understand your journey. So I would never take it personally. Like, if people don't understand my vision, I'm never going to judge them for that. So I'm not going to be like, oh well, you're not going to come out and support my show, so you're off my friends list. I'm not going to be that ruthless. But I think it's like you said, if it's going to sabotage your own growth, you have to be able to get
absolutely. You just have to keep them at a distance rather than keeping them close.
Thank you.
So, a quick question. Of course, yeah. Because we haven't read each other's sections yet. So I was just very interested to see if you encroach on the relationship in a business arena, because there's relationships with our clients, with our investors. Does that then follow through?
There's someone there, there is in there as well, definitely with relationship with a mentor, with a coach, with joint ventures, business partners, etc. We cover those.
Great. So Kerry, business in the past, well, not that we've kind of come across, has never really involved looking at it in a holistic manner. Why is that important in today's generation? So taking care of your health, looking at your relationships.
Okay, so the entrepreneur message.
Entrepreneur message.
Yes. Well, I think that the resonating message here is that in order to be the best that you possibly can in the business arena, you have to have all the boxes ticked and all the areas looked after, as we're all saying continuously in these messages moving forward. To get best results, you've got to be at your best, and each area of your life has got to be in tip-top shape.
Thank you. And just looking at it from a health point of view, life is energy. Energy is contagious. I mean, what you kind of give out, you get back, etc. But is it okay to have a few guilty pleasures every now and then? Everyone has that hidden box of chocolate somewhere that they feel. Wine. I heard someone.
Everyone's thinking Leo, please say yes.
Just say yes, Liam, just say yes, just say yes. Okay, here's what I'm going to say. Where focus goes, energy flows. If you focus on, I'm not drinking this thing because it's green. By the way, the green smoothies were a gift from me to you for coming, by the way, so I hope you enjoyed them.
Thank you.
If you focus on, I'm not drinking this green thing because it's green. If you focus on, oh my gosh, this is bland because it's not smothered in tomato ketchup and barbecue sauce. If you focus on, I can't have this, I can't have pizza, I can't have fried chicken, I can't have 3 bottles of wine. If that's where all your focus is going, all your energy is going boobies up, right? It's not going in the right direction. If you focus on, I know I love mangoes, they taste delicious. I know I love tomatoes in salad. I know I love a good piece of fresh, wild, baked salmon. I know that, you know what, this may not look great, but I've heard it tastes great, so I'm going to back it and see. If your energy goes towards focusing on the foods, the practices, the exercises, the business principles, the relationships, the spiritual practices that you enjoy, your energy is going to go there too. Therefore, these things will not seem like a chore. So you won't feel deprived. I've been a natural health coach for over 11 years. There's very few times I eat something that I don't like. There's over 300 types of fruits and vegetables just in this country. And we don't even get the access to the fruits and vegetables from the other countries in the world unless you go there. We don't get things like jackfruit and other things that you get in like Asia and the Caribbean unless you get them in certain markets. We have an abundance of access to delicious fruits, vegetables, nuts, seeds, grains, seaweeds, superfoods. You do not need to feel deprived to the point where you hold on to, I've got that box of chocolates, I've got that bottle of wine. We are in information age. You can get healthy food delivered to your door. You don't even need to go and find it. You go on the internet, you can get an app on your phone. Avon, Cole, Ripford, Tesco's does great food, Waitrose, Sainsbury's. We have no lack of delicious, healthy food. Am I lying? No. We can all name right now 10 healthy foods that we love the taste of. So why not focus on those being your treats? We focus on treating ourselves in a way that takes energy away from us, with alcohol, with cigarettes, with fast foods, with sugars. We can redirect that focus and focus on something that's delicious but healthy as well. So you will feel good on 2 levels. You'll be building a healthy relationship with yourself because you're feeding yourself something good, and you're also seeing this thing as a reward. Where your focus goes, energy flows. Does that make sense?
Amen.
And the organisers cancelled the pizza, fried chicken, and the chocolate at the after party. Sorry.
I've never met someone who's so passionate about fruit and veg. To be honest, I can't wait to get to Tesco's after this. Thank you. The energy. We'll do questions at the end if that's okay, so we'll just hold up for a little bit. In terms of looking at things in terms of the spiritual side of things, I don't know if anyone in the audience has heard of a man called Alan Clements. Has anyone heard of Alan Clements? No? He was the first American to be ordained as a Buddhist monk. And just a quick background to that story, he worked as like a top lawyer in a family. He was making so much money, but he always felt there was a bit of a void in his life. So he travelled, and he wanted to kind of meet all the top monks and, you know, get a bit more spiritual, because he wanted to fill that void, right? Because he's making all this money, but he just felt, I love what I do, but I'm not quite satisfied. There's something missing in my life. So, long story short, he travels for years, and then he finally gets to meet like the top monk. I don't know what they call them. I don't know if they're like equivalent to like a coach or something, but he finally meets him and he's like, you know what, if there's one tip you can give me that I can use for the rest of my life, what would that be? Like, I've travelled for years and I want to know what this one tip is. And you know what he says to him? He says, know yourself. And that's it. And he looks at him and he's like, what? You mean I've travelled all this, I've left everything I know, I've left my family, my kids, my job, and that's all you've got to say to me? And that's it. And the guy just walks away. And that sentence changed his entire life. So the importance of just really knowing yourself sounds so simple, but it's so profound. So my question to you is, we don't necessarily have to all shave our heads off and become monks to kind of know ourselves, right? But what would you say to the audience in terms of wanting to get a bit more spiritual and look inwards?
Well, the first thing that I would say is understand what spirituality is. It's not God, it's not religion, it's not any specific cultural group. All these are means of being spiritual rather than spirituality itself. Because if we don't understand what is it that we are looking for, you know, like they say, you have to ask the right question in order to get the right answer. So understanding spirituality is not here in this room, it's inside us. And that's why they say, know yourself. This short little statement which says, know yourself, entails our entire life. For me, it's good 3 decades of my existence. Every moment we experience, and as we grow into adults, we've forgotten to experience, most of us. We think. And by thinking, we can only judge ourselves, we can only evaluate ourselves, we can only create perceptions and not feel. If we need to know ourselves, we need to feel what is it that I am going through in this moment. We don't have to go back to last 30, 40 years to understand where this fear, where this negative belief started. Start with right now. Ask yourself a question, how do you feel right now? Some of you would be feeling absolutely connected. Some of you might feel, what's going on? Some of you might feel, I know this all, how to go about this? And that answer to how is all about understanding. So 3 things that I would say is very, very important to build upon spiritual journey. Self-knowledge, which starts with, is my foot hurting right now? A lot of times we are not even aware that there is some tension in the back, I should rather change my position. How many times do you do that a day? All we focus on is the computer screen or the job that needs to be done. If I don't pay attention to myself, it's not going to happen, because no answers are outside us, they are within. So start from self-knowledge. Because we are human beings, human is about this physical body. And being is about the consciousness that comes through this body. So if we are not aware of the body, there is no way we will be able to connect with the being. And spirituality is about becoming a human being. Does that make any sense? Yeah. So the first thing is self-knowledge. Second, self-understanding. How many of us understand ourselves in true sense? I do. There is always something that we are not happy about with ourselves. Always something that we criticize ourselves about. Always something that we say, oh, I'm not great there. How many times do we ask, why is it that I'm not great there? With understanding comes compassion. A lot of times when we don't do what we need to do is because we are scared to reach too close to that self. that best mean? There are layers and layers of perceptions and negative beliefs that we carry about ourselves as a result of experiences that we've had with significant others, parents, friends, teachers, God knows what else. And that's what keeps us away from connecting with ourselves, from knowing ourselves. So that's the second thing. With these two things comes awareness. Awareness of the self. So if we practice these two, we would automatically start becoming more aware of what's going on in the physical, psychological, and emotional world within myself. When these three are in line, then we are ready to sit down and turn inside. So the spirituality course that I've put together is more about taking away the barriers, removing the barriers to proceeding, to moving forward on a spiritual journey. Does that answer your question?
Definitely. Thank you very much for that. For those that haven't tapped into the spiritual kind of side before, trust me, this will begin to make sense as you pursue this. So thank you for such a thorough answer. First step is self-awareness. So
self-knowledge,
self-understanding, self-awareness. So does my feet hurt? Hell, yes, they do. Ladies, you know what? I regretted this decision as soon as I walked in. I was like, I'm not going to last till 6 p.m. But fashion does not know comfort, so I'm going to keep it moving.
Well, I beg to differ here. This doesn't hurt because I've got a gel insole here.
I didn't think ahead.
Spiritual awareness.
There you go. I'm at level 2, she's on level 10. I'll get there.
I completely agree that spiritual awareness is as simple as gel insole says.
Clearly I'm not spiritually aware. So Julian, back to you. What do you hope to achieve with the UltraAcademy? So what do you hope to achieve with the UltraAcademy?
Okay, can someone give me a phone? I need a phone to prove this point. Do you want to throw it? Give it to me. Can you turn the camera on? Is the camera on? Okay, cool. So, the first thing that you need to know about the UltraAcademy is that it's fun. Okay? So to prove that, we're going to do an ultra selfie. Has anyone ever done an ultra selfie before? Right, it's cringing. All right, so wait to get your selfie face on, because we're going to do an ultra selfie. Look at that, that looks really good. Look at that. Okay, after 3, what we're going to say, go ultra, that's the hashtag, right? So after 3, we're going to say go ultra on this, the world's first ultra selfie. 1, 2, 3. Go ultra! Look at the investment! Yeah, photo bombing. You're not getting tagged, alright? You're not getting tagged. That violation of my ultra selfie. But no, to be honest, the UltraAcademy is about having fun, because one thing I've learned is that people who are really successful in business, they'll all tell you that they find it fun, that they don't consider it work. You've heard that, right? And you're really envious of them. You think, oh, goddamn, you love what you're doing, I don't. But it's, and again, you're thinking that, you almost think that it's a golden fleece, like they just stumbled upon it. Sometimes they did, but sometimes people just followed what they really wanted to do, what they found fun, and they were able to make a business out of it. And I dare anybody to come up with something that is just fun that you cannot make a business out of. Now, the caveat is this. Sometimes the things that are fun may take a long time to make money from, right? So I always say that you do need to have a cash cow, as it were, to support you whilst you're on that dream, because it took me a long time to realize, that when you're faced with an entrepreneur who's just really passionate about what they do, and I'm sure the investors can resonate with this, they're really, really passionate about what they do, but it's not going to make any money anytime soon, you're wondering whether or not you should deter them away. So what I found is, you do keep them. You say, well, look, maybe you spend 20%, you spend that Google 20% on that thing that you really love to do, but you do need to support yourself. You need to have that awareness, right, that bills need to be paid and all the rest of it, so that you can stay in the real world. But I'm also aware that I've probably not answered your question.
Academy isn't all about about taking selfies. So what do you hope to achieve?
That's the I knew that. You wanted me to tell me. So, well, it's a big statement, but I hope to impact the world. I hope to help millions of people become more successful, really. And that's been my mission from day one. I mean, the book that you guys saw outside that had the original logo on it, the reason I wrote that book was because I wanted to give entrepreneurs very short, sharp ideas that would help them to change the way that they were thinking, because I believe that entrepreneurship today is change. Everything has evolved, the way we digest content, everything, everything's moving, but entrepreneurship seemed to be stagnant. It didn't seem to have moved on or had been modernized. So entrepreneurship is almost entrepreneurship 2.0, if you will. And I think that, you know, this will help to take entrepreneurs into the future, and I hope that taking that holistic approach to it will help to reduce the failure rate, because that was the other thing that I wasn't happy with. I thought, you know, getting into entrepreneurship, because I came from a digital marketing background into entrepreneurship, I looked at the failure rates, you know, 80, 90%, and everybody seemed to be cool with that. That seemed to be the status quo. Nobody was bothered. But, you know, I always say to people, if BMW, if they made a car and there was a part in the car that failed 90% of the time, they would withdraw that, they'd be a recall, right? If there was a process in a corporate environment that failed 90% of the time, they would revisit that process. If there was a medicine on the shelves of a chemist that failed 90% of the time, they'd probably still keep it there. But everybody would complain about it and we'd find something else to do, right? So really, I guess, and the reason why I wanted to help entrepreneurs become more successful is because entrepreneurship genuinely changed my life. I mean, I came from, like I said, an investment banking background, which I learned a lot from, but after a while I hit a glass ceiling. You know, I was in that, you know Neo in the Matrix, and he's in his little grey cubby hole, and he's, you know, crawling along the floor trying to get, and that was me, right? Trying to get out of, I won't name the bank, but entrepreneurship provided me with that parachute, yeah? And I was able to benefit. My lifestyle changed, everything changed, you know, problems got bigger, opportunities got bigger at the same time. And I genuinely wanted that for other people. So I wanted to contribute something of my learning, and not just my learning, but the learning that I managed to pick up from lots of other successful entrepreneurs in my travels, and condense it down into a book. And the book that was published just 2.5 years ago, and the book did well, but I realized it didn't quite have the impact, because after people read the book, they then asked me, Julian, now what? And I was like, not quite sure on that. I could coach you, but you know, I can only coach one person at a time. So again, coming from a technology background, if you speak to a technology dude, they will say, well, create a platform so that you can scale this help. And that's essentially what the Entrepreneurial Academy, that's the reason why it came about in the form that it did. And that's my dream and my mission for it.
Brilliant, because a lot of the time when you go to professional development workshops, you know, you leave and you're just amped and you want to get on with things, and then that slowly wears off. By Monday, you're just back to doing whatever it is that you were doing, right? So I think what makes the UltraAcademy stand out is the fact that you actually give people the tools to make these changes. So people walk out and they're equipped to make changes in their lives, which is brilliant. So just quickly, Yvonne, back to relationships. In terms of, in a business sense, I know personally you're not going to appeal to the masses. You're not going to get on with every single person that you meet in a professional sense. So what would you say to someone who meets someone who they just don't gel, they don't get on, without changing who you are, with remaining authentic and true to yourself, but professional and diplomatic? So how do you strike that balance?
No, you have to, as I say, be yourself and remain professional. And if you're going to do business with this person because you know it makes good business sense, then do everything by the book. So make sure you have meetings, regular meetings. Build up the relationship first as much as you possibly can. It's very important that relationships get built rather than just dive straight into something and do something. And then, you know, make sure everything's in writing, have a contract, etc. Just to make sure that everything is glory and nobody, and it's a win-win situation, because that's what you want at the end of the day. You want a win-win. You don't want to be falling out. Because if you don't like that person particularly, it could be very easy to fall out. And we don't want that. We want to remain professional at all times. So build that relationship as much as possible beforehand.
And I kind of want to emphasize on the point that Julian made about how investors, they invest in people. And that takes me back to something that my coach personally said to me. He says he never, ever does business with someone who don't share the same values as him. So he's so high on values, and he's kind of made me think in that way as well. He always says to me, just make sure you know what your top 3 values are in your life, and never ever change them for anyone. Like, he's so strict on that, it's unbelievable. He's managed to find people who align with his vision and his values, and he's just doing incredibly well. So I would say, just to add to what you were saying, know what your values are, your top values, and don't compromise on that, because that's where you go wrong in life, I think. So Kerry, what can people expect from you in the UltraAcademy course?
My section of
your section, yeah.
Course. They can expect to learn about all the lessons that I've learned at enormous amounts of cost for a very small fee, which I don't know at the moment, and really pick up on all my top tips as to be a successful entrepreneur, be aware of all the pitfalls, and how to really think outside the box all the time to get the best possible results. And if results don't always fall in your favour, how to pick yourself up and carry on, because that does happen all the time. No matter how spiritually aware, business savvy, nutritionally amazing you are, or terrific at relationships, there are always going to be pitfalls, and you will always need to pick yourself up and crack on.
Okay, great. And Leah, what can people expect from your mission at the UltraAcademy?
On my mission, believe it or not, when I start working with people, before I start telling them what to eat, I deal with the mindset, because I know full well you can have 1,000 recipes, you can have a personal chef on hand, you can have the best equipment. If you've got in your head, I've tried diets before and they don't work, I don't like fresh fruits and vegetables, I don't have time for all of this, it might work for that person down the road, but it's just not going to work for me. If you've got all of that in your head, it's going to be so difficult for you to make use of anything I give you. So the first thing we work out is your mindset and your beliefs around eating. So touching on the things that we were talking about before. Then I go on to how can you find out the right foods for your body? Because you may have noticed, or you may have had people around you who have pursued a diet that worked amazingly for them, and you try it and you feel like rubbish. Because there is no one size fits all diet that works for everyone. So I'll ask you some simple questions so you can work out the balance of nutrients that's going to best suit your body. And I always emphasize throughout the whole course, and I'm going to say it again because repetition is going to keep it in your mind. You never have to eat anything you do not like the taste of. Let's repeat that. I do not have to eat anything I do not like the taste of. That is going to be implanted in your mind. So while you're finding the balance of nutrients that works best for you, you're going to be doing it in an enjoyable and delicious way. I studied herbs and oils and crystals and all those types of things also, but I focused on nutrition because I knew that we didn't have to take oils every day, we didn't have to use crystals every day, but we do have to eat every day, so let's get that right as a foundation. So in the course, I also touch on crystals and herbs and essential oils that you can use to up your entrepreneurial game. So there are a list of essential oils that you can use to help with your mental clarity, because they help the circulation of blood to your brain. There's crystals that can create an environment and energy around your workspace that can be more conducive to concentration. So in my course, you kind of get a pit stop of all the different natural remedies and applications, along with the mindset of I can be healthy, I can do this, plus what you actually do need to put into your body as your fuel. So by the end of it, again, I want to impress, you will lose the 3 biggest reasons that we have for not pursuing our health. I don't know how to do it, I don't have the time to do it, I don't have the money to do it, I don't believe I can do it. Because once you get over those excuses, which can be applied in all different areas of your life, in fact, even when you're starting a business, you might feel, I don't have the time to start a business, I don't have the energy to build my relationships, I don't believe I can be spiritual. Getting over those 3 negative mindsets can help you across the board, but I'm focusing on it with nutrition. So by the end of the program, my section of the program, that's what I'm hoping that you will walk away with. And you can email me at leah@thenaturallyyoucoach.com, mental note, leah@thenaturallyyoucoach.com, and say, yes, I did it.
Yes.
Are we going to do that?
Yes.
Yes, I did it. All right.
So you do not have to eat anything you do not like the taste of, and I wish I knew that as a child, because and you know what, and I hope this is on camera as well, when I was growing up, my dad used to kind of round us up and give us this syrup thing, and I don't know, till this day I don't know what the hell it was, but he swore it was one of the healthiest things he has ever come across. And I used to after a while I started making excuses as to why I couldn't attend this little syrup gathering anymore. So thank you for making it sound delicious and doable. So what is your kind of input in the UltraAcademy? So you've sort of said what you do and what you hope to expect, but just in a nutshell, what can people expect from your section of the
Okay, they
UltraAcademy?
can expect to go on a journey of self-discovery for themselves, and they will start to recognise who they are and what makes them tick, and also recognise behavioural patterns, mindset, core beliefs that are not serving them, that might have been built up since childhood, learned behaviour that doesn't serve them, get to know who they really are and how they're going to present in business, and to really look at what issues might be holding them back as well, and then how they will be able to eradicate all that stuff, and then move on and create better relationships with their family, with their friends, be open to inviting new people into their lives, people that are positive and that share their vision, share their passion, and will help them and support them, and become an entrepreneur.
Brilliant. And we've heard a lot from the spiritual side of what is on offer, but in a nutshell, how would you kind of summarise what you can find from your intro?
Answers to how.
Answers to how. So
Any kind of how.
So answers to how. Okay. Any questions from the audience, just very quickly? So, yeah.
It's a question in relation to Leah and like the nutrition, because like I completely agree. I think what you said is like really spot on and very kind of inspirational as well. And I was thinking a lot this year, like with regard to like my journey and like the things that I'd like to achieve, particularly with regard to like this year. Like it's all meaningless if I like end up in hospital for whatever reason, or if because I was having a lot of stomach problems at the time and feeling like really nervous with regard to like what they would say if I would go to the hospital, and it's just kind of like it's not worth the late nights like working to like 2 a.m. if you're not on top of your health. You could go at any time, so that really touched me. But just with regard to that as well, like how do you manage to eat nutritious food on a budget? Because like where I live, so like I think Julia mentioned Clapham Junction earlier, like I live around there, like Battersea, and there's a place called Whole Foods which is really good, but it is like very expensive, and a lot of quite healthy foods can be quite like a dent in your pocket. And I just wondered like any tips with regard to eating healthy on a budget.
Okay, very quickly, never go to Whole Foods. That's it. There's this thing called the healthy snack track, and I'm sure I've got a section on it in the academy. When we think of healthy, we think of organic, like seasonal, we think of picked by virgins from the Alps that have been shipped across. Do you know what I mean? That's the vision we have. Blonde-haired maidens handing it. No. The fruit and veg section in Tesco. My husband and I have 5 children, and we're both self-employed. So even though we make a decent income, we've got 7 mouths to feed in our house. Yet and still, our children don't eat processed foods. They don't eat sugar, they don't eat white flour, they don't eat pasta, they're gluten-free, they don't eat meat. They eat a very clean diet. And we're able to do that because we don't focus on the snacks. Those snacks, those natural drinks, all of those things that you'll find in Whole Foods, no offense, are the ones that will put the dent in your pocket. They're the ones that give health food a bad name. Now, if you think back to what your ancestors, I'm talking your grandparents or great-grandparents ate, they didn't spend hundreds of pounds on food, did they? Our ancestors didn't spend a lot of money on food, did they? In fact, if you go back 80 years, most people lived on a farm. Most people lived on a farm, so they grew a substantial amount of their food in their back garden. We didn't have all the conveniences and trappings of food technologists that are putting the dents in our pockets. Because when we go vegetarian, for example, we have soya everything: soya milk, soya cheese, soya chicken, soya bed, soya house, soya water, soya everything. And it's expensive, but it's not even natural and it's not even healthy. My advice to you when it comes to whole foods and being healthy on a budget is stick to the fruit and vegetable section and chew your food properly, be well hydrated, get enough rest. Those things will boost your energy to the point where you're not continually eating to stay energized. When you don't chew your food properly, chew, swallow, most of the digestion happens in your mouth. Digestion means when you're eating the food, you're getting nutrients from it. If you don't start that digestion in your mouth, then it goes through you and comes out the same way. You've seen sweet corn come out exactly the same way as when you put it in your mouth, because you didn't chew it, therefore you didn't get anything from it. So you practice chewing your food properly. In fact, the Japanese have got an expression, sorry, the Chinese, oh my gosh. The Chinese, not the Japanese, have got an expression: drink your foods and chew your drinks. Because they believe that you have to chew your foods to the point that they're drinks, so you're drinking it, so you get so much nutrients from it. And even with your drinks, you still masticate them in your mouth, so that your mouth produces the enzymes to get more nutrients from that food. I'm telling you, if you chew one meal, and every mouthful you chew it 30 to 40 times, one, that meal will take an hour to eat, but two, you will feel so much more full and satisfied than if you, the fast food, chew, swallow. Fast food is the easiest food to eat. When people go from a fast food diet to a whole food diet where there's crunchy fruits and vegetables, it takes them longer to eat it because they're not used to we're not used to chewing food anymore. Everything is so mushed up and processed, we don't get the nutrients anymore. So avoid snacks. Focus on whole natural foods. Make sure you stay hydrated. Get enough rest and chew your foods properly. You will not have to spend that much more on food than you're spending right now. Another quick point is, we are now infatuated with the cheapness of food. That's what we should be worried about. Our food is too damn cheap. That's the problem. So now when we see things at a regular price, we feel it's expensive. But one of the best investments you can make is in your health. I hope that helps.
Who's coming to the after party? Who's coming to the after party? Good. I want to see you chewing your drinks. If I don't, I'm going to bounce up. Sorry, you want out.
So guys, just before we take one more question, just to kind of remind you guys of those who just turned up, the hashtag of the day is #GoUltra, #CampusLondon. Are you guys learning a lot from just hearing this?
Yeah.
So do feel free to kind of push out the knowledge that you've just learned. They are tweetable. Don't ever eat something that you don't like. #GoUltra, #CampusLondon. So we'll take a question from the back.
So Julian, well done for making it this far. Two-part question, but very short. On the journey to where you got to today, can you tell us about investors, backers, and tell us about the technical back-end coders? So, what did you do? Who's it with you? How many coders have you got? What's the story?
Good question. So I've had 2 designers and maybe about 4 or 5 coders working day in, day out for the last 6 to 12 months to get the UltraAcademy website, the Ultra Kids website, the UltraAcademy app, and the Ultra Kids app all done and dusted, and they're all live. They all became live earlier on today.
And backers? I mean, did those guys do it for free?
You're looking at the backer.
You what, sorry?
You're looking at the backer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, brilliant. Just one more question?
Yeah, hi. Congratulations, Julian and panel. Well done.
Thank you.
My question is, earlier we heard from the speaker who talked about the 4 corners of a puzzle. Do we need the 4 corners of your academy, your quadrants, to actually be completed as a whole person?
You know what? What I'm putting out there is a suggestion. So I'm not saying that this is, the golden fleece. I'm not saying that this is the answer. What I'm doing is I'm saying, look guys, this worked for me. I know it's worked for other people. And I'm suggesting that you take that approach. Now, people can I mean, humbly speaking, people can look at some of the stuff that I've done, look at some of the stuff that other people have done, who believe in the philosophy, and decide for themselves whether or not they think that it's a good system. I'm not going to stand up here and say, everybody, you have to do this, the only way to be successful. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to say, this is my suggestion, this is my philosophy, this is something that I truly believe myself will work, and that I think that you'll get a lot of value out of it yourself. But you really have to find that out for yourself, is the honest answer. Because again, it's not, the answer isn't coming from an external place, it's not coming from, I don't want to encourage people to say, Julian, what is the answer? Rubu, Kerry, Leah, Yvonne, what is the answer? What we're to do, what we're supposed to do really, as coaches, is to get you to answer the question for yourself. But we provide you with a framework and what I call an enabling environment so that you can find out that answer for yourself. And my chairman, Alan Hamilton at the front, we were talking about within a business creating an ecosystem, right? So if you look at architecture, there's this idea of biomimicry. So architects and people in different sectors have looked at the way that nature works. So when the sun rises, it rises with ease. When the rain falls, it rains with ease. When the clouds part and the trees grow, it happens effortlessly, right? And they've realized that, the way that nature works and the way that a tree is able to hold itself and leaves when water drops, they don't break, and the stability that nature has, they're now trying to take some of those lessons and put them into things like architecture, how to put buildings together and all the rest of it. What I'm saying is that we should look towards nature and mimic nature in a business sense, right? And in the same way, nature works wonderfully well in its own ecosystem. We're now having people talking about the ecosystem of business and how that works. And again, it really isn't woolly, because there have been people who have made set up and turned companies into multi-million-pound ventures by creating ecosystems around them. And that's really what we're trying to do here.
Can you tell these two are related?
Did I see another hand go up? I'm not sure. Does anyone else want to throw any questions out? Yeah?
Just a quick follow-up on the chew your drinks and...
Chew your drinks, yeah. You were doing that later?
It's just about soup. About tin soup. What do you think about tin soup?
Tin soup?
Yeah.
You're going to get us started, mate. Leah, you have exactly 30 seconds to ask this question.
Okay, here's the thing. Believe it or not, I'm not a puritist when it comes to nutrition. So my philosophy is, my first priority is, are you eating? That's my first priority. Do you have enough food so you're not hungry? The next step is, can you afford to do any better with the food that you're eating? So, right now some people are eating pure junk. They're not cooking anything from scratch at all. So if that, and they don't know what's in their food at all because it's all bought from the store. If that's where you are now, your next step might be having tinned food. So if that's your next step, you get the best quality tin soup you can, because you can get the budget 9p tin soup, or you can get the £1.99 tin soup that's organic. You can read the ingredients so you know what you're eating. So that's you do the best you can with what you've got. If you're eating tin food, eat the best damn tin food you can get your hands on. Same with frozen. Even if you are going to go and eat out all the time, don't go to the cheap shops. If you do have to eat out, go to the best fast food restaurants you possibly can. Do the best you can with what you've got, because anything you do with the intention of, I'm doing the best that I can, you're going to be taking steps to actively improve your life and your health. Does that help?
Why show of hands? Who was not expecting that answer? I was expecting a straight no, stay away from food, etc. So that was a surprise. Thank you so much. And just one quick, yeah.
So would you recommend KFC or McQueen?
Okay, guys. I think we can all agree we've learned so much from you guys this afternoon. So just a massive ultra They will be around, so do feel free to connect with those guys. Yeah.
I would implore everyone to take 5 minutes and go to www.ultra.academy and join the academy, because we've worked hard on putting together the 12-step program so that you can work your way through all the information that we've put through. So we've literally Julian asked us to put together a program that can help anyone. He said, put your best into this program. Give someone the steps that they can take to become an entrepreneur in your field. So that's what we've all done. So you're going to benefit from the experience. And like Kerry said, you're going to benefit from what we know without the hurdles and the obstacles that we've gone through. So you don't have to figure all this stuff out yourself. All you need to do is register on the site, and you get access to 5 12-step programs that you can use to improve your life.
I wish I had known that a few months ago, whatever, because it would have saved me a lot of hours of buying books on Amazon, going to all these workshops. So the fact that you have it essentially in one capsule is amazing. So yes, I do urge you guys to go onto the website and sign up. I think now we'll be showing a short video of the Ultra Kids Academy. So Julian will also talk about what that is and where he was this morning, because I definitely arrived before him and there was a reason for that. So I think we'll just play.
Well, before I do that, I just want to give another round of applause to you guys who So there was one final speaker who had to cancel on us last minute, but he was so enthusiastic. He's been so helpful with me on this journey that he wanted to leave a message for me. So, anyone watch The Apprentice? Yeah. Anyone remember the winner, the 2012 winner of The Apprentice? Yeah, what was his name? Ricky Martin, yes indeed. Ricky Martin has a message for us, if you want to let it go, V.
Hi everyone, my name's Ricky Martin. Sorry I couldn't be there today. Sorry Julian, I hope all's going well. I wanted to be there in some capacity, maybe not in person, but at least on the cyber side of things. I just want to give you a minute or two of my time about really where I think the Ultra Academy is going. I mean, it starts with the story of how Julie and I got to know each other. About 6 months ago, we were both asked to deliver a talk based upon our businesses, our journeys, our experience in being an entrepreneur, and really what our ambitions are for the future. This is where we got talking. This is where I found out more about the Ultra Academy. I mean, I'm somebody in the last 3 years who's gone from being an employee to being the employer and running my own business. And I think anybody who's in that position realises what a busy life we really have. We've all got hundreds of excuses of why we can't do things, but the reality is anything that can save us time and anything where we can focus on actually compartmentalising our world, be it the professional world, the personal world, and actually making sure that we can be the best person we can be in all those elements. The development of an entrepreneur, I think, more than just professionally, is so essential. This is where the Ultra Academy steps in. I mean, I'll be working very closely with Julian on using the Ultra Academy for myself to support myself. And interestingly, I'm going to be competing with Julian on it. We're both going to be using some of the tools to go up against each other, particularly in the fitness side of things. We both like the gym, we both like a busy social world, a busy professional world, and an active heart, and that's where we're going to push ourselves. Tools like this, in my opinion, I haven't come across before. It's a tool like this that, to be honest, is going to help an entrepreneur become the entrepreneurs that Julian's talking about. And an entrepreneur, how can we get the best person we can possibly be? If we utilise tools of development, it's possible. So I wish you good luck. I wish everyone good luck who gives this a go. I'm going to be moving ahead with it. I'm going to be being the best that I can be. And I look forward to being with Julian on all of the fitness and competitive elements of it. Good luck and sorry again I couldn't be there.
Come on, you think he's going to beat me? No. He's going to give it a good go though. You know he used to do professional wrestling, right? You guys know that? Yeah, he was a professional wrestler before he decided to become an entrepreneur, so I've got my work cut out for me if I'm going to challenge him on a few of the Ultra Fit workouts. But what I wanted to do was, it's interesting how things in business evolve. And one thing that one thing I'm good at is seeing what gets traction and going with it. So when I first came up with the idea for the book, I gave a brief to my designer. I said, look, I think there's a connection between entrepreneurs and superheroes, and entrepreneurs being the modern day superheroes. So I want you to come up with, a logo for my book, right? And he came up with this. Came up with, the logo that you will see on the t-shirts and on the books. And I have to say, the logo itself, I mean, who likes the logo? Right? I mean, the logo itself, in fact, there was an event I spoke at the IOD. Sorry, I'm making it up a bit, I just attended, I didn't speak. It was about a month ago, and I was in a suit and tie, because you can't really wear this to the IOD, the cape and everything. It wouldn't have flown. Maybe next time I'll visit the IOD like this. But anyway, I was in a suit and tie, as you do, and people were walking past me. People I knew were walking past me as if they didn't know me. And I said, Dave, don't you remember? He said, oh, Jude, I'm so sorry, you weren't wearing the t-shirt, so I didn't recognize you. And when I don't wear the t-shirt, I get that quite a lot. And I realized, you know, the power of branding, as it were, is something that I never took that seriously. I just thought a logo is a logo is a logo, right? But this logo has done wonders for my business. And I just wanted to introduce the gentleman on stage who made the logo possible, Mr. Jeremy Salmon. So Jeremy is my brother-in-law, he's Leah's husband, so you can imagine when he gets told off at home. Trust me, just say yes. But what I wanted Jeremy to do was to give us a breakdown of the logo, and you know, what your inspiration was behind it, and you know, how we got to where we are now.
Okay, great. As Julian said, my name is Jeremy Salmon, the visual marketing guy, also known as the Jedi Master of Branding, believe it or not. But so this is one of the logos, because we've worked on many branding projects and logos throughout Julian's his career in different businesses that he's been doing. So basically, with the Ultra brand, it was a thing where when we spoke, and Julian gave me a call and he said, okay, he gave me the concept of the Ultra brand and how he wanted it to be kind of like superhero-like. So we were on the phone like little children, because like we read the comics and stuff, we're like, yeah, we can do this and do that. So we're really excited about doing that. So in coming up with the Ultra brand, like there's not the aesthetics of it being like the Superman looking thing, the U in the middle. There's actually a lot of symbolism that actually goes with it. So I'm going to kind of go through a little bit of how we kind of came to the actual logo that the brand that we've got today. So basically, first of all, if we look at the colours, we've got the gold and we've got the black. So with the gold and the black, we're looking at supreme, which represents supreme balancement. Okay, so the gold represents supreme, which is you, being the supreme or the best you can be. And the black represents balancement, which being all of the colours encompassing of the spectrum, the colour spectrum, into one colour, which is black. So that is the supreme balancement part of the brand. The next part is the all familiar diamond shape, the super shape that everyone knows, right? The Superman shape. Okay, so that kind of shows us that the limitations that we sometimes put on ourselves, to show that we are limitless with our potential. So we've got, and it says in Julian's UltraAcademy to unlimit your potential. Okay, so that's that unlimitless and awesome potential that we all have within ourselves. Okay, so that's the diamond shape. And lastly, you've got the you within the you, apart within the diamond shape. So apart from just that, meaning the Ultra in the UltraAcademy or the Ultra brand, it represents the you, which is ultimately you. Because no matter how much good advice or great coaching you get, or a great book that you read, no matter how much all of this great advice that you get, nothing's gonna happen unless you decide to do that. Okay, so that all lands on you. And also the you in the Greek alphabet is pronounced mu, which is taken from the ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs, is representative of water. So, with that, the water represents the entrepreneur has to be very flexible, and in the very uncertain times that we're in today, you have to be pliable, you have to be fluid and liquid and go with flow, yeah. And also, apart from that, if you ever seen footage of a tsunami, you can see that the awesome power that water has as well. So water smashes through stuff and doesn't let anything get in its way. So that's another kind of aspect that an entrepreneur has to have than being an entrepreneur. So that's basically the thinking and the thoughts that came about in creating an ultra brand, and it's not just a pretty, a diamond shape of a unit, it's got quite a lot of thought into it as well. So that's pretty much it. So thank you very much for listening.
Okay, so I turned up this morning about 10 a.m. and I know a lot of you thought Julian just overslept or he couldn't get his cape on, but that wasn't the reason. I flew down to Fleet School in Hampstead to launch the Ultra Kids Club, which we're going to bring up on the screen. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to invite Rebecca Wall onto the stage. Give Rebecca a round of applause. She's the deputy head of Fleet School. And Malachi, do you want to hop on? So, let's take a seat. So, everybody say hello to Rebecca.
Hi everyone.
So she has a fun job working with young children at Fleet. If we get this, so the Ultra Kids Club, if you have a look at the screen at the back, somebody could pass me a couple of colouring books, please. Thanks. So you've all seen these colouring books knocking around today, and essentially, when I created my first book, I had all these sayings attached to it. And like I said, it didn't do too badly, but I was thinking of a way in which I could enable those sayings to travel more effectively. And I thought, why don't I ask Jeremy, who did the logo, to create some characters which would help us to understand the journey of an entrepreneur. And he created these two characters, Penelope and Malachi. Who likes them? Cute characters, right? And so what we did was, we created a whole new set of sayings which essentially captured the different stages in the journey of an entrepreneur, the ups, the downs, the challenges, the wins, the losses. And what we realized was that this would be really good learning material for children. And what we wanted to do wasn't to necessarily just teach them the rudiments of business, but we wanted to teach them the values of entrepreneurship. So today, we've heard a lot about the values and what it means to be an entrepreneur, not necessarily the mechanics of business. And what we wanted to do was, in the coaching that I've done with entrepreneurs, I realized that a lot of the challenges that we face as entrepreneurs are, stuff that has been building up for quite a long time. And it fascinated me. I was wondering, what would it be like if we could introduce these ideas, the ideas that we all know and love, to young children? How would that affect their development? How would it affect the future of the economy and all this kind of stuff? So we developed this colouring book, and the idea is that the colouring book again takes the children on a journey, learning different ideas. So creating opportunities, share what you know to help others grow. Always do your best, work well with others. It's okay to be different, try new things, and so on and so forth. And it's wrapped up in these cute little characters, and that takes them along a journey. So we developed that idea a bit further, and we created some lesson plans, some activities and competitions. And we, Natalie, as part of the Ultra Group team, spoke to Rebecca, and Rebecca was really, really keen to get on board. And we've used Fleet School as the flagship school to launch the Ultra Kids Club, which we did this morning. So what I wanted to do, I think we're going to get up Malachi here. Say hello to Malachi, everybody. It wasn't Malachi named the characters after my son Malachi, but he normally tries to take credit for it. So he's been all day at Fleet School with another member of the team, Maheshri, at the back. She's shy, so just give her a wave at the back there. And they've been supporting the teachers at Fleet School to take them through some of these learning activities. So what I wanted to do was just to go through some of the social media stuff that's been captured during the day, and just to speak to Rebecca really about how you think the day went and stuff. Illy, do you want to give me a hand? So, how's it going?
Yeah, it's going very well. We've had a great day at school. Julian approached us about launching the Ultra Kids Club at Fleet, and we thought it would be a really good opportunity to have a day focusing on business and entrepreneurship and the
skills involved, because I think the children often see the end result of successful business people and don't really learn much about the process, particularly at a younger age. So we thought it would be a really good idea to have a focus day. So we used this as an opportunity. Julian came and spoke to the children at the assembly, and then each class has done a project. And putting those skills to good use, we thought we'd start with the fundraising aspect and get going to generating ideas for activities we could do to raise money for Build Africa. So that's what we've been busy doing today.
Brilliant. So my first question is, when Julian, dressed like this, turns up to a school where the kids like, oh my god, Batman's here, how did they respond to this? Were they excited? Did they know what was going on?
No,
They took it quite well, didn't they?
They did. I think they're just quite used to random things occurring. And just be like, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You had quite a good response then?
Yeah, they were excited.
They were excited.
Some of them, we didn't have a school uniform in the first place. Some of them knew we were having business day today and came in with smart little suits.
Yeah.
Made their own business cards.
And one of the business cards was for an accident advice business, which was interesting because that was the first business that I did. Yeah.
So some of the images, as you can see on the screen, now popped up on the social media of the Kids Club. So you can see they look very excited.
Can you guys see that?
Yeah. Clear enough. I think kids of today's generation are slightly different to when I was a kid. They seem a little bit more clued up in terms of just entrepreneurship. People tend to start a bit earlier. Did you find, going through these exercises, that some of them were a bit more clued up than you had originally expected?
Yeah, definitely. I showed them some pictures of some famous entrepreneurs, not expecting them to recognise many of them.
Let's just say Ultra Kids Club. 1, 2, 3, Ultra
That was a little girl in the tie, right? And she came all business attire and stuff. And she made a comment. She said she had this kind of pencil skirt and a tie. And remember what she said?
You know, I got it on sale.
She got it on sale.
Oh, wow.
And how old is she?
She's 10.
She's 10.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Sorry, so back to what you were saying, they were slightly more clued up than you had originally.
Yeah, and they had fantastic ideas. So we planned, we got them in groups doing a Dragon's Den style, thinking of a fundraising event we could do during the rest of the year, and they had some fantastic ideas and pitched them really well, and we're thinking really logically about it.
Okay. Why do you think this appeals to children?
Well, you know, they love the bright colours and the cartoon characters, but I think the messages are like life messages for children, and as Julie was saying to them this morning, it's about how to be a good friend, it's about how to be a good brother or sister, and being successful in whatever you put your mind to.
I always say, if only I knew then what I know now, I'd be a millionaire. So it's so great that we are equipping these children at such a young age with these life skills. Is there anything that you want to add to that?
Yeah, so I mean, in terms of the school itself, did you guys learn anything from doing this business day? Was there anything that happened that you didn't anticipate, or anything new that you learned?
I think it just highlighted that we should do more of it, really, and give the children the opportunity to put those skills to produce, see.
Yeah, and you've got a charity that you're using this activity to raise money for. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, so the school's chosen 3 charities to support this year, and Build Africa is the one that we're going to put all of these fundraising events.
Just out of interest, why did you take a chance on the Ultra Kids Academy? What was it that appealed to you guys? Because I know it's really, really difficult to get into schools. I know that for a fact.
Same with the logo.
Yeah. No, but it really is. If any time you want to do anything to do with kids that are in schools, you have to.
It is difficult, yeah. I mean, I think it's important that children learn about business as long as it's alongside social responsibility. So it was a good opportunity, specific day, a launch day, that we could generate a lot of hype about it in school as well.
And did you find that the kids wanted to know more? Were they eager to continue? And
Yeah, definitely. Particularly the website and the app, so I'm sure will be going home to explore that further.
Brilliant. So do any guys in the audience have any children? Do you guys feel that your kids could potentially benefit from having these sort of life skills? Yeah? No, definitely. So I'll open it up to the audience to kind of throw any questions in.
How did you find it complement what you're doing in your school curriculum?
It does, having an enterprise day or week is something that I know quite a few schools have tried to do over the year, but you kind of have to think about it discreetly because it's pulling together lots of different subjects. It takes a bit of organisation, but it totally complements, the maths curriculum particularly, but a lot of it's just being creative. It's more kind of critical thinking and being logical about things as well, and just working together. A lot of skills as opposed to knowledge based.
Did you find that they're maybe less inhibited about the process, or they've all learned these limitations and how they think they've not learned that yet? So they're more likely to take these kind of messages?
Yeah, definitely. But I think it's really important that they find out, we were talking today about how people started really young and following their interests and just then realising that door is open to them now. They don't need to wait for some qualification to become, get going.
Because even if you don't want to leave school and set up your own business, because like someone said, entrepreneurship isn't for everyone. I think aside from the life skills, it also gives you confidence to go out there knowing that you could potentially step away from the market and set up your own thing. It seems to be
being self-sufficient, and some of our children don't have very many role models in their lives of successful business people or so on. So we need to highlight that.
Yeah.
I want to know where you've started up in school, Julian, and the resources that you've used in the school now. My children don't go to school, I home educate them. So how are we able to access for a wide range of home educators to access the resources?
So I'm just going to repeat that question for the sake of the people at the back. Is if your children are homeschooled, how would they have access to a platform like this?
Very good question. So we are using schools like Fleet School to get our message out to the children. But if you homeschool, just go to ultrakids.club is the website and sign up, and all of the educational materials are going to be there.
Yeah, that's what we've signed. My daughter signed up to it already as you've been speaking. But I just want to know. There we go already.
That's homeschooling for you.
No, make use of the resources.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just saw the additional papers and stuff and resources that you have.
Yeah.
That's what I want to know.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So all of that stuff will be uploaded within the next couple of days, and within the next 6 to 12 months, there's going to be a ton of educational material, both for schools and for home educators, available on the website.
I'm interested to know, you've given them a taste, they've had one day of this. What are your plans to continue it? What are you going to do next? And secondly, how scalable do you think this model is? Do you think this could spread into other schools? And what are your thoughts on that?
Well, for example, today each class has planned an activity or an event that's going to take place further on in the academic year. I teach year 6, the older children in the school, and with what they came up with, we're going to do an enterprise evening, like a fair after school where different children will have different stands for the different things that they came up with today that they want to make and sell. So we will actually take a week after we've done our class to prepare and resource and plan and really get stuck into it as a project. Well, we're just kind of immerse ourselves in the whole thing. But as I said before, I know other schools have done enterprise days and evenings and they've been really successful, so this would be a really good resource for them to use for that sort of thing.
Do you think it should be in the curriculum? Do you think the government should do more?
Yeah, the new curriculum does focus more on kind of financial skills and it would, would relate well to that side of the curriculum.
And needs to go further.
That's what I'm fun.
Hi. So this is obviously really focused at young people that are accessing mainstream education or in the education system. I work with young people that are excluded from secondary schools, and I think this would be really, really beneficial because it teaches soft skills as well as more tangible outcomes. So do you have any plans to work in that field?
Absolutely. So for a number of years, I've worked very closely with young people who have been excluded and all the rest of it. We are looking to develop something along those lines, certainly. But it'll probably be a bit of a stretch for me to launch 3 things in one day. I'll launch it next week. But no, to answer your question, it is a serious focus. And the funny thing about kids like that who are excluded, as you know, oftentimes those are the entrepreneurs, right? Yeah. So there does need to be a focus. And I suppose thus far, I've just been doing kind of one-to-one stuff with them. I actually did a magazine called Top Boys about a year ago, which showcased 11 under 25 or under 30-year-old entrepreneurs, and and half of them didn't come from a traditionally smooth background, privileged background, as it were. But in terms of a platform and a kind of wider initiative, it's certainly something that we're working on.
Sorry, just to add, in what age group is this actually targeted at?
It's targeted at sort of 5 to 9-year-olds, but we've been told it can go a little bit older and maybe a little bit younger. Yeah.
Hand right at the back.
My eldest kids go to a thing called Explore Learning, which is like it's like a kind of tutoring, interactive kind of place you can play them. They've got quite a lot of centres around. I only know a few of the local ones, but I think it's got quite a lot of centres around the UK. I just wonder if that could be quite a good potential partner. I mean, obviously it's outside the school, but it's kind of based in the schools and working with schools and having it's kind of interactive kind of way of learning. They have after school things like creative writing workshops and things that boost this from 5 to 14 age range. Good partner.
So are you asking whether there are any plans for future collaborations?
Yeah, that's kind of organisations.
Yeah, I told you I'd have to, but the answer is yes. We do have plans to partner with some of those kind of after-school extracurricular organisations. But up until now, this has been under the radar. Literally, I've not told many people about it at all in the public domain. But yeah, we will certainly partner with some of those guys to because we know that what we're doing is complementary. The values of entrepreneurship and the lessons in business can be applied to English, maths, science, geography, you name it. So certainly, yeah, we'll definitely be doing that.
Are there any more questions? Oh, definitely, yeah.
My question was, I go to this group called the 100 Men London, and we are meant to give a presentation on consultancy. I've got other friends in the group as well, and I'm just wondering, is there any way you could contribute to the 100?
Of course, absolutely. Only because you've asked though. And you've asked so eloquently, and I love your blazer.
Can I take him home?
No, that's my first born. No, thank you.
Why don't you give him your business card?
I will definitely.
It's my first born. Definitely not. Sorry.
Oh, can you take the others?
I have 6 children. You can't have any of them.
So the answer to that is yes.
The answer to that is yes. Absolutely.
Any more before we get?
What was the question?
Oh, he works with a group called 100 Black Men of London, and he wanted to know if I could contribute to some of the activities that they do.
100 Black Men of London.
Yeah. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, so thank you very much for your time and for your input this afternoon. So can we have a massive Ultra?
Okay, so what I wanted to do was, first of all, thank you all for coming and give yourselves a big round of applause. But also, this is something that I really do feel strongly about, and you know, I don't want to take, you know, the credit for any of this at all. I'm just a guy on stage with a silly outfit. But what I wanted to really focus on is the fact that, and I've said it before, Barry's loving the outfit back there. Martin is loving the outfit back there. But what I really wanted to focus on was the team. And you know, you go onto Facebook and you see, you know, teamwork make the dream work, and all these sayings about team build and all the rest of it, and you think, whatever. But it's true, right? So what I wanted to do was I wanted to get all of my team on stage so you can see what it took to make this happen. So if you can start with Alan, all of these young boys here with no names, all of the Ultra coaches, Maro, Jeremy, woo! Round of applause, everybody. James, come on. Which juniors? Juniors help on social media today. Joanna, if you want to come up on stage. Belinda, Brian, Malachi. Now, who's heard of John Demartini? All right, cool. So I watched a video with John Demartini about a year ago, and he said that when he gets up in the morning, all he does is he does some research about the next thing he's going to speak about, and does some research about the next thing he's going to talk about. Essentially, he was saying that all he does all day is the thing that he loves. And I sat back, looked at my to-do list of all the things that I hated that I had to get done that day, and I thought I wanted to be just like him. And the only way I could do that is I looked and I thought, the reason why he's able to do that, and he touched on it just for a few seconds, he said because he has a team of people behind him who do all of those other things, but he's not strong-arming them into doing them. They're doing it because they really want to, and some of them actually enjoy some of the jobs that he doesn't necessarily enjoy. So I wanted to bring in, well, there's a lot of you. Oh, blimey. So I wanted to put everyone on stage just so you could see what it took me to make this happen, what it took to make the UltraAcademy happen, what it took to make the Ultra Kids Club happen, what it took to make today happen. So, because one of my bugbears is seeing entrepreneurs up on stage or on TV, and you see them accomplish some amazing things, right? Some things that are awe-inspiring and we look up to them. But we don't know what's going on behind the scenes. And we try and do what they've done, and I know because I've done this for many years, you try and do what they've done on your own, right? Because you don't see what's going on behind the scenes. And you burn out, you lose faith in what you're doing, you just some people become depressed, become unhealthy, and essentially you don't get to that goal. So I just wanted to give you guys just a snapshot of the people who have helped me to make this happen, and I wanted you to give them a really big round of applause. They're going to be scared if you guys don't smile, man. It's not flexing. You're only allowed to flex if you're in the cape, okay? Yes. No, I finished. So, I wanted to hand over. I mean, look, this is an opportunity for anyone on stage to say a few words, but before they do, this is the only plug I'm going to give you today. I haven't really plugged much today, but if you want to find out more about what's taken me, someone asked me, how long has it taken you to get to the stage? And honestly, it's about 20 years, right? I'm not going to tell you how old I am now, most of you already know, but since I was in my late teens, I've always wanted to be an entrepreneur. But it's taken me up until this point to actually get to the point where I feel like I am genuinely contributing something that can help other people become successful or help other people progress. And I wrapped it up in a technology which I call Ultra.Academy. That's not a mistake. That is the domain name, Ultra.Academy and UltraKids.Club. So please visit, and if it works for you guys, let me know. If it doesn't, let me know, and I'll make it even better. Is that fair enough? Yeah. Okay, good stuff. Over to you.
If I could just say one thing. Julian asked me to be chairman of this enterprise, and it wasn't the national focus of what I was going to do, but I guess it's your energy, your enthusiasm, your complete belief in what you were doing here motivated me to say I needed to spend some time on this. And then remember we were talking about it 4 months ago when you don't want this to work and there wasn't a focus of how do we make it all actually exist. We talked about the idea that you just have to set a vision, decide when you're going to do it and do it. We picked this day today. 4 months ago, and I thought, I really don't know how this is all going to turn out. And then momentum started, and I couldn't believe it. And then day after day, week after week, month after month, more people came in, more people participated. It was one of the most exhilarating things I've ever seen. And I think you've done a fabulous job. I'd just like to congratulate you on a really good example of how to build a team with nothing other than you to drive. So I really in participating, partnering. It's a mixed model of investment and team building and partnerships that we're going to drive this forward on. We've got to hear on the energies of who's on stage today. There hasn't been any external funding. We're not even sure we're going to need funding. I think we're going to participate with a lot of partners who are going to come, and we will be attracting a lot of interest here. So if there is anybody that you know that you can benefit from this environment, please come and talk to me and Julian. We can talk about how we can make this a much bigger organization, and I think it's got a lot of legs, and I really think it's going to go quick. So if you've got anything on that, please be willing to talk to me on that. That'd be great. Cool.
Okay, look from the boss. Hi everyone. I just want to say I'm Belinda Tucson. It's been an absolute pleasure. I'm one of the coordinators working with Natalie Lorenzo, probably trying to hide in the background, working with the team. Believe it or not, actually I'm going to take you back a little bit. I've known Julian for over 20 years. I know, I don't look at you, that's what you're supposed to say. But you know what, when we hit base with the spiritual side of things in life, earlier on with Ribu, and I think the majority of the team have hit on base, and I think that's very important in our lifestyles altogether. I remember about 2-3 years ago, I made a New Year's resolution, I really do, with all coming to the new year. And the one resolution I said to myself was, I'm going to hit base with all the people I knew from back in the day, and I am going to have lunch with them, and I am going to have tea. Okay, that's my only resolution. I was like, when I think of somebody, I'm actually going to contact them. So I took my own gut instinct to do that. That's one of the instincts I had with Julian. We hit base on a social media website, like most of us we do from school back in the day. And I actually sent him an email, a text message, through that social media saying, you know what, we've got to do lunch one day. I don't know why, but we will. So Julian said, okay, I'll put you in my diary. He did. And I met him for over 20 years of not seeing this man. Met him in Victoria. And I said to him, fine. He was hustling and busting, got his laptop, you know, whatever baggage. And I said, so Julian, so great to see you. You haven't changed a bit. And I said, so how long have we got? He said, 5 minutes. I said, I haven't seen you for 20 years, and you're only going to give me 5 minutes. And he said, yeah. So the first thing he did, as he does, he's always been a businessman as long as I've known him, from his teenage life. He's always run businesses. And he sat down and he said to me, right, so B, what can I do for you? And I said, you know what? It's not what you're going to do for me, it's what I'm going to do for you. And from that day, we have connected. And I said, the next time you see me, you're going to see me more and more, and you're going to give me more and more of your time. And then we're going to develop exactly what it is that you want. Now, all I can say is, Julian, it's been an absolute pleasure. Yeah, we have hit base over the last, say, probably coming up to 3 years now. This energy today has been brought on for over probably 6 months of getting together. Majority of the team I've worked with today, it's been absolutely a pleasure, because I've only dealt with all of these virtually. So can you imagine, we put a whole team together and none of us knew what we looked like. Absolutely. So I just want to say, Julian, you're amazing. Everybody that's on the team is definitely here for you. I'm hoping that we created the vision that you wanted today, and we're ready to go Team Ultra.
I've known this guy for a couple of months now. This is my dad. Obviously, as you can see, I'm his personal trainer. I'm part of the ultra fit side of the situation. So we're personal trainers as well. There's another personal trainer in the back there, and we run it with me and my cousins. And my dad worked hard for this thing today, so hopefully everyone just appreciates what he's done and just contributes to the situation. Thank you.
with Julian over the past couple of months. This time last year, I found I was very ill. I was in hospital. What had happened is I had overworked myself in my business. I had concentrated too much on making money and working all the hours under the sun and not enough on myself. After spending some time with Julian, he introduced me to a few of his coaches and the people on the UltraAcademy. And he brought a real new perspective to how to be a great business person. We can all make money, we can all do business, but to really have a full balance in life is really key and essential. So I want to thank Julian because he really helped me really get in line with what my focus was, how to keep my health in place, how to also build relationships, which I worked with Yvonne, who was really, really key in helping me understand my relationship with myself. And one of the key things that I got from that was understanding my value to my customers, my value to the wider world. And it wasn't just about making money anymore, it was about contributing to society and contributing to everybody that I come into interaction with. So I just want to thank Julian because without you, I don't think I would be the businesswoman that I am today. Everything's gone from bad to exceptionally well. And I just want to say thank you and thank you to the team as well.
Pregnant pause. Illy, let's wrap this up, girl.
Let's take this one home.
Cool. So, there is an after party. Where's the after party?
Gilgamesh Chalk Farm.
Chalk Farm. Gilgamesh Chalk Farm. I expect to see you chewing your Prosecco and drinking your canapes. That's what I meant to say. But yeah, so you're all invited to the after party at Gilgamesh. It's going to kick off at 6 o'clock till late. Don't worry, there won't be a YouTube live stream happening there. So what happens at Gilgamesh stays at Gilgamesh. But once again, I would like to thank you all for coming. Give yourselves a big round of applause once again.
I know we've already thanked the team, but honestly guys, you've made today seem so running like clockwork. And I know from doing events myself, there's a lot of running around and hecticness in the background. So just a massive, massive thank you to everyone in the background that's really helped make this happen today. So Natalie, Belinda, all the guys, everyone that's kept me hydrated throughout the day, and just lighting, cameras, sound, everything. So just a massive last but not least, the man himself, the Ultrapreneur. A massive thank you. Mingle, do join us at the after party. There'll be a lot of drinking, eating, talking about things that we haven't spoken about on stage. So nice to meet you all, and I look forward to connecting with you all.
Don't worry, we'll catch up.